Okay, we should be live. If you can hear me, please let me know in the chat. Let's make sure this thing is working. We've definitely done this before, and it's not been working. So I want to get past that first, and then we're going to dive in here because we've got tornado warnings going out already. All right. Okay. Sweet. All right. Here we go. Guys, welcome back to the Ryan Hall y'all stream here. It's been a while. It's certainly been a while since we've talked to each other, but things are active right now, very active. Things are starting a little late here at the Weather House and a little early out there in Louisiana, as we already have two tornado warnings. The most recent one here is just to the north and west of Alexandria. We've got storm chasers Brad Arnold and Caleb Beecham out there getting ready to intercept this one. And this is what it looks like on radar. You see the hook. That's the reason why we have that warning right now coming up towards Mink and Gorham. We've also got a new tornado warning for Vernon Parish in Louisiana as well, associated for that same storm. So this includes the I-49 corridor, all the way between, let's see here, Boise and Galbraith and Pikeville in Louisiana. This is a dangerous storm. It's one of the more dangerous ones that you can see right now, and you can see a lot of them, okay? All of these storms are back down to the south and west are also rotating. We're going to see a lot more tornado warnings over the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. Another one that was issued before we started the stream up here near Dodson expires in 33 minutes. You're under a tornado warning in Sykes and Dodson as well. Let me inspect this real quick we'll show you the velocity, show you where we've got that rotation. Storm chaser Nick Gorman is up here with this storm, the more northern one near Sykes. I haven't heard anything from him. I'm sure we will here in a second. But we've got this other one, and this is definitely the more concerning one to me, moving up towards Boise and Colfax and Derry in Louisiana, where we've got Caleb and Brad. So we're going to talk to them here in a second. This is the part of the storm that we're watching right here. Okay, if you see the little swirling, the little hook on the bottom of the storm, that is exactly where we think the tornado could be forming. This is a weird kind of storm system, so we don't want to say with any sort of certainty, who's next in line. That's why we've got the polygon. Everybody in the big purple polygon here needs to be taking shelter. From Gorham to Flatwoods to Lena to Marco, take shelter now. We do have meteorologist Andy Hill on here with us. We've got storm chaser Caleb and Brad. We're going to talk to them here in a second, but first we are going to hear from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey y'all, hopefully I'm coming through clear here. I'm here to also tell you, in addition to our two tornado warned storms that we have now in central Louisiana, that there's plenty more shrimps down south in down there in the sole of the boot. So all of those storms are going to become problems later on, especially because they're discrete right now. They're on their own. There's not a lot around them. Right now they look like a bunch of shrimps. We have a shrimp boil going on, but later on they're going to move into better low level lapse rates, which means that they're going to become more mature supercells that will also pose a risk for tornadoes. So we are going to be here for 8+ hours, more than likely today, as the tornado threat will extend into after sundown at night. So nighttime, our team is here for you. So take a look at those shrimps on the radar, Ryan, and then we can get back into our tornado warnings.
All right, sounds good. This is what he's talking about when we talk about the shrimps. Look at these little curved beans, shrimps, whatever you want to call them, down here in southern Louisiana. And notice how they get a little bit bigger and beefier the closer you get to the main area of convection. All right, we're going to continue to see that happen. Little storms are going to form to the south and then slowly kind of wander up into an area where there's a lot more moisture. And if we get the right sort of timing to where one of these storms is able to remain sort of discrete and then make it up a little bit farther north, right around especially right around the time the sun goes down and we get that big increase in the lower level jet stream, that's when we think we have a very good chance of seeing some tornadoes, not just tornadoes, but strong tornadoes this evening in and around Alexandria, over towards Cottonport, maybe even as far to the north and east as Faraday and Vidalia. I would be watching this thing from right where the storms are right now in East Texas and central Louisiana, all the way through southern Mississippi, maybe even into Alabama much later tonight into early tomorrow morning, okay? Need to turn up the volume for the warnings. Okay, working on that. Guys, there's going to be some bugs. It's been a couple months since we've had to go live. Everything breaks whenever we don't go live for a little while, so just keep me updated on what we need to fix, and we will fix it on the fly. So currently, we have 3 active tornado warnings: Wynn Parish, Grant Parish, Natchitoches Parish, and Rapides Parish, and Vernon Parish, all under tornado warnings. If you just heard your parish name there, make sure you're getting into shelter, and we expect to see many more with these shrimps showing up here on radar. See the shrimpy appearance there. I can't use my pen. Hold on one second. Give me a second. I've got to see what's going on with that. I don't know because I gotta have it. I gotta have the pen. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay, I've got my pen back. Discord boops are going through the stream. All right, that's an easy one. That's a very easy one. I can fix that one right here in a second. And we will get going. Where's the notification? Okay, I hear it. No sound. Hopefully that fixed it. Do not disturb. Yep, there we go. All right. So if you're just now tuning in, guys, we are covering severe weather in the deep south right now. Here's our tornado watch. Hopefully this works. Yeah, there we go. Latest image from the National Weather Service shows a few tornadoes likely from portions of eastern Texas all the way over to southeastern Arkansas and a lot of Louisiana. This includes Alexandria, Lake Charles. It does include Shreveport, but a lot of those storms that are causing the problems here have moved past Shreveport. Monroe, Vicksburg, Natchez, all these places, you are under the gun tonight for, once again, a few tornadoes likely, scattered hail up to 2-inch in diameter, scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This is almost 3 million people getting ready to get impacted by significantly severe weather tonight. And I do think this will be expanded to the east at some point as we monitor this well into the overnight period tonight. Andy, go ahead.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, looking at the latest radar scan for our southern tornado warning of the 2, on some of the latest scans there's a bunch of clear air showing up the correlation coefficient for anyone following along on the radar data. That's not a debris signature yet. However, I do have reason to believe we're very close to seeing a tornado as of that latest scan, because you can see those velocities, the green, the red, almost touching there, just to the west of Gorham. So that tornado warning, the southern half of it's also split between 2 different National Weather Service offices, which is why there's 2 warnings, one for Vernon and Rapides parishes, and then the other for Natchitoches and into Grant Parish. So that's the reason for both of those happening. However, I do think that the storm is dangerous and about to produce a tornado. So let's go over tornado safe spots. A spiel, Ryan, if you want.
Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. We are very shortly likely going to see a tornado come out of this storm that is getting ready to go through Gorham in Louisiana. And we don't know for sure, but the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning, and it's looking pretty nasty on radar. So if you're out here, you need to get to shelter in Gorham, Janey, Chopin, Galbraith, Marco. I'm probably saying a lot of these names wrong, but the I-49 corridor here between Flatwoods and Pikeville. You need to get into the most interior room of your home. A lot of you guys don't have basements down here, so get into an interior closet or a storm shelter. You guys have seen me talk about the Survive a Storm shelters. If you got something like that, it's a good place to go. If you don't, though, interior room without windows or with the least amount of glass as possible. So a closet, a bathroom, cover your head, bring your phone with you, bring something that can be connected to cellular data, and we'll be with you until the power comes back on. And make sure you have a pair of tennis shoes that you're wearing as well. You don't want to go barefoot through glass and screws or whatever else if you do have to evacuate your home after this. Andy, go ahead.
Perfect, Ryan. Yeah, we do have a tornado ongoing with it now. There is a debris signature, very light, but now showing up right where we expect it to. Tornado ongoing west of Gorham, Louisiana. Expect that warning to be upgraded from the National Weather Service. You'll see it come through on the stream.
Yep, we'll see that here shortly. And I'm going to go ahead and pull up Gorham, Louisiana, just to kind of talk about potentially some places that are down here that aren't showing up on the map that might resonate with some people, so that everybody knows around where we think this tornado is. Once again, a tornado is on the ground right now, we believe, to the west of I-49 near Gorham. This is some other places that this is close to is the Longleaf Trail Scenic Byway. If you guys know Highway 119 between Gorham and Derry, you guys know that there's a lot of scenic overlooks and like trails, like the Longleaf Vista Trail, the Turpentine Trailhead, the William Bonds Memorial area. That's around where the tornado is going to be crossing within the next 5 minutes or so. Go 10, 20 minutes into the future, and then we're talking about places like the Emmanuel Church. We're talking about Highway 490. And, of course, we've got some lakes and some places like the Maurice Bayou out here. So if you know where any of that stuff is, if you drive by that stuff on your way to work or to grandma's house or whatever, and you live close enough to where you could get there within 20 minutes or so, you're probably way too close to not be sheltered. All right, you want to take shelter right now. And once again, get underground if you can. If you can't, get into the most interior room of your home. I'm going to zoom out a little bit. That's our most important storm right now. We got a life-threatening tornado ongoing. However, we've got other storms going on as well. We've got a tornado warning up here for Sykes. Get to shelter if you're in Hill or Newport in Louisiana. And guys, let me zoom out a little bit more. And we've got storms forming all the way back towards southwestern Louisiana into eastern Texas as well. These will also become tornadic in the very near future. So Leesville, Alexandria, Marksville, Cottonport, Vidalia, all these places across the central part of Louisiana into southwestern Mississippi need to be getting ready. Some people might not even be thinking about this right now. It's November. We're thinking about Thanksgiving, not tornadoes. So if you know somebody that lives in this general area, please let them know what's going on. Okay, share the stream or not. Just text them and be like, "Hey, did you know that there's like tornadoes happening right now?" Tune into your favorite weatherman, whoever it is that you like, because you're going to need to pay attention to this as we go forward. We're already seeing some really bad looking signs here from this storm near Gorham. Once again, this is your hook echo. All right, this is where we've got rotation. If I show you the velocities, you can see where those reds meet greens. That's where we are kind of most concerned about a potential a tornado there. What color do I usually have my pen? Is it black? Yeah, that shows up a little bit better there. So right in there, we've got a tornado. You can also see some debris trying to pop up here. Now, this might be a situation where we have a tornado on the ground momentarily. It lifts and then comes back down a couple minutes later. So even if we start to see less of an impressive sign or signature on the radar here over the next few minutes, everybody downstream from this thing needs to continue to take it seriously and stay sheltered until it passes, because the radar that we're looking at here, this imagery that we're looking at, is not real life. It's about, sometimes it can be up to 5 minutes behind real life. So who knows what could happen in those 5 minutes. If we look at the radar and we say, "Oh, it looks like that tornado could have lifted." Well, by the time we say that, it could have already lifted and then come back down again. Okay, so let's just assume this is a big, nasty tornado on the ground, and it's going to last all the way until it crosses Interstate 49. Okay. We do have storm chasers out there that are going to give us a view of this thing as it crosses the road. As you can see above my head, we've got Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. Okay, Caleb Beecham is in Hall Force 1. And let's hear from him real quick. We'll just talk to him through Zello for now. Caleb, we're live on YouTube. Just wanted to hear an update from you whenever you get a chance. We'll also get an update from Brad Arnold as well. Brad, we are live on YouTube. Whenever you get a chance, just give us a holler here. Tell us what you've got going on.
Hey Ryan, just a quick update. I'm currently about 2 miles east of the Hook Echo. I'm trying to deploy the drone right now just because there's some trees. I can't quite see over to see that lowering. I can definitely tell there is one, but I can't specifically tell if there's a wall cloud or anything that's continually ongoing. I have just noticed a significant uptick in cloud-to-ground lightning within the last 45 seconds, so that's something I'm going to continue to monitor, but I should have the drone up in the next 30 to 45 seconds.
All right, sounds good. Were you guys able to hear him fine? I know it was a little quiet, but as long as you can understand what he's saying, that's the most important thing. But as you can tell, like, he's getting ready to potentially intercept a tornado here from a distance. He's going to give us a view of it from a drone, and that's what we're looking at there.
Hey Ryan, not sure what you just said. It didn't come through.
Gotcha.
If you want to say it again.
Aha. I found that problem. Hey, looky here. We're solving bugs one after another, son. In just a second. All right, test. Let me try that again. Brad, can you hear me now? If so, we're live on YouTube. We're just looking for an update from you. Where is the tornado at right now?
Yeah, Ryan, I got you this time.
1 second.
We are we just got through this town of Colfax, Louisiana. We're trying to find a spot to pull off. Cell service is kind of spotty a little bit, as to be expected in Louisiana. But we're watching this tornado warned storm that is south of Natchitoches and moving northeast, or almost east-northeast. So we should be in a good spot to be able to intercept it. We put ourselves right out in front of it. It actually just went confirmed. So just want to let you know it just showed up on my radar.
New
so,
information. This tornado
we should be able to
warning
intercept
has
it and
been
have
upgraded.
good eyes on it here in probably about 5-10 minutes, and then we will continue to go east with the storms as they push on into Mississippi later on this evening and overnight. It's going to be a late chase, I think.
Yep, I agree. We just got an update from the National Weather Service on that warning there, indicating that it is now a confirmed tornado. It's observed. Let's go ahead and read some about that. A confirmed tornado was located over Lena, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. Radar confirmed tornado. So this is going to be moving towards Chopin, Gorham, and Aloha. So make sure that you are taking shelter. This is the same one we've been hooting and hollering about. So all of the locations that I mentioned earlier are still under the gun. This is still looking like a tornado that's ongoing. In fact, we might have two here, but for certain, one just to the north of Gorham, moving up towards Chopin. So get to shelter. And once again, if you know anybody in this general vicinity, you got to let them know about this. They might not know. They might not understand. Sometimes in November and December, when there's a big severe weather outbreak, people don't talk about it. People aren't as prepared. You can help us with that by spreading the word as much as possible, because this is going to last for quite some time. We're just getting started here. We do believe that we're going to go to at least, 10, 11 p.m. tonight, maybe even longer than that, just depending on how everything plays out. But this is our first confirmed tornado warning of the day. And it's getting ready to come right over where one of our storm chasers is. Speaking of storm chasers, we have multiple.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Is that good now? Is the volume on the warnings okay now? I've turned it up just about as much as I can get it. But we've got Caleb Beecham, we've got Edgar, and we've got Brad Arnold, all three right there, pretty much exactly where the tornado is going to go. So that's what we are looking at there from our storm chasers. We've also got something else that we're trying today is a probe system. So we've got a probe in the back of Caleb's truck there that's not deployed. It's just looking straight up into the sky, and that really shows you how already the low-level jet is ramping up. We've got some strong winds out there that's going to help. All of that is feeding into our big storm right now, but we've also placed some a little bit farther to the east. Okay, so this is over towards eastern Louisiana, strapped to a tree next to the road, looking west. You can see the storm approaching there near Tallulah, Louisiana. And then also we've got one near Newellton, Louisiana. And look at that. We're going to look at this consistently today. 79-degree temperature with a 62.9-degree dew point. Winds coming from the west at 4.4 miles per hour. We're going to watch that very closely as we go into the evening. Those dew points are likely going to rise, and those wind gusts are going to increase as the lower level jet kind of increases with it. So we're surveilling the storm on multiple levels today. We're getting ready to have a drone up in the air as well, and that's what we're dealing with. In fact, Brian Imfinger has one up right now. I'm going to try to pull that up full if I can. Yeah, there we go. It's a little choppy, but you can see this big, supercell storm near Lena, Louisiana. That's what Brian Imfinger is showing us right now. That's what it looks like out there. And we'll come back to him as soon as it becomes a little bit more unfrozen. But yeah, that's what's happening. We currently have 3 tornado warnings. Once again, just in case anybody's just now tuning in, I want to go over this again before we start diving back into it. Rapides Parish, Grant, Natchitoches, and Wynn Parish in Louisiana, all under tornado warnings. The most prominent tornado warning, the one that we have been paying the most attention to, is the one that's getting ready to go through Chopin, Rock, and Marco in Louisiana. This is an observed warning. Some of the recent scans here do look a little bit less impressive, but like I said earlier, this may be cycling. We don't want to let our guards down, and we want to stay in our safe spot, okay? Little bit of a debris signature there, so this was down for some time. Is it down right now? I don't know. I wouldn't take my chances, though, if I was in Lena, Louisiana, okay? A little bit farther to the north, we've got another tornado warning. The rotation with it has let up a lot, though, but if you're in Sykes, you're still under that warning. Stay in your safe spot until that warning's allowed to expire, okay? Let's come back over to radar full. Also with our probe system, this is a live look at Hall Force 1. Caleb's in the Hall Force 1 near, he's not in Vicksburg, Mississippi anymore. Carly, if you can update that for us. But you can see a live look at the dew point and the temperature where he is as well. So Caleb's quite a bit farther west, right? And look at the dew point. It's almost up there near 70, okay? So you'll see that as this line of storms moves to the east, the moisture content in the air is also going to go up with it. We're right up next to where some of the heaviest precipitation is happening. That's why when we come back over here to this radar view, all these little storms down here, which are curved, they could become supercells that have tornadic features to them, but they're in an area that doesn't have as much moisture. All right, once they get closer to where Caleb is, they're going to have access to it, and we expect things to really blow up once these get around Alexandria up towards Natchez, okay? Guys, thank you so much for the support. I see you in chat. I'm not going to have a whole lot of time to look at this today, but thanks for tuning in, and please remember to share if you haven't already, just so we can get the word out there to as many people as possible. Just for visual aid as well, if you guys are keeping up, probe number 2 is here and probe number 1 is right here. So we're going to be able to watch these storms come towards them as time goes on. Yeah, all of the warm sector supercells are starting to get the look. They're not supercells yet, they're cells, but they are starting to look like things that we have to be concerned about, to say the least. For updates here. Here is something from the Storm Prediction Center, the mesoscale discussion that they issued at 4, it's valid until 4 p.m. Central. The threat for supercells capable of all hazards, including strong tornadoes, continues. And the greatest near-term tornado threat is right in here between East Texas and South Central Louisiana. And they're kind of pointing out the same thing that I've been talking about with the increasing dew points. Notice this green line here. That's where all that moist air is. It's kind of moving with the storm system, okay? That's why where our probes are, we have lower dew points than where Caleb is. There is already, with these storms, even whether we've got tornadoes down right now or not, they're producing damage. Chris Hall is saying that we've got scanner traffic indicating that there's a semi overturned on Highway 119 near Gorham, so that could actually be tornado damage. But even, if this isn't currently producing a tornado, whether it is or it isn't, this is definitely a huge storm with some hail and damaging winds that's going to significantly impact areas like Colfax, Dry Prong, potentially all the way up there towards Jenna and Georgetown. Nothing in Texas? No, we've got storms in Texas right now. Most of them are about to move out, okay? So Texas was never expected to be like the main focus here. Louisiana and Mississippi is kind of where things are going to ramp up significantly. But you can see right here that we still do have some storms in Texas that are below severe limits. But as soon as this one crosses the border into Louisiana, I expect it to gain a lot of notoriety, I guess, here as we try to pick and choose which cells we hone in on, because this is going to enter a very favorable atmosphere for, potential tornado genesis. All of these are in that atmosphere. They're just waiting on the moisture. Also, the farther north we go, especially as we approach sundown, the farther north you go along this line of storms, the more wind shear we're going to have. But also, the farther north you go, the less moisture we're going to have. So, there's going to be a Goldilocks zone probably right in here that we're going to be watching all night long. Yeah, this storm right here is definitely one to watch. This is the bottom of the storm. What we're looking at up here is like the top of the storm. So you can see how it's turning. You can see the changing of wind direction as you increase with height. And that storm is getting close to Alexandria. This one up here, the one that produced the tornado back towards Gorham, it continues to look concerning as it approaches Jenna. So we want everybody, Lena, Louisiana. We want everybody to stay in their safe spots. I think this is going to try to recycle big time here as it goes between Colfax and Creola. So that's unfortunate, because this is once again we're at the beginning of this. Things are only going to get more, I guess, intense as time goes on. Yeah, we've already had a confirmed tornado. It was near Gorham. That actually might still be down. Back to the weather business. Yes. Yeah, this is our first live stream we've had to do in, I think, over 2 months. Our first severe weather live stream that we've done in like 3 months or something. Last one we did was Hurricane Idalia. That seemed like years ago. I'm trying to see who else we've got out here that I can get an update from too. Edgar. Nick. Nick, we're live on YouTube. Whenever you get a chance, give us an update, man. What are you seeing out there? Chris Hall's out there too. He's a little bit back farther to the
Hey Ryan,
northeast.
so right now I'm seeing a lot of rain and a lot of trees. We're dropping south to that storm at Colfax. The storm in the north looked like it kind of fell apart on us. So obviously we can all agree that the storm in the south is the main play of the day right now. So we're trying to get a visual on that.
Zach, thanks for being a member for 17 months. Yeah, we're going to see that storm, the storm that is forming near Alexandria is going to crash into our currently tornado warned storm. That'll be an interesting interaction, but something is going to happen with both of those before that even happens. Go ahead, Andy.
Thanks, Ryan. Yeah, I was watching that supercell west of Alexandria right now in Rapides Parish. That's going to be the one that I have my eye on most closely, besides all of the ones to the south. Again, we have some time before those kind of mini supercells begin to, mature and actually become sort of fully fledged supercells that are much more capable of producing a tornado. These mini supercells, though, don't take them lightly. They definitely are rotating. They are supercells, by the way. The definition is that it's a rotating thunderstorm. It's very simple. So you see that rotation on all of them. They're all spinning like a top down there. So we do have a bunch of mini supercells. But something else besides that I want to mention, it may already be starting up because I see a lot of people in chat talking about other locations, is something that's going to be non-thunderstorm winds. Those are actually going to be pretty intense today for Nashville, Tennessee, through eastern Tennessee into parts of the southern Appalachia, even up to Kentucky as we get into the morning hours of Tuesday. And also northern Alabama and northwest Georgia could also see those winds. Those can be really, really strong winds. You'll probably hear your house creaking and so forth, even if there's no storm going on. So those are called gradient winds. James Spann has been talking about the gradient winds. And as this low pressure system that's causing our severe weather today meanders up into the eastern half of the Midwest, even some of y'all up there in Indiana, Ohio, and so forth will get in on some of those strong winds coming along at any point. So wind gusts could be pretty significant today. If you hear those winds starting up this evening anywhere in the Tennessee Valley, then let us know about that. We love hearing your weather observations in the chat, of course. So expect those winds to start up as well. They could be up to 40, 45 mile an hour wind gusts, even without a storm present.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. Yeah, we're going to see strong storms and, some wind also here soon in, places all across Arkansas into West Tennessee, and potentially even into Kentucky. You're going to notice that we stay pretty locked in on the deep south down here towards Louisiana and Mississippi, because that's where our big tornado threat is. But we will periodically check in with you guys as well. But it's pretty... it's not as serious of a threat, I guess, the farther north you go. But definitely some soaking rains and some really strong, maybe even non-thunderstorm winds, like Andy was talking about, all across the span of this storm. And it's going to be pretty impactful for Thanksgiving travel for pretty much everyone on the East Coast as we go through the next several days, which are the busiest travel days in America. So especially in the Mid-Atlantic, the Appalachian region, that is going to be quite the headache. For now, though, we are still watching heavily, or very vigilantly, this storm in Louisiana. The storm just to the west of Alexandria looks pretty menacing right now. It is, like, I'm sure it's a very, very strong storm. But we're in my opinion, we're still focused a little bit more on the one a little bit farther to the north. In fact, we just got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning
for
has been
Grant
issued.
and LaSalle Parish, and we'll probably see some of these be expanded as well. I'll wait for that one to. There it is. You see how it's just a big extension of the two that we had back here. So now in Colfax, Dry Pong, Pollock, Jenna, it's a huge tornado warning. All these places, you are under a tornado warning. That's going to go until for the next 61 minutes, really. And whenever you see a huge polygon like this issued, by the way, as an observed tornado warning, that just shows you that the National Weather Service is very confident that there's nothing going to stop this thing. Okay, this is going to continue to produce tornadoes all the way up, once again, through Colfax, Dry Pond, Pollock, and Jenna, and everywhere in between. We don't know if it's exactly going to go through those places, but all of you should be in your safe spot. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan. Actually, I want to talk about these small cells as well. Right now, they're mini supercells, but they're also low precipitation supercells. So wherever the tornado would be ongoing, if one were to happen with any of these smaller storms down here, especially the one west of Alexandria, we wouldn't immediately be able to see it on radar and tell you that it's happening, essentially. So there's storms to take seriously, because we could have that one radar scan before damage is actually being done by the tornado, so that we could say, hey, this is now happening, because it's not raining where the tornado is. And that's what we need. For the radar has to bounce off of rain, so that we can get all of that other information that we talked to you about, that we can relay and tell you, hey, there's a tornado ongoing. So when they're low precipitation like this, it means you can see the tornado probably before we could even tell you it's going on, due to how the radar works. So when we talk about the storms, make sure to keep a little bit more of an emphasis on, hey, I should be aware of this the moment they talk about it. Even if they're saying that it doesn't look like a tornado is going on right now, there very well could be one at any given point, due to the nature of these supercells.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. We've also got, I think I was talking about this earlier, we've got Chris Hall out there. So let's get an update from him as well. Chris, we are live on YouTube. Just looking for an update whenever you get a chance. And Zach, we are live on YouTube. Just looking for an update whenever you get a chance.
Hey, Ryan, we are in... Let me see if I can say this town's name without butchering it. Sicily Island. We're awaiting the tornado warned storm that is actually just one county to our west. We're going to try to hug the Mississippi River, as there is only 4 river crossings between Mississippi and Louisiana. And as you know, it is hard to cross them if you don't have the time. So we're going to try to stay right here and see how that storm merges out of Alexandria with this one. And we're going to be here in case it does do something. So
awesome. So that was Chris. We're going to wait on Zach. But everybody else that we've got is right here around our main storm. Brad and Nick and Caleb and Edgar, all between Colfax, Dry Prong, and Alexandria. That's where the most of the action is happening right now. If you go back down the line a little bit to the south and west, you've got a lot of storms here. In fact, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Leesville. But they're not showing as much of a sign or a signature of potential tornadic activity just yet. But big hail and some very strong winds can be expected with that. 1 inch in diameter hail, actually, and 60-mile-per-hour winds for Leesville and New Llano in Louisiana, just on the border there between Louisiana and Texas. Most of these storms are moving out of Texas.
We are just east of Colfax, heading east right now towards Pollock, Louisiana. We're going to keep east of the storm. I do have eyes on the lowering base of that storm that is confirmed. I do not see a tornado on the ground, but we do have good eyes on it. So if I see anything, I'll let you know.
All right. Sounds good. This is a live look from Hull Force 1 with Caleb. You can see the base of the storm there, really close to where Caleb is. He's looking north, so Caleb's exact location, if we can update this, Carly, is closer to Caitland, Louisiana. And he's looking north up towards McNeely. Okay, so if you know about Highway 8, he's heading up north but on Highway 8 between Caitland and Raven Camp. And you can really see the part of this storm that would be expected to produce a tornado. Also, Carly, if you can refresh his thing, it's working fine on the RTMP, but not the website now. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey Ryan, if you could pull up the radar full screen, the radar scene. There's a lot of people asking about Arkansas and so forth. The latest Storm Prediction Center update has the primary focus for tornadoes and the greatest damaging wind activity to the south and east of where we see this kind of line of precipitation at the moment. Everything behind that is now more of an it's now more in a stable environment, meaning that the tornado threat is not over, but it's very, very much reduced compared to out in front of the storms to the south and east. So we're really focused on that area, where the storms are happening, but also everything that's popping up out ahead of that. I know you had a tornado watch issued for, the southernmost line of counties in Arkansas and also northwest Louisiana near Shreveport and Bossier city there. But as it stands, I think the greatest tornado threat of the day is over for you guys in northwest Louisiana. However, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning for actually some pretty large hail, I think, in southeast Oklahoma. So there are still some severe storms that can move into the area. But right now we're watching the storms and looking at the warm sector where the warm air is streaming in, which is to the south and east.
Awesome.
Of that line right there. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much, Andy. So basically what he's saying is we've got this big line of storms here. As this moves slowly to the east, the people behind it will be less likely to have to deal with more severe weather. The people in front of it still have it coming. And that's kind of what we're looking at now. Look at how this storm to the north of Alexandria now it's like a backwards C, or it's like a C. There's nothing backwards about it. This is a huge curved storm, and this is something that actually looks pretty concerning now. And we probably need to keep a close eye on it as it starts to interact with the much larger supercell to the north. All kinds of crazy little things can happen as these mergers take place. So if we're in Ball, Pollock, Antonia, Rogers, a lot of you guys are already under a tornado warning anyways. You should already be in your safe spot. But if you needed another reason to get there, you got another storm coming in that's probably going to try to do something here very soon. We're going to see that happen multiple times. You see how this storm has just kind of grown into something much more than it was not too long ago. The closer it got to this big line of storms, that's going to happen with a lot of these mini supercells to the south as all of this energy races off to the east, northeast. So that's just kind of what we're waiting for. We're waiting for these to pop up, and we're waiting for these larger storms to kind of interact with that lower level jet and start rotating more than they are now. In the meantime, we're just going to continue to cover the tornado warnings that are ongoing, which right now it's just Grant and LaSalle, I believe, parish. And I'm sure we're going to see something with this storm here soon, the one moving up towards Creola and Ball. If you are just now tuning in and you haven't seen this yet, this is our tornado watch. All of these areas back here are really in the clear for the most part right now. Definitely don't let your guard completely down. Stay weather alert until the watch is allowed to expire. But the vast majority of the action is going to be out in front and east of that line of storms that we were talking about earlier. Yeah, we're having a little bit of an issue with getting our Storm Chaser feeds, but we've got a pretty good handle on Caleb's here in Hall Force 1. His current location is now, let's see here, he's very close to Baghdad, Louisiana. Thank you guys for sharing this on Twitter. I see it. And if you're just now tuning in, we're going to go over everything to get you up to speed here in a moment. But for now, I'm just looking for new information. There's a lot of pictures out there. There's a lot of storm chasers out there today because it's been a while since we've had any storms and everybody just wanted to go get a taste of it. But there's a lot of videos and pictures coming out of the Colfax storm. And it's very impressive. There's no tornado on it as of 2 minutes ago. But you can tell that it's trying really hard. So this is one that we'll have to watch for a significantly long period of time. The storm is horrible. This is such a dynamic storm. It looks like we've got a lot of people in chat that are actually in Louisiana. I hope you guys are doing all right. And yeah, even if you even if you get hit by, just look at the size of this thing. Even if you get hit by this and you're not in the tornadic part, or if there is no tornado at the moment that it hits you, this is going to be a long and noisy and quite impactful storm, especially if you're driving. I'd hate to be driving on Highway 165 between Georgetown and Pollock right now. That would be a nightmare. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, let's talk about this merger here coming up into the current tornado warned storm and our supercell just to the south. If these two storms come together very favorably, right now I'm looking at differential reflectivity to denote where their updrafts are. If they come together very favorably, which will happen in the next 10-15 minutes, the vorticity or the amount of spin that exists in the supercell's updraft that's north of Alexandria now will be ingested into this already massive cell to the north of it, and that could very well also cause another tornado down the line for these areas that are currently warned. So right now, all the way up till Gina and Antonia, Pollock, and so forth, I would not come out of your safe spots anytime soon because we have this dynamic situation here forming. And even though it hasn't happened yet, and it could just, it could just poof, it could be a destructive merger here, a destructive interaction, and not produce a tornado. It's good to be aware of what can happen out ahead of time because it's really difficult to predict whether or not these things will be favorable for producing another tornado or not. And it's better to know out ahead of time what we're looking for. So that's like a 10-15 minute lead time on a potential situation there.
Okay. Thank you, Andy. Just talking to Carly, who's in the production room helping us out. Like, a lot of our Storm Chaser feeds are frozen right now. We're going to get them back up. We just need to go in there and refresh them, update the link, and hit save. And we're just going to have to keep doing that. And we will not use this new system next time we go live. We'll go back to the way we were doing it before. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Grant and LaSalle Parish. We're waiting to see what's going to happen when this storm right here crashes into this much larger storm. Both of them are rotating. This one looks like it's trying to rotate a lot, actually. This one up to the north has a history of producing a tornado. So what happens whenever they do actually meet here, it'll be interesting to see, but I'm expecting there to be some sort of amplification in the outcome. So everybody between Dry Prong, Pollock, and Jenna, please get to shelter if you haven't already. And if you know anybody out there, tell them about it, okay? Is Tennessee safe? Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be some winds. Like, a lot of us, if you're in northern Mississippi, Tennessee, Kentucky, even all the way up into Illinois, Indiana, a lot of us are going to see a storm. You might not have a whole lot of lightning and thunder in some of these, but there's going to be some wind and some rain. But the severe weather, the really bad severe weather, is going to be to the south. Let me show you the outlook here, just so we can all see. We can all be on the same page. If you are in the orange area, that's going to be the enhanced risk. That's where we're most concerned about tornadoes and damaging winds tonight. That includes Alexandria, Vidalia, Fayette, Jackson, Mississippi, Canton, Mississippi, all the way up through Forest, Brookhaven, Macomb, Hattiesburg. And then the yellow goes all the way up towards Grenada and Starkville in Mississippi, and as far east as Tuscaloosa. That's where we expect some of those potentially severe damaging winds to go as we go into the overnight period tonight. But notice how we just have that marginal and general thunderstorm risk all the way up through Memphis and then, Louisville, up towards Indianapolis. It's going to rain, but it's not going to do much else, okay? Some strong winds certainly could be associated with this, but not as much. Compact trackable, I guess, severe weather up there. Yeah, if you guys want to send in stuff, we're still on Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, at Ryan Hall, y'all. Pictures, videos, reports, tag me in things you think would be newsworthy or useful for the audience to know. I would really appreciate it. That's at Ryan Hall, y'all.
I'm talking to somebody that's driving a light heavy car at the Quick Trip, and she says she's not the one that called. Stand by.
They are now merging. Yep. Just waiting on the frames to come in. A very favorable merger. It seems, I mean, like everything looks like it's lining up the way that you think it should. But we'll see what happens here. It doesn't change the fact that we're all still under a tornado warning. Pollock, Rogers, Whitehall, Jenna, Somerville. Take shelter now if you're in any of those places in Louisiana. If you guys hear chatter behind me, that's just various scanner frequencies. If that's distracting for you, I can turn that off. It's just I'm listening to it, so I figured you guys might as well. I know it's low and it's hard to, you can't really listen to it while I'm talking, but here's another mesoscale discussion. The threat for severe thunderstorms capable of all severe hazards, including tornadoes, is expected later this afternoon and evening. So look, probably another tornado watch is going to come out here soon for portions of Mississippi. Aaron, thank you so much for that. Yeah. Cardi Lee, thanks for the 10 gifted. We appreciate you. Something's definitely happening down here. A little bit of contamination that has me concerned about, what is this going to look like when this actually starts doing the real thing, and are we going to see it? Still, I'd be watching very closely in Rogers and Nebo, Louisiana. Hopefully, you're already in your safe spot. North Carolina, you're good in North Carolina. Yeah, we are. There's a bunch of reports coming in of tree damage along the path of this storm that is not even close to where we saw the reports of, or the confirmed tornado on radar. So that tells me there's probably at least 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts all throughout this supercell, maybe even higher than that. And Carly, if you you can hear me, Caleb and Chris's feet are both working fine. You might just want to go back to the RTMP, or you've got to figure out how to get in there and click the play button or refresh. Oof. Very, very interesting interaction going on here with this storm in Louisiana. It does look like it's about to go crazy, and especially from not only from what we can see on radar, but some of the pictures and videos that are coming in from some of our storm chasers as well. Caleb's in Hull Force 1. Now, good location for him would be Ball, Louisiana. And you can't currently see the storm. He's getting ready to turn around in a way where we can, I believe. But once he gets up the road here just a little bit more, we're going to see the actual base of this storm, where the two kind of rotating parts are going to crash into each other. It should be an interesting sight. All right, Carly, we're just going to have to go back to RTMP. Because Nick, Caleb, Zach, and Chris are all still on the web link. At least from what I see on my end. Is there any rotation? Yeah, there's definitely rotation. We expect it to increase as this merger continues, though. So it's going to happen right here between Pollock and Rogers. Yeah, you can see something's trying to happen here. What we're going to look for is an area of the green and red really close to each other. All right, so we can see the inflow coming in through the reds and the brighter reds, and you can see some of the rear flank, some of the downdraft winds coming behind the storms with the greens and the grays. So that's what we're looking for. But there is a lot of interference or contamination that we have to look past as well. So we don't want to get too carried away when we see some of these returns. Usually whenever we look at the correlation coefficient as well and we see a big blue area like this, we might think that that's debris, but this could also be clear air. The correlation coefficient shows us where things are different, right? If you've got a huge area in the sky where there's a bunch of raindrops, that's all going to show up as like a similar color because all the things correlate in size. But then if you throw in bricks or large hail, the color is going to change because those are different. That's a different size than the raindrops. But even just clear air, just nothing in the air is different than, raindrops. So that can even show up sometimes as a signature. So we've got to look past all of the mistakes, I guess, that the radar can make here and try our best to discern what's actually going on. The easiest way to do this, though, if you're just a concerned resident down here in Louisiana, is just don't care. Like don't worry about it and get to shelter. All right, it's better to be safe than sorry, because this is a nasty storm and it's going to do something here soon. Okay, it looks like we're getting some of our feeds back. No CC drop as we can see yet. Brad Arnold's right in the middle of the merger. Brad, you're right in the middle of this thing. You see anything interesting on top of you yet? And Carly, if we can get Brad back.
Ryan, as of right now, I'm not. I'm noticing that little appendage to the west of Rogers, so I'm trying to get a good view of that. But as of right now, no. Very low clouds, foggy conditions, and very heavy rain, but no tornadoes just yet. But I'm hoping we can get a view of this one pretty soon. It's definitely ramping up.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just watching current things here in western Louisiana near Leesville in Vernon Parish. We have a convergence signature that's now kind of edging over to rotation here just east of Burr Ferry. So I'm watching that one specifically because on the latest hourly mesoanalysis, it's now finally entering the area of greater helicity as well in the low and mid levels, right as you cross the state line into Louisiana from Texas. So looks like this will be another storm of concern over the next hour. It will track pretty close to Alexandria again, so perhaps it'll go a little bit to the south of the city there in Rapides Parish. But if it does track over some of the same areas, then we could also have a slight concern for flooding as well, as we've seen multiple storms go through the same areas. And then to talk more about all these small storms here, all these mini supercells that haven't quite, matured yet and gotten going, it's because there's a lot of really dry air aloft, maybe 5-6 miles above your head down here in Lafayette and Opelousas. Down there, you got really dry air aloft. So when the storm grows up and matures, essentially, all the cloud mass up there is just encountering very dry air. That dry air is getting mixed into it and preventing it from really exploding, essentially. So storms are going to stay small down there, it looks like, in southern Louisiana. And your Goldilocks zone that you pointed out earlier, the stream, Ryan, is really where we're going to see, I think, the most action, especially still well past sundown into the nighttime hours, and unfortunately in this radar hole in southwest Mississippi until we get closer to Jackson later on tonight.
Yeah, nothing we hate more than a radar hole. And unfortunately, we're going to be dealing with that tonight. Also, nothing you hate more than nighttime tornadoes, high precipitation supercells, radar holes, and heavily wooded areas. Add all those things together in November, and we've got exactly what's happening tonight in portions of Louisiana and Mississippi. So very dangerous situation here, and we're going to be with you all night. All of our storm chasers have pretty much all coincided in the area between Natchez and Alexandria. So we're going to get a lot of angles of this merger that's happening here. And also, let me just double check myself. Yeah, we're also going to see that storm pass by our probes as well. Let me show you this real quick before we get back into the radar analysis. This is a live look from Hall Force 1. Which is now still near Ball, Louisiana, 69-degree dew point where Caleb is there. But let me show you our probes that we've dropped off here. We've got one up towards Newellton, Louisiana, and look at this. The dew point has went up 4 degrees since the last time we've checked this. So that moisture is really starting to increase. And this is right along the path of, it's in our Goldilocks zone, okay? It's downstream. It's where we think these storms are eventually going to go. It'll probably be a little bit south of this, but still, you can see that the environment is increasing.
Just to the north of Rogers, major inflow into the storm. I think a tornado is probably imminent very, very soon.
Okay, so that was Brad Arnold. Brad Arnold is near Rogers, Louisiana. He just called out and says he sees a funnel cloud, and we've got his stream up here. It's choppy, but you can see right here, that's our rotation, and it looks like a tornado is going to be forming very soon, probably somewhere near Rogers. So you're already under a tornado warning. I really hope everybody's already in their safe spot.
There are no roads for us to get southeast to Rogers, so we're going to have to go up to Jenna and then cut down to, looks like Walters, to be able to see it. So hopefully it'll trend a little bit further northeast, so that way we can get a better viewing of it. Right now, we're blocked off by the rain up in the core of it, though.
Okay. All right. So it does look like a tornado is imminent here near Rogers. Get to shelter now. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, that'll go just toward Whitehall, south of Gina, I think, there through Nebo here in LaSalle Parish or LaSalle Parish. And also, I wanted to say about that storm is if you look at it from the Jackson radar, very far away, it's got very strong rotation far up into the storm, so it has support aloft and could definitely, again, that vorticity has been conserved essentially as this merger occurred. And unfortunately, we're seeing the potential results of that now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. Guys, this looks like a very a serious situation unfolding here for Whitehall. This is the kind of thing that we thought could happen, you know, earlier today. This is why we had the enhanced risk, and now it's game time. If you are watching, if you've been, awaiting the storms, now is the time to do all of the things that we talk about on such a regular basis. Get underground. Put as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. Get in a storm shelter if you can. You guys, I'm sure you've seen the videos that I've been doing on the Survive a Storm storm shelter. That is the kind of structure that you need to get to if you're above ground. But if you can get underground, that's the best way to do it, or a closet or a bathroom, if that's all you've got. Also, stay off the roads. We don't want to be traveling anywhere, especially on Highway 127 between Gina and Catahoula Lake, I think, and Magnolia. That is pretty much exactly where this thing is going to cross near Nebo. And Andy's got another update for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, right. And just to clarify for scientific accuracy, I'm currently only working off that upper level meso, as what we're looking at, closer to the surface here is a bunch of contamination from the radar side low contam. So currently only working with the storm rotating aloft until we get a clear radar image here or an update from Brad. All
right. Sounds good. Thank you, Andy. That's why it's so important that we have our storm chasers. Once again, Brad Arnold's right in the middle of it. Nick Gorman should have a pretty good view of it. Who else? Who else we got? Caleb is going to have a good view of it. I'm going to pull up another thing here as well. I'm sorry for it's really not that bad. Like, we can see the storm chaser feeds. It's just not as smooth. It's not as nice as it normally is. But I'm going to pull up another version of this so we can go to it if we need to. Just bear with me here. Okay. All right. All right, just bear with me. And then also, I've got a couple of buttons I got to push over here on the other computer. So while I do that, if you're in Northwest Georgia, fan of the channel, Adeline WX has an update for us.
Hello everyone, my name is Adeline Spears and I'm coming to you live here from Northwest Georgia, where we are experiencing some rather breezy conditions today. Breeze is quite an under-defining word for what is happening right now.
Be right back. Is that not working?
We're seeing winds of around 15 miles
That's not
per
going to
hour.
work. I'm sorry. I'm sharing it on Twitter, though. Andy, do you care to just say a few words while I take care of something?
Okay, I got you. Okay, guys. Currently, once again, if you're just joining, we will be here for very many hours into the night. We can have nighttime tornadoes. In fact, I'm actually very concerned about the outlook for the Jackson, Mississippi area and down I-55 corridor. Later tonight, some of the wind speeds as you go up in the atmosphere above your head look quite dramatic, we get that low-level jet ramping up in the evening hours here. So I do want to emphasize that, you know, whenever if we don't have a tornado warning ongoing with the storm that we're watching at any point, the day is not over by any means. I expect a tornado watch to be issued downstream for parts of southwest Mississippi into central Mississippi. So yeah, down the line, do expect to see that on your phone if you're watching from those areas now, or you know somebody there. You could tell them ahead of time and be like, hey, you're probably going to see a tornado watch if you live over here in Natchez, Brookhaven, up through Jackson, Mississippi, even Vicksburg. So expect that, and we'll be here to cover it.
All right. Thank you so much, Andy. Yeah, I've got Adeline's update on Twitter. Also, we got a update from Zach, so let's check back in with him. What was that, Zach? I didn't hear you. Go ahead. I think he just was just asking to talk.
Ryan, I am currently approaching Jonesville, Louisiana. Kind of played it patient and waited for this thing to get east because there's not a whole lot of road networks down there. It looks like it means business for the moment. I'm going to head west, see what I can see, and position up and track back to the east if this thing gets close to the Mississippi River.
That sounds like a good plan. Sounds like a very good plan. He's a little bit farther back. It looks like that was definitely the right move. It's taken a while for these things to do what we thought they would do, but it's doing it. This storm up here, the one that Brad's near, is still rotating. It's still looking pretty menacing. It's going through several different phases of, you know, formation here. If it finds a good balance, we're probably going to see something come out of this one. So we need you to stay in your safe spots in Whitehall. But look at this. Another situation, another storm is right here south of Alexandria that's going to loft up to the north and do a similar thing. That could be the one that you know, produces a stronger storm. We do still have that area of rotation back towards Leesville. We have multiple areas of rotation with that storm near Newton in Texas, getting ready to cross over into Mississippi. So it's kind of just a waiting game right now. We know that this whole line of storms is producing damaging winds and lots of different rotating areas. We're just waiting for those warnings to come out and to tell you where exactly the worst of it's happening. So Andy, you got something for us?
Yeah, Ryan, something else I'm noting of this storm here is actually the increase in lightning activity. I was looking at it on Radar Omega to see all of the lightning activity as this merger happened. You could see beforehand there's a few strikes here and there, but now there's like 20, 30, probably way more strikes than what Radar Omega is showing there. But what's been detected so far is definitely a strengthening storm. One that's probably dropping quite a bit of hail because this radar here from Fort Polk is showing a lot of beam filling past the part of the storm. So I think it's
Ryan,
got a lot of hail suspended up in the updraft, and this is just a steadily strengthening storm. Once we see that hail maybe disappear a little bit, we could see a trend towards tornado genesis or the attempt to produce a tornado with all of the spin that the storm currently has. So this is a concerning situation even still.
All right. We got an update from Chris as well. Yeah, what's up, Chris? This is Chris Hall.
Man, we are coming in from the east side of Jonesville, and out in the distance, it is continuous cloud to ground lightning. I've noticed a uptick in lightning in the last 5 minutes on it, but we should have a view if the link's back working on your all's end. Should have a view of it here in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, we've got you. We've got Chris's feed up. It's not good, and it's not your fault, Chris. It's our fault. I don't know what we've got to do in there, Carly. Carly is working hard to try to figure it out, but we've got to keep trying. We've got to keep refreshing, doing whatever we can, because we're getting ready to get to a moment where all of these guys are likely going to be in a very close vicinity to a tornado, and we want to be able to bring that to you guys so you know exactly where it is. It's a lot more impactful to look at an actual video feed than it is to, all of these colors on the radar. So that's what we're trying to do here. Boy. come back to the radar. William said, "I want to I wanted to say thanks for everything that y'all do. I wanted to know if the radar hole is anywhere near Jackson. Should I get off the road? I'm traveling to Memphis." Well, it depends, I guess. Like, if how important is your trip? If it's not that important, I definitely would postpone that. The radar hole is not necessarily in Jackson, but the area between there's a lot of radar hole between Jackson and Memphis. Okay, so it is going to be hard to see exactly what's going on. The radar hole we're specifically talking about, though, is the southwestern Mississippi one. So, yeah, there's a lot of radar holes out here. But if you're traveling anywhere in Louisiana or Mississippi tonight, I would definitely reconsider that if it's at all possible. If you do have to travel, just keep us with you, and we'll try to make sure you don't make the wrong turn. I don't. We'll try to get you through it as best as we can. Jackie G, thank you. We might even, I don't know. I don't know what else we can do about the Storm Chaser feeds, Carly. As soon as we get Riley in here, that you need to get his attention and try to attack that. Oh, by the way, guys, even though we can't see the feeds as good as we would like to here today, you guys can. If you have the Radar Omega app, you can just click on Brad Arnold's feed, and you can have it in your app. Like, it's that simple. You guys have got it. Most of you already have it on your phone. Open it up. There's 140 of you watching right now in the Radar Omega app. Brad Arnold's feed. Also, our very own Caleb Beecham, his feed out there in Hall Force 1. It's there. And also several other Storm Chasers and, stationary sites. So if you don't have Radar Omega, there's a link in the description. They're a big supporter of the channel. So you should definitely support them since they support us. Best radar weather app on the market by far. There is nothing that's even close as far as custom mobility and all that cool stuff goes, and live Storm Chaser tracking. So Radar Omega. Saving the day today. Looks like they went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning out in front of the tornado warning, just because there's a pretty big hail core in the forward flank, and also probably some strong winds for Harrisonburg, Clayton, Faraday, all the way over towards St. Joseph in Cannonsburg in Mississippi. We've got 1.25 inch in diameter hail and 60 mile per hour winds expected over the next 62 minutes. Still got a ton of inflow coming into our storm near Whitehall. This thing is trying so hard to rotate in a way that could produce a tornado. I don't think it's doing it yet. But there's nothing stopping this thing, so it's going to continue to try all the way up towards Harrisonburg and Waterproof and Clayton, and the farther north and east it goes. And the later we go into the day, the better chance it's going to have to do that. So we're watching that one closely. And we've got even more information on that from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Actually, Ryan, I'm going to tell you about the other storm that's south of Leesville, Louisiana, in Vernon Parish, west of the Fort Polk radar. currently a tornado ongoing with that one actually unwarned at the moment. So that has just touched down and started doing damage. It's very small at the moment. I believe it's probably a very weak tornado. You can see the velocity is barely there, but it's right where the hook is. We've got solid evidence of a dropped or a lowered correlation coefficient there. So I would not be surprised if this is issued, or this has a tornado warning issued for it in Vernon Parish, out ahead for Hicks, Slagle or Slagle, Simpson, and Leander there in the Fort Polk area. So we'll see if that does get a warning from the National Weather Service. But I do have reason to believe that something is ongoing there. It is in the right place with all variables lining up.
Okay, thank you, Andy. Guys, meteorologist Andy Hill just pointed out to us that this supercell here, even though it doesn't look quite traditional on radar from our vantage point and how close we are to the radar, you can see very clearly here that we've got something going on here, and it lines up with the hook, and it lines up with this area of a decreased correlation with our correlation coefficient. So that's a pretty good indicator that there could be a tornado on the ground here. Once again, no warning from the National Weather Service. That will probably come. But if we're in Leesville, if we're in North Fort Polk, Slagle, any of these places, we need to be potentially getting to shelter if you are interested in being hyper safe today. And of course, when that warning comes through, you'll know here within a couple of seconds of it happening. So just keep watching that crawl in the bottom, and Andy will continue to update us on that one as it develops. We're also watching probably another tornado or a tornadic, it's the kind of storm, come together down here near Newton, or between Newton and Knight in Louisiana. So this one is also starting to get that look. If I'm in Evans and Knight and Burr Ferry in Louisiana, I am definitely watching out. All of these storms down here are eventually going to try to become problems. The most problematic tiny mini supercell right now looks to be to the south and east of Alexandria. It's probably going to do a very similar thing to what we saw earlier as it lofts up towards Rogers and, kind of phases in or collides with this line of storms, and we're just going to see these rotating areas travel over one particular zone over and over again as we go through the night. It is slowly going to transfer off to the south and east, but right now there's a pretty specific Goldilocks zone for where the tornadic conditions are possible or favorable, I should say. The tornado warning that we have right now and the big merger that's already happened, it's currently going through Whitehall. We don't have any reports of an ongoing tornado right now, but that can happen at any time. I expect that we're going to see a new tornado warning issued here soon for Manifest, Harrisonsburg, and Jonesville. But we'll see. We'll see what happens as we get new radar updates in. Yeah, all these storms are so unique in their appearance on radar. This one right here, very easily overlooked. It's definitely something's going on there. But once again,
Hey, Ron, you have a copy again?
that's Chris Hall. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Hey, man, we are just to the south of Jonesville. Like I was saying, a very, very significant lightning uptick. Definitely feel the inflow flowing into this. And we also, I think we see way back in there, we can see a bit of a lowering in this. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning right now, though, Ron. We're going to sit here for just a minute and watch it. And we're going to have to shoot back east to get across the river. But, yeah.
All right. So that's an update from Chris, who is very close to our Whitehall storm. Okay, so this is a view from him. I don't know if it's frozen right now or not, but he's got a lot of lightning in front of him, and you can see that very clearly on Radar Omega as well. A lot of you guys are following along with this app, and you can turn on the lightning and you can see how frequent it is here, even in the areas where we don't see like a really dense hail core or precipitation zone. Notice how like a lot of that is back here in the pinks and purples, but even out here in some of the seemingly clearer air closer to the base of the storm, we've got a lot of lightning activity out there as well. That was Nick. Yeah, go ahead, Nick. Nick Gorman.
Yeah, we're currently trying to keep up with that storm. We also noticed that uptick in lightning and the input's picking up. There's also quite a bit of chaser convergence on this one highway, so we're lagging behind.
Yeah, lots of chasers out there tonight. And hey, guys, that's another reason to stay off the roads. If you don't have to be on the roads tonight, there's a bunch of crazy people following these storms around, looking at the sky. All right, so I wouldn't be driving around down there if I didn't have to. Add on top of that torrential rains, hail. It's deer season, right? Like there's deer running around everywhere. Absolutely, probably the worst time ever to be on the roads in Louisiana or Mississippi tonight. Okay, new tornado watch. This one's going to go until 11 p.m. Central. A few tornadoes likely, isolated hail up to ping pong size, scattered gusts up to 70 miles per hour. This is all going to be possible as far north as Yazoo City and Canton and Philadelphia, Mississippi, but especially around Natchez, Brookhaven, Laurel, and Jackson, Mississippi, and then maybe even as far south as Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So add another 2.5 million people to the risk zone here. 2.5 million people now under the gun until 11 p.m. Central tonight. Why do you use different colors for the polygons? So I like using purple or pink for the, what's it called? The tornado warnings, because it stands out. Usually whenever there's a tornado ongoing and we look at it on radar, what we have is red. Okay, we have a lot of red on the radar already. So adding a red polygon on top of that isn't as, you can't see it as well. It doesn't stand out. It doesn't seem as important. So we make that a purple. It makes more sense. And then also the severe warnings, a lot of times we see a lot of yellow on the radar around those. So we make that red. So we try to just elevate the colors one tier above like whatever we might see a lot on the reflectivity. And it's the way that we've been doing it for a long time. So people who have been tuning in to us for a while now would be very confused if we ever tried to change that. And I like it the way it is.
Contact information for 30 11
All right, new location for Caleb and Hall Force 1. Carly is going to be Eden, Louisiana, Eden. And here's a live view. For some reason, the state-of-the-art live streaming
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Hall Force 1 is frozen, right? But the cheap little weatherproof IP camera on the tornado probe in the bed of the truck is working flawlessly. I don't know what that's about, but this is a live view from the bed of Hall Force 1 looking up into the sky, but you can see some really interesting stuff going on there. That low-level jet is definitely picking up. And then we've also got a probe strapped to a telephone pole a little bit to the north of that. This one's going to be up there near Tallulah. You're going to see that storm move in. This is facing west, so we'll see that move in here in a minute. And then we've got another probe. It looks like it's off right now, though, so we'll try to get it back on. But it's near Winsboro and Newellton, Louisiana. Something new that we're trying out. We want to get to a point where we can just strap cameras to every telephone pole everywhere. That way we never have a storm that we miss visually, right? We don't have to rely on the radar all the time. Yeah, the parameter space, like what's happening out there as far as, are the ingredients in place for tornadoes? The answer is yes. In fact, some of those parameters are really high. Like it seems like there could be some strong tornadoes tonight. So far, we haven't seen any of these storms properly take advantage of all of the, I guess, the nadir juice that's in place. So we'll see if that starts to change here. As once again, it's starting to get dark here in East Kentucky. It does that pretty early now, as we're in November. As the sun starts to go down, once we get past the peak surface heating time of the day, we are probably going to see those low-level jet winds start to increase, at least for a brief period of time. And that's when I'm most concerned about these storms potentially causing much bigger problems than what they are right now. But they are causing big problems. If I'm in Jonesville or Harrisonburg, Louisiana, tornado or not, man, this thing's about to cause some problems here. Look at that. Look at the blacks on the radar. Look at all the lightning. That's definitely got some hail. That's got some strong damaging winds. Some, flash flooding even could happen with a storm like this. So if you're on Highway 124 between Harrisonburg and Jonesville, things are about to get really rough. That's also going to happen in Clayton and Waterproof as well. Add on top of that, this storm's got a history of producing a tornado. It's still rotating. We're probably going to see a new tornado warning here soon. So just be ready for that in eastern Louisiana. TM Smith, thanks for becoming a member. Matt, thanks for the super chat. Philadelphia says, I appreciate the coverage and all you do. I've been watching since 2022. Hope to be like you someday. Philadelphia, thank you. Thank you so much for that. You're going to be way better than me one day. All of your cameras will work. All of your audio levels will be set before you start the stream. I know it's going to happen. That's all it takes. Still looking at the rotation on this storm back to the north of Maryville, Louisiana. It's not picking up. It's not getting as it's not like exponentially ramping up. I'm seeing a very gradual increase in the intensity of a lot of these storms right now, which is good news. Hopefully we can see it coming whenever the next one decides to spin up a tornado. Big time inflow coming into the storm here as it approaches Jonesville. This is our main one that we've been watching for a while. Between Walters and Jonesville, it does look like another attempt at a new tornado may try to happen here. So make sure we're ready for that in Jonesville, Frogmore, and Dunbarton in Louisiana. We're getting close to the Mississippi border now. Let's go back to our probes. And this is an interesting view. This is this probe number 2 is on Highway 65 near Tallulah, okay? And what you're looking at here, if I go back to the radar, you're looking at this storm, okay? And that's what that looks like there. So that is coming towards the Highway 65 corridor near Mansford and Talibena. So if you're in Tallulah or Richmond in Louisiana, this is what's coming for you. You can see a little bit of a shelf cloud there. Lots of lightning activity with it as well. Yeah, we got tired of like scouring the internet for free like weather cams and tower cams and stuff. So we're just throwing a bunch of them in the back of Caleb's truck and having him hammer them to trees. and like he's gonna go back and get them and bring them back so we can reuse them next time, hopefully, as long as they don't get damaged. Charlie, thanks for becoming an extreme risker. Brad Arnold is in one heck of a storm right now. The Nader Navigators sent us this video. It says near Gina or Gina. Jenna, Louisiana. You can see the little lowering there. Thanks for sending that in. Remember, y'all, you can send me videos and pictures at Ryan Hall, y'all, on X. Don't do that, though, unless you can do so safely and from the comfort of your home. Andy, go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I started watching this storm that's coming into view, finally, of the Jackson radar. Well, I mean, we're still looking at it over a mile above the surface, but west of Vicksburg, Mississippi, just west of the river in Tallulah, just like you were talking about. From the Jackson radar, you can see that rotation actually starting to stick out there. I think we've got a rear flank downdraft surge just south of I-20 in Madison Parish. So if this tightens up just a bit, wouldn't be surprised if there was a tornado warning in the near term with that. So we'll have to watch the trend on that cell right there.
Wow. Yeah. So there's your rotation. I just had to change the radar site there. You couldn't really see this from the other vantage point, but you've got a little bit of rotation here. You can see how things are trying to curl up on the reflectivity. And you can also see the structure of the storm very well from our probe. We'll go back to that. Probe number 2 here. That's your storm. My goodness, Caleb nailed it with the location of this one. That rotating part of this storm is going to cross right over the very tree that this is taped to. So there you go. Current temperature out in front of the storm, 70 degrees, dew point 62, humidity 75. Currently winds coming out of the storm from the west to at 6.5 miles per hour. So we'll see that update over the next little bit. I think every 30 seconds or so we'll get an update on that. But there's a live look at the storm coming in to Tallulah and Richmond, Louisiana. That road that we're looking at there, you see cars go by every once in a while, is Highway 65 on the northern side of town. Very, very interesting stuff.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're getting east out of Jonesville. We're going to try to cross the bridge into Mississippi. That storm has some tree-hugging clouds, definitely some low-hanging clouds, and still producing a lot of very strong cloud-to-ground lightning.
All right, that was an update from Chris. I tell you what, Carly, one of these, maybe Nick, let's put probe 2 in its place. Like let's put one of the probes in our main 6. We've got Pettis Weather out there watching from Nashville. It says rate the setup. 8 out of 10. 9 out of 10. That's great. That's awesome. You got the more screens, the better. Yeah, and if you haven't done so yet, please consider sharing our stream because things are still ramping up. As of right now, we don't have any tornado warnings. They've all been allowed to expire, but I do expect we will see more of those as time goes on. So, if you know anybody in Vicksburg, Jackson, Mississippi, Utica, Mississippi, Hazelhurst, anywhere like that, let them know what's going on, and we're going to be here with them through the majority of the night. Yeah, I'm still looking through. You guys are sending a lot of stuff on Twitter. I'm just trying to make sure I see it all and digest it all here. Yeah, it's getting It's getting moist out there. A lot of 70-degree dew points showing up. And once again, this is a live look from our probe that's right out there near the Richmond and Tallulah storm. The most crisp and clear picture of the day. Let me zoom out here and take you through the radar and just go through the warnings that we have right now, kind of one at a time. And then we'll go back into just looking at chat and all that stuff and waiting for the next warning. But this is our farthest west severe thunderstorm warning right now is way up here in Oklahoma, southeastern Oklahoma, way behind the main action. We've got some little renegade sails that have popped up with some hail. This one near Clayton is dropping 1 inch in diameter hail, moving over towards Neshoba and Divide. Wouldn't be surprised to see a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings tonight in southeastern Oklahoma, maybe even into western portions of Arkansas as well. Other than that, though, associated with our main storm system, the one that we've been watching all evening, we've got down here south and west of Leesville, Rose Pine is under a severe thunderstorm warning. That also includes Pinewood and Savage Fork. That's going to bring about 1 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Beyond that, our biggest and most impactful severe thunderstorm right now is the one that's going between Harrisonsburg and Jonesville. This is the one that's tried very hard to produce a tornado multiple times already, and it's continuing to try to do so as it goes towards Clayton, Faraday, and Waterproof. With or without a tornado, you're going to have 1.25 inch in diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds in places like Vidalia and St. Joseph, right along the Mississippi River there. No severe thunderstorm warning on the storm that's coming into Tallulah and Vicksburg right now, but I do believe that that's a pretty strong storm. We're going to watch what happens with that one as it crosses over our probe here shortly. But yeah, definitely watch out for that. Could be some strong wind gusts with that. Just had an incredibly visible cloud-to-ground lightning strike on Brandon Clement's feed there. He is near Buckeye, Louisiana. So there's just an incredible amount of lightning with these storms. So that's something that we've been noticing. As far as rotation goes right now, just an absolutely incredible amount of inflow. Still not seeing any tight rotation in that storm. The rotation that was associated with the Leesville storm has let up a lot. And same thing for the storm that's approaching night. So hopefully that trend continues, but it probably won't. And that's why we're here. Oh, here's Zach's view of the supercell east of Jonesville, Louisiana. Absolute unit of a supercell, he says. Looks like winds are picking up pretty good there near our probe, near Tallulah, just to the west of Vicksburg. And the rain's picking up as well. David Robbins, thank you for the super chat. Charlie, thanks for becoming an Extreme Risk member. Carson, you as well. Trevor Cornbread Smith, thank you. Love your name. Thanks for all the support, guys. I know it's been a while. It's been a while since we've done this. Here's this video from Chris Hall, y'all. This holy cow. East of Jonesville. I wonder if we've got audio on that. Oh, wow. I think that's, you know what's crazy? I'm going to have to go back and play it back. I don't know if I have it recorded anywhere. But I think that's the exact strike that I saw through Brandon Clement's stream that I was talking about earlier. Would be hard to tell, but when it comes to lightning strikes, they all look pretty similar, but that one definitely looks like the one that I saw. But yeah, these guys are all around this storm near Jonesville. If you're in Faraday, you're going to feel that inflow here soon. Winds are going to pick up big time. It's going to get super moist. Skies are going to get very dark. You're going to hear probably one of the louder thunderstorms you've heard in a while. And then, you know, it's going to come over you and either produce something like just a really strong windstorm with some hail, or we could have a tornado trying to form here. We got a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I believe that's going to be, yeah, that's going to be our storm that we're watching here, moving into Clayton and Faraday. So that's considerable because it's going to have up to 1.75 inch in diameter hail. So big time damaging hailstorm about to happen in Faraday and Clayton. Get ready for that. And we've got a severe thunderstorm warning on our Tallulah and Vicksburg storm as well. 60-mile-an-hour winds expected up there, all along I-20. Looks pretty tame from our probe, but honestly, there's nothing in the field of view. You know what we need to do? Anytime we tape a camera to the tree in the future, we need to stick a flag in the ground in front of it. I mean, hey, especially if there's nothing else going on. Maximum gust that this weather station has recorded so far has been 20 miles per hour. But it does look like the storm is gaining intensity as it moves towards Vicksburg. Yeah, these storms will make it to Alabama, but they're not going to be as intense as they are right now. Biggest threat in Alabama is going to be wind late tonight. Here's a broader look at both of the tornado watches that are currently in effect. Yeah, we've been working a lot on there's like multiple different aspects of the stream that we are working on improving. We weren't done. So like there's a lot of stuff that we're just kind of, you know, we're having to use this time, and then the next time it'll be a lot better. And that includes the infrastructure that all the Storm Chaser feeds sit on. Yeah, something that we can try too, Carly, is for people like Chris, as long as there's not like a bunch of graphics overlaying it, we can try the YouTube feed.
Attention all units, Churchwell Parade, respond to an EMS call, 299 Henry Spangler Road, 299 Henry Spangler, finger explains your call from a possible stroke.
Do you want me to, Carly said, do you want me to put probe 1? Well, probe 1 is blank to me. Is there anything on probe 1? Or are you talking about 3? If you're talking about 3, we might as well. Zach and Brandon's feed's doing really well right now. Honestly, the only one I can think of that we could replace is Caleb's. And then if we need to show that, I can just go to... I can go to the, like this. I can go to my own, you know? But Caleb's has been froze for a long time on my end. I hope that this system doesn't ramp up and we don't get a bunch of tornadoes tonight, because this is going to serve as a beautiful test for some different things. But unfortunately, the reality is that it's likely that things are going to continue to ramp up. This is another look from Storm Chaser Brandon Clement, which I don't know if he's still in Buckeye. Carly, if you could check on that for me. But if he is, that's a crazy looking storm there. I'm pretty sure he's probably closer to Elkhorn in Louisiana, and we're looking at the base of the considerable severe storm that we've been tracking for such a long time. It's just gone past Jonesville now. Now it's moving towards Clayton and Faraday.
Did y'all get the radio situation figured out, what we need to get? I think they're hammering it down. I'm hoping that we can get one of those.
Still just seeing a lot of inflow as, you know, we continue to try to look for the rotation in that storm. Not really seeing it, but it's such a huge, nasty mess of a storm, and it's getting pretty far away from the radar, so it's hard to tell exactly what's going on there. So I take it Dallas is in the clear? Yes, Dallas is in the clear now. Earlier today, there was a chance for some stronger storms, but pretty much anybody west of this line of storms that we're tracking is in the clear.
So I kind of heard that John left us, did he? I didn't know he did. How'd you hear this?
Ryan, are you covering tomorrow? It's possible, but not likely. Just in case anybody doesn't know, the criteria for a Ryan Hall Y'all live stream, and we have to do this because, I mean, we have, you know, we send people thousands of miles in vehicles, and you know, there's a lot of things that have to happen for one of these live streams to happen in a way that's helpful, in my opinion. So like we have to put a criteria, a threshold in place to decide which storms we're going to tackle in a live format. But the criteria right now, as far as severe weather goes, is a 10% hatched tornado risk. As long as that's there from the Storm Prediction Center, and we agree and we believe that you know, there's going to be some favorable parameters in place for tornadoes, we're going to go live. And if that happens tomorrow, we may do that. I'm not convinced that that will happen tomorrow, though.
You know, he checks pretty much any message that comes across, because you never know who it's going to be from or what it's going to be about, or it could be job related. So it was, you know, distracting him from doing his job there. But no, he's not going at all by any means.
Personally, I would like to go live for every single rain shower. It's just, I prefer this format over the videos that we do for the most part, because the videos take so long, and like I don't know. The live stream it's fun. But what we found out and what I truly believe is that if we do live streams all the time, if every time there's ever a thunderstorm anywhere, we go live, the appeal of the live stream goes down. So we help less people. Like whenever, right now, anytime we go live, you know that something bad is probably going to happen. So there's it's a stimulus, right? People pay attention. And we've been able to help, countless people through really some of the worst storms that America has seen in the last, 5 years or so because of that. But if every time you came and you saw that the Ryan Hall Y'all channel was live and we were just talking about a rain shower and like nothing was going on, then what if you're just a casual, like regular everyday person, why would you tune in on a day where there's 80 tornadoes? Like, you don't know the difference if you're our target audience. We're trying to reach people who don't normally pay attention to the weather, right? So we've just got to, we're trying to make sure that we're here at the right time and only at the right times, which is hard. There's definitely some days where tornadoes look like they're like there's definitely going to be a bunch of tornadoes, and then there isn't. And there's days where it looks like there's not going to be any tornadoes, and then there is. So we're just doing our best, and we're trying to get better every week, every month. Yeah, the low-level jet is really starting to crank now. I do expect that things are going to ramp up here momentarily. I'm especially interested / concerned in this storm and what I'm seeing between Clayton and Faraday. Still just a major hailstorm. That's the main threat right now, but it does look like it's trying to crank. It's trying to turn a little bit.
Now where the antenna's at, and that one ham radio you stuck in there, that thing works great and sounds good on, I guess it's on medium power, ain't it? It's on low 2, I'm thinking. It's not on full bore. You might even be on low 1, I don't know. But it's easy to change power with that button.
Maybe do extra streams on the extra channel. Yeah, we've considered that. That's something that we might do too. The extra channel is great because even if we don't go live, anytime there's ever like a slight risk of severe weather, we at least do one of those 5 to 8 minute videos where we talk about it and let you know ahead of time what we expect to happen.
I got the mobile repeater out, the A-Win mobile repeater, making sure it still works and it still fires up and works good. It's actually got electrical
That one
battery power up and portable antenna.
says, Ryan, as someone who practically fits in that criteria to a T outside of figuring out how hot or cold it is, I mostly don't pay attention to the weather. Your streams get my attention. So yeah, that's what we're trying to do. It works. And yeah, that's the plan going forward. But I swear, every time we're in the middle of this major upgrade thing where we're changing stuff out because we expect it to be quiet, you plan this stuff out months in advance. It's right then when a surprise stream pops up and then everything doesn't work. But things are going well today. I don't want to talk to. Like, things are going well. Like, we're doing a good job. We've got everything covered here. There's just not much else going on other than that. And this.
A new tornado
Grant
warning
Parish
has
and
been
LaSalle
issued.
Parish in Louisiana has a new tornado warning. I would be very surprised if that wasn't for that. But we'll see that polygon pop up here momentarily. Okay, it's not for that. Look at this. Right there. That tornado warning was issued for this area of rotation, just to the south and west of Little Creek, to the north of Antonia. So tornado warning for Searcy, Gina, Somerville. All you guys need to get back into your safe spots. You're under another tornado warning. That little area is where we likely have a tornado either happening or about to happen, heading up towards Halcott and Camp Hardenter, Little Creek, Hester. All you guys get to shelter. This one doesn't have as big and as obvious looking of a velocity signature that would indicate rotation, but it is very precise, right? That's one of the most important things. Whenever you have large areas of different winds, right? Whenever you have winds coming in from one direction and another, if they're far away from each other or if they're just over this huge area, it's very likely that the whole storm is rotating and you don't have a compact area of rotation that could cause a tornado. But whenever you get those really close together couplets, that's when it's more likely that we're dealing with an actual tornado. So you can see the difference there between this storm and our much bigger one. Hey Ryan, let me know when you got a second. Yeah, what do you got? That was Edgar O'Neill, first time chasing with us, I believe.
I just had some power flashes right in front of me.
All right, let me double check and see exactly where Edgar is. Yeah, Edgar is in Frogmore. So that would make sense. There's obviously some very strong winds, some big-time inflow winds right in front of where Edgar is near Faraday. And that's also where we see that area of, at least upper-level rotation. So something could be going on over there. Definitely a strong storm. Clayton, Faraday, you got to be sheltered for this one. Also waterproof. So that was Edgar. Let's ask Brad what he sees. Brad, you've got Edgar O'Neill just a hop, skip, and a jump away from you in front of you there. He's saying that he's seeing some pretty intense winds and maybe even a power flash or two in front of him. Are you seeing anything similar out there?
A new tornado warning has been issued.
All right, so that one's for this.
Yeah, Ryan, we did see that power flash. The winds are extremely strong. One thing to note, though, this area is really drought-stricken, so a lot of these winds are going to bring down these trees that may be already kind of dying. So it's not associated with a tornado. More than likely, a limb fell on a power line. I haven't seen any trees down across the road that we're on. But yeah, definite power flash in front of there. One thing that I am seeing that looks like they just extended that issued that tornado warning for this storm. One thing that I'm seeing from from the National Weather Service is we're seeing a lot of side lobing, so a little bit of bad radar feedback. So it looks like extremely strong rotation. May not.
Okay.
But yeah, there is definitely rotation in there. I'm talking with Brett as well, and he is noticing some low-level rotation as well. He's out on the front of it. We're trying to hook slice behind it. We're going to be going through Natchez here in about 10 minutes or so.
Okay, so that was Storm Chaser Brad Arnold giving us the lowdown on what's going on there. Definitely got power flashes. We've got damage coming out of this storm. And, something that we were getting at, that we were talking about earlier, and something that we should probably hit home on again, is the rotation here looks way more intense than what we saw in the other warning. And the fact of the matter is that that's probably true, but we only know for sure that that's happening higher up in the atmosphere. And also there's a lot of contamination going on here. Okay, so we don't know exactly what's happening at the base of this storm. That's why we've got our storm chasers out there getting ready to tell us. But from what I see here, this is definitely cause for concern in Waterproof and Church Hill. So definitely get to shelter all the way over towards Port Gibson and Fayette, because that we do have that new tornado warning that just came out for Adams County, Mississippi, Claiborne County, Mississippi, and Jefferson County, Mississippi. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching the cells to the south and west of all of our warned storms at the moment, they're right along the cold front, so they're closer to a boundary that's forcing them up and pooling moisture at the surface and forcing that up as well, which is going to circumvent the dry air aloft that we've been talking about as a reason for some of these storms not doing anything much earlier to the south of Alexandria in that area. So even though there's still a bunch of dry air aloft, right along this cold front, we still have larger supercells here to the west of Alexandria and also south of Leesville again. I think this one that's west of Alexandria has a good chance of doing something sneaky as well. Looking aloft, a couple miles up in the storm, I can see a strong area of rotation in it. Closer to the surface, that's not quite appearing on radar yet, but I do think that it's entering that same zone where we've seen a couple of tornado warnings within the past couple of hours. So thus it's in the same maybe exit region of the jet that's driving this forward, the same amount of divergence, and perhaps the pattern will continue where this storm, this supercell, also becomes tornadic in some way as it passes right around Alexandria into the north near Ball. So I would be watching out for that out ahead there, even though there's no tornado warning for this storm in particular yet.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This, once again, the warning goes all the way out to Port Gibson and Fayette. We've also got another update here from the Weather Prediction Center highlighting the same area where all these storms are kind of training over the same areas. We've got isolated to widely scattered instances of flash flooding will be possible heading through the evening hours. Obviously, but I did want to point that out because a lot of times in situations like this where everybody's focused in and trying to find the tornado, it's very important. Severe damaging winds, hail, and flooding are all overlooked. I just want to make sure that we're touching all of the bases here. And even if you don't get tornadoes or damaging wind tonight, in this general area between Louisiana and Mississippi all the way over into Alabama even, the risk is there for all hazards tonight. So make sure you're prepared.
I'll get that chirp program on my computer. I'm going to have my computer upgraded because it's slower.
Yeah, we're still looking at all of our beans farther to the south as well. This has been happening all day. We've got all these very tiny itty bitty mini cells that are they're rotating. They're all rotating, but they're not really getting very strong. I do believe that later tonight, probably around the time that this sector of air is around Baton Rouge, those storms will have a better chance.
Tornado sirens are going off now here in Natchez.
Those storms will have a better chance of becoming, problems of their own. But right now, they're going to continue to be little bitty tiny things unless they find their way up closer to the much larger storms to the north. And that was Chris. Chris Hall is between Jonesville and Clayton. Actually, he's in Natchez, and he just told me that the tornado sirens are going off there, which makes sense. Tornado sirens are probably going off in Waterproof, Fayette, Union Church, Tillman, and Port Gibson. If you can hear those, you should probably take shelter. You should definitely take shelter, okay? Back up to 2 warnings. Concordia Parish, Louisiana. Kansas Parish, Louisiana, Adams County, Mississippi, Claiborne County, Mississippi, and Jefferson County, Mississippi, all under a tornado warning. Megan Thomas, thank you so much for becoming a member. Carly, if you can make sure that the same source that's in slot number 3 for probe number 1 is also in slot number 9, that would help because it's not showing up on my end, and I would like to pull that up full.
3010 Highway 165 bypass is a plotted address. We can't call the number back.
Lots of rain just started in Ackerman, Mississippi. Thanks for that. Okay, here we go. Oh no. Okay, yeah. So the probe that we've strapped to a tree here near Newellton, Louisiana, is about to get hit by another storm. This is actually the top of the supercell that's causing the hail and the tornadic situation down towards Vidalia. So, yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. 64-degree dew point there. Checking in with Storm Chaser Caleb. He's in a pretty bad area for service. He's not getting a lot of service right now, but he's getting ready to get into view of the same storm that Brad Arnold's on. Oh, the lights are purple. That must mean we've got somebody else with us now. Riley, do you got anything for us?
Yeah, Ryan. Is my mic good?
Yeah.
All right. So I was just talking to Caleb, and we're running into a little bit of issues with data just because he's using Starlink and cell connection. Obviously, Starlink doesn't work the best when it's raining, and cell connection doesn't work the best when there's literally 500 chasers in the exact same 2-mile radius. But we are attempting to get that up. But the one thing Caleb was briefly talking about, I believe, is this storm's like kind of dying. Like it's just not interesting. And then, or not Caleb. Sorry, I believe Andy was saying all the beans to the south, those don't really have a potential because of the dry air that's still there. Sorry, this is my first stream back in a long time, so my brain's in a million different places. But yeah, that's what we have going on with the beans down to the south is there's just too much dry air for anything to happen.
Yep. And yeah, we figured it was something like that with the service. So you know, we're bearing with what we've got, and we're pretty much in the same situation as far as cell service goes. We're in the same situation with our chasers as these cells are in southeastern Louisiana with moisture. Right, there's just not a lot of it. But the closer that they get to Alexandria and our Goldilocks zone, like I was talking about earlier, the more access to moisture they're going to have. And also, I really do think that once if these storms continue to convect, if they continue to be a thing, by the time they get around Baton Rouge, they're going to have the ability to do a little bit more than what we see them doing now. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up with the hourly HRRR runs, but something that they were showing all day yesterday was kind of like a transfer of interest from the more northern mode to the more scattered and isolated mode in southeastern Louisiana. So that's probably going to happen at some point tonight. So we're going to watch all these storms because all of them really have the opportunity to do something at some point. Buck, looks to be a night of need. Thanks for all you do, Ryan. Thank you, Buck, for the very, very generous $100 super chat. Really do appreciate that. More than you know. The 500 chaser estimate is probably not very exaggerated. It's become somewhat of a popular thing. And then I think early next year we're going to have the big movie come out, The Twisters, the sequel to Twister. And there was a big boom in the 90s of storm chasers after the original one. So if that happens again, like we might as well just I don't know what we're going to do. There's not going to be room on the roads for anybody. Yeah, if you're just now tuning in, one by one, here's what we've got going on. Storm in southwestern Louisiana near Leesville. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Fullerton and Hicks. This one's trying to rotate a little bit, but it's not doing a good job of it. You see the little rotation here near Sandy Hill. That's not producing a tornado. If it continues to ramp up, it might the closer it gets to places like Cora and LeCamp, Louisiana. There's more storms back to the south and west, but they're all below severe limits, okay? You go up to the north and east a little bit towards Boise along Highway or Interstate 49. Got a severe thunderstorm warning. This storm's also rotating, but loosely, okay? It's not a very tight rotation. 60-mile-an-hour winds could be expected all the way up to the western side of Alexandria over the next 20 minutes or so. Up near Gina, we've got a tornado warning that expires in 21 minutes. This is something that, we had more rotation, I think, a few minutes ago. It's since let up. It could come back. So if we're in Gina, Louisiana, Trout, or Rutan or Somerville or Blade, we've got to take shelter right now. Big severe thunderstorm warning for places like St. Joseph for up to 2-inch in diameter hail, and then a tornado warning that goes all the way out for Fayette and Port Gibson and Mississippi. And this is something that we really can't see very well on radar, but we know that something's going on in there. And all of our chasers are helping us figure that out. If you guys have the Radar Omega app and you don't want to depend on the tiny little box above my head to show you Brad Arnold's live feed, you can go into the Radar Omega app and click on Brad Arnold's face. Okay, you'll see it on the app. If you go down to Louisiana, you see his live location. You click on it or you tap on it on your iPhone or Android device, and it'll bring up his feed. Okay, there's 80, 90 of you watching with me right now. Sometimes it might be buffering, but you can have that up while you monitor the radar. Caleb's in there as well, as well as some other storm chasers. So very useful to have. A lot of people who watch these streams and get really into it and use it as their primary source of information will follow along with Radar Omega. And if you do that, honestly, there's literally nothing else that you can do to be more prepared. You're 17 steps ahead of the storm. As long as you've got a plan, as long as you know what you're going to do when the warning comes through, you've got a safe spot to go. Watch this stream, have the Radar Omega app, and your odds of making it through any storm unscathed exponentially increase beyond like anything else. So that's why we're here. That's why we're doing what we're doing. See here. Evan, thank you so much for that. He says, big fan of you guys. Hope you guys fare well and keep up the good work. Thank you, Evan. And thank you, the Tinks, for being a member for 6 months. Happy birthday.
105 in the station.
I think we had at least one tornado earlier that we've heard some very slight damage reports from. That'll obviously be confirmed tomorrow or one day soon by the National Weather Service, or it won't be, but that's so far that's the only thing that I've heard. We've got some other damage reports near Nebo as well that could be associated with the tornado. A few trees and power lines were downed near the intersection of Nebo Bella Road and Clyde Road, and a couple of trees and power lines were downed along Benelby Road as well. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I was just talking to Caleb, and apparently he just had a tree fall right next to him on stream. I don't think we caught that, unfortunately, because of how choppy it is. But another thing is we were talking about the storm, or at this point, what we believe is actually multiple storms. Looking at this cell on radar, there's multiple different echo tops. I believe I counted 5. So what I think is going on, and he agrees with this, is it's no longer just one big supercell. There's so much different convection and different sources of energy that it's not really going to go through a phase where it can properly wrap up or become anything too concerning.
Yeah. Thank you, Riley. It has become a multicellular mess up here between Vidalia, Clayton, and St. Joseph. We've still got a very dynamic and powerful storm that could, spin up something inside of it at any moment, and that's why that tornado warning persists for Fayette and Port Gibson. So we definitely want everybody to stay in their safe spot. We also have to watch, it's easy to look at the radar and see a big blob like this and try to think of it as one storm, and for the most part it is. But if you zoom in and you take a look at some of the features hanging off the bottom of the storm, those might actually be new updrafts or other storms that have merged into the storm or the main storm that you have to watch out for a sneaky area of rotation to pop up. So there's a lot of things that can happen with a storm like this it's actually probably a good thing and something that the National Weather Service will continue to do, to just kind of put a blanket tornado warning out in front of it, just in case of the very many possible ways for either a brief or maybe even a big tornado to pop out of it real quick. But yeah, it's hard to... anything that's in there is going to be hard to see on radar, and probably even in real life as well, as it's starting to get darker out there. And we're in a pretty wooded area. The closer we get to the actual river, the more visibility we will have, but that there's not that much space there. As soon as you get a little bit into Mississippi, things start getting pretty forested again. Let's see here. Still got this rotation near Boise, or Boyce. Hope I'm saying that right. That might do something as it approaches Ball and the northern side of Alexandria, so I'm watching that one. But otherwise, a lot of these, the farther south and west you go, a lot of those storms are pretty tame outside of the damaging winds. All right, it's been a couple of hours standing up. I'm going to spend about 30 minutes sitting down here. Y'all remind me when it's time to stand up again. Just browsing through all the stuff you guys are tagging me in on X or Twitter. Thank you guys for doing that. No news. Like, I'm not seeing a whole lot of like news. You know what I mean? So that's good. That's a good sign. Little Lena, thanks for being a member for 13 months. Epic says, hi, even though I live in Canada, I always love watching these, and I will say you do an excellent job of explaining the weather. Thank you. Can you go back to the northern warned storm? If you're talking about the northernmost... I mean, we can take a look at both of these. The big tornado warning, our biggest one, I should say, is in a radar hole and a half. You really can't tell anything about it, but it does look like there's still some rotation inside of the storm. So that's why that warning is going to continue to happen, or be something that we need to pay attention to for Fayette and Port Gibson. Even outside of that, though, definitely 2-inch in diameter hail and 60, maybe even 70 mile per hour winds are going to be possible with that. So keep that in mind. In fact, we've got an official hail report from Faraday, Louisiana, of 1.25 inch in diameter hail. So that's definitely happening. The other warning back here, what's the velocities look like? There's not a whole lot of rotation from what we can see, but the storm definitely looks a little bit more interesting on radar than the other one, because you can actually see where the base of the storm is. And then going back to the south a little bit, yeah, this one's trying to ramp up. This one, the storm that's approaching Barrett, yeah, I mean, that one, it doesn't look incredibly impressive just yet, but out of everything that we have, it looks the most primed for potential rapid development here. So this storm's going to cross just to the north of Alexandria near Ball. So make sure you guys are ready for that. Make sure you're watching out for that. It could go sideways here before too long. Also, you can see that this little thing is gaining with its intensity as it goes off to the north. That might become a problem as well. Also, probe number 1 near Newellton is about to get hit by this storm here, and you can see that through our camera here. 73 degrees, 68 degree dew point right there. And you can see how low the clouds are, like the low cloud base, the ceiling height is it's not very high today. So it doesn't take a lot for a tornado to happen in this environment, which is one of the reasons why if we go through the rest of tonight and it's quiet and there's no tornadoes, or maybe there's even if there's just one that happens, that'll be kind of surprising, to say the least, because there's so much in place. There's so much that's working like in favor of tornado genesis for a lot of these storms.
Western PD just updated the address to mile marker 115 westbound.
Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm really not a fan of this Alexandria, Louisiana cell. I know I pointed it out, 15 or 20 minutes now, some time ago. But the most recent trends on it as it enters that Goldilocks zone, I like that. I'm going to keep using that tonight because it's definitely applicable to this situation, and several other we've covered before, like the Selma, Alabama one. I remember that. So this Goldilocks zone is really coming together right here, and I think that we might be about to see our next unfavorable for the people here interaction, because over the last few frames I see a little area, a little splotch of inflow that's accelerating into the area where the updraft is in the storm, and also right up in the center of the storm you can see a bit of convergence on the velocities, and that's starting to turn as well at the same time as that inflow in the pinks there is starting to accelerate into it. So I don't like what I'm seeing here. We're a few radar scans out from a possible tornado developing, if that's not one already trying to get going. So if that trend continues right there with this most recent scan coming in on velocity, then I do think we'll see a tornado warning. So y'all watch out here in Tioga and Ball on the north side of Alexandria in Rapides Parish.
Okay, thank you very much. Meteorologist Andy Hill pointing out the increase in concerning looking signatures on radar here for this storm.
Hey, Ron, do you have a copy?
And Ball. And we'll talk about that more after we hear from Chris. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I don't know if you have my YouTube stream or whatever stream back, but we're looking at something north of Natchez. Pretty ominous. I don't have much service, so I really can't even load radar. But we're pulled off here beside the road with a pretty ominous cloud here right in front of us.
Okay, so that's Chris. He's north of Natchez. We don't have his feed right now, but as soon as we get that back, we'll put it up. Super big, giant shout out to the Mechanical for being a member for 31 months.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We got a new tornado warning for Rapides Parish, Louisiana. You'll see that pop up here momentarily. And we're going to go through all of the storms one at a time again as we explain why we just got this new warning, and why we're about to see probably some other warnings pop up as well, as things are really starting to come together. Wow, look at that. So there's your tornado warning. This is the storm that we were talking about several minutes ago, and the one that Andy just rehashed on. The rotation is coming together, and the National Weather Service sees it too. They went ahead and issued a radar-indicated tornado warning that does include Alexandria, Louisiana. It includes Ball, Paradise, Green Gables, and Holloway. Okay? So take shelter if you're anywhere in that area. Concordia, Tensas, Adams, Claiborne, any of those counties and parishes, and then obviously Rapides Parish, Louisiana. That's the one with the pretty concerning looking signature here. Take shelter. You want to get underground, preferably. If you can't do that, get into the most interior room of your home with as many walls between you and the outside world as possible. A lot of times, like people, they have the two choices, right? They've got the closet or the bathroom. Whichever one of those has the least amount of glass and is the most interior, that's the one that you want to go to. And you also want to make sure it's at the bottom level of whatever building you're in. So if you're in a 2-story house, 3-story office building, make sure you're on the bottom floor if you don't have a basement and in the most interior room. Bring a helmet with you if you can. Got a bicycle helmet, football helmet, whatever it is, grab it real quick and take it with you just in case. You're not going to get sucked up by this tornado. If you're going to get hurt by it, it's going to be a piece of wood falling on your head. So protect that head any way you can. Let's see here. Wyatt says, keep on risking it for the biscuit, Ryan. You're doing more than anyone could imagine with these live streams. It's amazing what you've managed to do. Thanks for being YouTube's #1 weatherman. Wyatt, thank you very much for that. I really appreciate it. You did not have to do that. I appreciate the words of encouragement, guys. You guys see me struggling with our chaser links over here. I see you. I appreciate it. No, we're all good. Here's a picture from Chris. North of Natchez, Mississippi. Pretty ominous looking storm out there. Wow. So our Alexandria storm went from meh to oh dear Lord, back to ooh. So we'll see what happens on the next frame, but I don't know what it is. Something about these storms, and this happens a lot. We've seen a lot of events like this where right where it looks like the next frame is going to be the crazy one, something happens and it backs off a little bit. But regardless of the language that I'm using here, you are under a tornado warning in Alexandria and Ball, so please take shelter. Thankfully, it doesn't look like this is going nuts. It doesn't look like it's rapidly intensifying at the moment, anyways. That could change very quickly.
Region 3, IV 10-7 from the Monroe State Building.
Looking through mentions again. Is Northern Kentucky good? Yep. You guys are good. As far as severe weather goes and tornadoes, it's just everybody out in front of this line. Kind of in this area, I would say. Probably a little bit north of that too, but especially in that area. overnight and into early tomorrow morning, we're looking for severe weather to happen. Yeah, especially around Jackson, Mississippi. So that circle that I did was a little bit too displaced to the south, but anywhere north of, let's say, Greenwood, Mississippi, or Birmingham, Alabama, really doesn't have much to worry about at all. It's going to be it's a storm system. It's going to impact your travel if you're traveling for Thanksgiving, but it's not going to be the kind of a similar situation to what we're dealing with down here in the deep south.
Copy 203. Car 3, do you need a KDN as well?
Stand by.
Looks like we've got Levi's WX watching from Nashville. Again, wanting me to rate the setup. Highly, I love it. We've got the laptop with the stream, GR level 3. We've got Radar Omega over here. We've got a weather radio. And look, Orion Hall y'all bobblehead there. Yeah, I mean, that's a 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Says Kyle says it's very ominous here, 7 miles north and east of Natchez. Yeah, this is a big storm that you guys are dealing with. Big time hail and damaging winds are being reported throughout the storm. On the southern side, which is where a lot of people are reporting from, as far as like seeing and hearing, interesting things, you're in the inflow. Okay, you're in the most, I guess, unstable part of what's making this storm happen. So yeah, it's going to look pretty ominous outside. You're going to see a lot of lightning, hear a lot of thunder, but the heaviest rain and some of the strongest winds and stuff right now are happening between Fayette and places like St. Joseph up here, and that's going to continue to cause problems along Highway 61 in Mississippi for the next hour at least.
Headquarters, go ahead and send me the KDN.
Doing okay. I just didn't realize how foggy it is outside. I'm here in downtown Little Rock area. I mean, I knew it was cold and cloudy, but didn't realize the fog had all decided to roll in.
The accident actually on Chickasaw or on Winsboro Road?
I didn't really catch any of that. It sounded like you doubled up with somebody there.
It's in the ditch directly across from the fire station.
Copy that.
Yep, still looking for.
When you got a second, Ryan?
Still looking for, just basically watching every radar scan as it comes in to see if there's anything else to update you on. And that was Edgar. So, yeah, go ahead, Edgar.
I'm overlooking the Mississippi right now with this storm crossing it, and I have a bowl was just formed over there where my camera's pointing right now, but it went back up. There was a nice lowering going down.
Okay, so Edgar is near Natchez, so he's in that same area where everybody's reporting the ominous stuff happening. There is rotation here. There's a lot of things going on. So he's telling us what he sees there. I don't think we have his feed right now, but I'm sure we can get it back if he's got something interesting on camera there. Chris Hall is in Adams County, Mississippi. He's really close to where Edgar is, but he's going the other way. If Chris were to turn around, you would see the very ominous storm behind him. Brad Arnold is right underneath it. It's Been a second since we've got an update on his feed, though. Oh, there it is. You can see very clearly. There we go. You can see very clearly how ominous it looks there in Adams County, Mississippi. Yeah, Brad, you can tell that that's a nasty storm in front of Brad there. The storm near Ball is not doing great, which is good news for the people that live out here. Still definitely has the potential to wrap up and produce a tornado as it goes up towards places south of Rogers. But right now, things are not looking that bad.
I just drove by and it looks like they might actually be open. The lights are on. There's people in there. There's signs up. It seems like it went straight.
Yeah, the clouds are getting extremely dark there. New location for Hall Force 1, Carly, is going to be Natchez, Natchez, Mississippi. You can see that Caleb is right now just to the west of Natchez, and it's very dark. Extremely dark compared to everybody else's camera. And also some very heavy rain going on there. And once again, all of these chaser cams, or most of them, like Brad and Caleb, you can pull them up in Radar Omega if you don't want to look at them small on my screen.
Yeah, I'm all about trying new places as long as they're good. WRTE828. Good talking to you. I need to let you go, but ready to pick up a friend here who's having some car issues.
It's pronounced Natchez, really?
Negative. I'm unable to track that unit. We'll try giving them a call.
Hey, everybody, say thank you to WolfGamer12345 for the 50 gifted Ryan Hall Y'all memberships. That's a big deal. That's huge. Thank you, WolfGamer. I know you've done that before, so deserves a big shout out.
Headquarters to Truck 1. They just now showed on.
And Conquest Today says, it's amazing to see what y'all achieved in 2 years. You help inspire me to take my hobby of weather to a different level. As of this fall, I have started my journey to earning a bachelor in atmospheric sciences. Keep inspiring. Thank you so much, Conquest, for that. You're going to be great. And thanks for being an extreme risker for almost 2 years now. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I don't know if we have them up in the feeds right now, but we have an amazing shot from Edgar. I know we're having a little bit of an issue with free feeds, but in stream text, I have a link to his direct player, so you can always view it there too in just a web browser.
Okay, I've got it up. Where is he? Is this near Natchez?
I can check real quick. That is, yes, he is just southwest of Natchez.
Okay. Guys, this is a live view from Edgar O'Neill. just to the southwest of Natchez. This is what a lot of people are seeing out there, and that does look, I mean, just incredibly ominous. It is sundown, so that might skew that perspective a little bit, but I think that if it was more daylight, that would actually look a lot more intense than what we're seeing right here. You can see the low-level clouds. You can clearly see what's going on here. A giant supercell storm is sucking in a lot of air right there on the southwestern side of itself, and that's where he is. Just to the south and west of Natchez. Natchez, my bad. Is that Natchez? I think somebody might be playing around with me.
Yes, he is just southwest.
Yeah, so this is live from Natchez. And there is a tornado warning associated with this storm. The rotation is not, well, it's hard to see, first of all, because we're in a radar hole, but it's also not as intense, I guess, as it once was. But I would definitely be in my safe spot if I'm out in front of this. The same, like, part of this storm, which is just to his north, is getting ready to hit Stanton. And we've got reports of well over an inch in diameter hail in that area. Natchez, okay. Yeah. Natchez. If you're just now tuning in, what you're looking at is a tornado warned storm near Stanton and Natchez, Mississippi, okay? Natchez like matches. So I said it right the first time. Somebody was just playing a joke on me. I get it.
Headquarters, you got a record and SO coming out here?
Negative on the record. The sheriff's office has to request them. They are on the way.
Yeah, they pulling them now.
Yeah, all of the streams look good whenever you look at them in the web browser like this. But whenever we try to view them in our other system, it's just a mess. All right, we'll go back to Edgar's feed here in a moment. For now, let's go back. Well, actually, while I find the next storm, we'll keep it on him. I'm going to go through these warnings one by one again, just until we have something else to talk about. So the one that you're looking at here is now it's our second tornado warning. I was going to say it's our only one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
We've got another tornado warning now for Rapides and Vernon Parish, Louisiana. Okay, so let's go check that out. Let's go back to the radar here. That's going to be for Cora, Affman, Heinston, and Elmer in Louisiana. You can see that we do have a velocity, somewhat of a velocity couplet here, trying to form just south and east of the radar site. So there could be a tornado forming right here, moving in the general direction of Leander, Heinston, Lissow, Elmer, and of course Lewiston. So get to shelter now. And eventually this same storm is going to come up into the general Alexandria area as well. So Woodworth up towards Inglewood. Y'all get ready for that. This is, I mean, it's the same song and dance that we've been going through all day. We see one of these storms start to curl up, interact with that lower level jet, and like if it continues to go in the way that it's been going, this will produce a tornado. But hopefully, whatever has been keeping that from happening in the other storms happens here. and we won't have to deal with that. But we can't live on hope. All right, we got to get into our safe spots if we live in these areas. Next, we're going to talk about the severe thunderstorm to the north and east of that, but not until we talk to Riley. What do you got, Riley?
Hey Ryan, two things actually. I just talked to Edgar and he has been able to confirm that that is a wall cloud on the storm that's near Natchez. I probably said that wrong. I've already forgotten how to say it. And then also I am monitoring the cell near Alexandria with a station tower camera from a news station there. Unfortunately, we can't show that, but there has been a lowering forming in the last couple of minutes there, so I would not be surprised if that goes tornado warned again soon.
Okay. Thank you, Riley. Yeah, you can see right in front of Edgar here, we've got something ominous looking there. It could be a rotating part of the storm, a wall cloud, as Edgar says. It's hard for me to tell from this vantage point because everything is so dark and I can't tell if it's rotating or anything. But nevertheless, that whole storm is extremely dangerous and you are under a tornado warning if you're anywhere really to the direct north and east of Natchez and Vidalia. Selma, Washington, Cannonsburg, Four Forks, all these places need to be getting to shelter in Mississippi. And then also we've got that new tornado warning as well back here for Cora and Affman. Now, in between that, we've got a big severe thunderstorm warning here for Alexandria and Ball. 60-mile-an-hour winds are going to be possible in Alexandria over the next little bit, but that's probably not going to be your last storm. So once that goes by, don't let your guard up. And then on top of all that, we've got one other severe thunderstorm warning going on right now, way up here to the north and west of Jackson, Mississippi. This one's interesting. We've got some really strong velocities here indicating that there's some strong winds getting ready to move into Flora, Mississippi. And also this could try to rotate a lot more than what it is right now. So I would watch this one very closely in Flora, Canton, maybe even all the way up there towards Carthage as this tries its best to produce some sort of maybe even a tornado or something as time goes on. Right now, main threat's going to be small hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So let's go back and really inspect this storm. Our newest tornado warning here. I mean, pretty much the same thing I had to say last time. It looks like something is trying to happen here. It looks like some inflows trying to sneak around. It looks like there's some rotation. It looks like, there's something trying to happen here. Whether or not it is right now, I can't tell you. All I can tell you is that it might soon. So in Heinston and Leander, get shelter because it's coming right for you. This is also going to have some hail and damaging winds in it, regardless of whether or not there's a tornado. Edgar's live feed that he was sending us, the big ominous clouds, the wall cloud that was right in front of him. This is what that looks like on radar, and it's really hard to tell what's going on. So we know that there's rotation in there. We just don't know any of the fine details just yet. The closer that storm gets to Jackson, though, the more we'll be able to see from the KDGX radar, which we actually might be able to see more from that right now. Anyway, so I'm going to switch to that. Yeah, still can't tell much of what's going on, but if there's rotation, it's happening right here. See that? So we're going to watch that as it moves off to the east. And then we've also got, more storms forming as well. And we're going to see those probably do a lot of the same things that some of these other ones have done. I would watch this one as we go into the future. And we've got an update from Andy. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm actually going to talk about the Flora storm in Mississippi to the northwest of Jackson. You could kind of see it on the reflectivity presentation. It's got that really strong RFD punch that's just been pushing the whole storm forward and leaving a streak back behind it of nothing. But when you get those pushes forward, what can happen on the northern edge of that push is that cyclone.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Just want to let you know I've got a
that
hammer and a
counterclockwise
chisel
rotation.
with me, so I may head up to the Brandon water tower and knock that thing down so that way we can see that storm. Just want to let you know.
Okay, that was Brad. Andy, you're good.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so that area right near Flora has a chance to produce a tornado very briefly, and you can see that in the reflectivity. There's a very brief moment where there is a little bit of that weak echo hole. It looks almost like a small donut hole right on approach to the town that may have produced a brief tornado. This is worth taking shelter for in the severe thunderstorm warning. Even though there's no tornado warning, you can get brief spin ups like that all along the northern edge where you push out all that force, all that air in front, and you got whirls on either side of them, especially the northern side. So I would recommend taking shelter in this, and it's going to be a strong windstorm. Maybe not incredibly, damaging or so forth, but it's got that severe thunderstorm warning on it for a reason. In addition to that, I saw what you were looking at in Fayette and Mississippi. Down to the south and west in that tornado warned cell. It has looked like that a couple of times, but it's also being subject to a lot of beam filling. So
New
we'll
information. This tornado warning
we'll
has
see
been
if that does
upgraded.
produce a storm or not once it gets closer to the radar site.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. We just got an update here saying that the Rapides Parish warning is now radar confirmed. Okay. Radar confirmed tornado. And that's still for Rapides and Central Vernon parishes. This storm right here that is moving on up towards Cora, Affman, Heinston, and then eventually Lisso and Elmer. So definitely take shelter now if you weren't before. Hopefully that gets you to do it. We're going to, dive back into that and all the other storms right after we hear from Riley. What do you got for us, Riley?
Hey, Ryan, there is a strong CC drop right next to KPOE. Definitely a strong tornado going on there.
So that's the warning that we just got. The radar confirmed. This is why right here. That little blue dot lines up perfectly with our velocity couplet and also our hook on radar. So we definitely have a tornado on the ground here just to the south and west of Leander doing damage. And that's some pretty deep blue, so it could be significant damage. Let me see what we got in this area. Hopefully, it's looking to me just off of, like the first glance, it looks pretty rural. We do have the little community of Cora here. I can't even find that on Google. Jeez. Okay, so it's looking pretty rural here, but there's definitely some places. Whenever I zoom in, you see next to the roads, the little gray blocks. Those are houses, all right? So right in here, there's a tornado on the ground moving over these roads. Cora Road, I believe that the tornado probably went somewhere over that road between Highway 21 and 463. Now it's kind of in that funnel area where Highway 463 and 121 kind of lead into each other as they go towards Heinston. So the tornado's going to continue to be on the ground over Cora and then probably through Affman and Heinston as well. So I'm going to try to find some other things that might ring a bell. Sometimes because when these tiny communities like Cora and Affman, where that's literally like 10 people live there, a lot of people who live just a couple miles away may not recognize the town by that name. So like I try to, read off as much other information as possible about the area. The tornado is currently near the Dunhill Mill. Okay. And then thankfully for the next, I would say, several miles until it gets to Highway 121, until it gets over here, it's going over a bunch of nothing. Okay. So thankfully, hopefully it completely weakens before that happens. But once it gets over here to that intersection between 121 and 463, there is a little bit more something for the tornado to potentially damage, especially once it gets closer to Heinston. We've got a Lebo's over here, if you know where Sissy's Diner is, or the Rapides Parish Public Library. If you know where that is, that's around where the tornado could go if it stays down that long, okay? All right, all of our feeds look pretty dark. I don't know, Carly. I don't know if we could put Chris in the one spot, and for now, I don't know. It's up to you. I just noticed that. So damaging tornado down here near Cora, Louisiana. That's really close to Hineston, and it could stay on the ground until it gets there. So we're gonna hopefully spread the word and make sure everybody in the path is in shelter. That includes you guys in Gardner. That includes you in Melder. Take shelter now. Just goes to show how fast this can happen too.
Accident, no injuries. About a quarter mile before the 160.
Go ahead, Riley.
One vehicle is going to be.
Hey Ryan, I was just playing the radar loop out of that storm, and it looks like that tornado is getting heavily pushed right by the RFD surge. So I believe that's most likely going to go south of Hinston. But we need to pay attention to where that tornado turns because it's definitely taking some sort of a turn. It's not moving in a predictable path that a tornado would normally take.
Yeah, you can see the last couple of frames there how the little velocity couplet isn't really following the same path that the overall like parent cell is. So that definitely could impact the places that get hit. Thankfully, that would actually keep it away from a lot of things. But Affman, the community of Affman definitely needs to be in their safe spot. Hinston, and then maybe even Calcasieu. I'm sorry if I'm not saying that right. Elmer and Elmhine. Man, these town names are tough. But yeah, that's definitely on the ground. Hopefully this is a brief thing. Hopefully we don't see that persisting. You can see how on reflectivity anyways, you can see the little hook reach out. That's definitely the peak tornado time right there. And it has since then kind of wrapped in on itself. So hopefully that continues to be a pattern here, and we don't have a problem of this thing being persistent. But what could happen is we see the inflow really carve out this part of the storm, and then this part just continues to stay out in front of everything else and takes advantage of that inflow, and it just rides the boundary there for quite some time. Hopefully that does not happen. Hinston and areas just to the south, though, are in the path of a tornado that has at least sucked up some debris. So anywhere between the Lone Star Baptist Church and Sissy's Diner needs to be especially in their safe spot. Crazy stuff. I was looking at this storm in southwest Mississippi too, and noticed that it was, I mean, there's a lot of contamination here, but there's this part of the storm is trying to rotate again in a more significant way. So I would be watching out in Hazelhurst, Wesson. All these places south of Jackson, Mississippi are probably next in line. Yeah, so here's where that tornado was probably at its peak. And you can see that the rotation has really calmed down since then. But it is still going in the general direction of Hinston, so stay in your safe spot. And we still got debris. So it picked up some debris here. And it's either continuing to pick up debris, or we've just got leftover debris up here. But that's where the tornado is, if it's still there. And, that last frame, that last little update that came in there does look like this is trying to clear out. If we notice that, you notice how there's not a very sharp gradient, right? You see a lot of yellows and reds and all these little pixels mixed in here on the forward flank of the supercell. If we notice that goes away and there's a sharp gradient here, it goes from like almost nothing to a bunch of reds. And then we still see this poking out point down here at the bottom. Then I believe that this storm will probably be a problem for a while, because I've seen this is the same exact kind of situation and storm that has caused so many different pretty prolific tornadoes that we've tracked before, and they all have that same look to them, where they'll start off pretty soft, like there's a soft edge up here, but as soon as you start seeing more of a sharp edge between red and nothing on the forward flank, the stronger it is, and the more of that inflow is getting in.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're paralleling the storm that just went through Fayette. Noticing a large lightning uptick on it again, and definitely has a large amount of inflow pouring into it. If we're getting blown all over the road down here, we're going to try to get to the interstate and shoot up and see if we can't get a view of it before it gets real dark.
All right, that was Chris Hall. Hinston, still got that storm on the way to you.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
A new tornado warning for Copiah, Franklin, and Jefferson counties in Mississippi. And we're going to come check on our storm up here in central Mississippi as well, because that actually might be the one that has got that warning. This is the one that Andy was talking about not too long ago near Flora. Really interesting signature here.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. We are headed up north towards Hazelhurst. That storm has starting to get a very eerie look to it, if you know what I mean. So we're going to head up to Hazelhurst. It takes us from Brookhaven up to Hazelhurst. We should have good eyes on it up on the interstate right there. There's a little bit of clearing, so I'll report back once I get something.
Okay, so that was Brad. The new tornado warning that just came out was not for the storm north of Jackson. It's for the storm that Brad is talking about. He said that this one is getting a bad look to it. And if you guys have been watching for a while, we call Brad the tornado sniffer, because he is usually the one. If we send out, if we've got 6 to 10 storm chasers out there and only one of them sees a tornado, 9 times out of 10, that one tornado finder person is Brad. Okay, so he knows what he's doing out there, and he has picked this one and specifically says that one is looking like it's probably about to ramp up as it goes towards Hazelhurst. Another one that we are looking at here, and this is just a wild presentation on radar. Andy was talking about it earlier, is just to the north and west of Jackson. Okay, we've got rotation back here. That could wrap up very quickly and cause a problem as it approaches Canton. On top of that, we've got our confirmed tornado back here in Louisiana, and let's see what that looks like here. It definitely looks like the original tornado is gone for the most part. I would definitely you see this could still be a tornado that's down, and it's coming right towards Hinston. So stay in your safe spot. That'll be there in a couple of minutes. Hopefully it'll lift before it gets there. But there's another area of rotation that we've got to watch back here too. So this will probably cycle. Andy, go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, there's a couple of pretty decent velocity couplets here to the north and east of Alexandria near Walters, and also another one back near Rogers. The one back behind it was previously tornado warned, and I do believe it produced a very brief and weak tornado back to the west of Alexandria. So it looks like this is also a favorable area for these two cells. The one in front, which is a pretty weak supercell, but it's still spinning like a top right there. So don't be surprised if there is a warning for LaSalle, Catahoula parishes there into Concordia Parish in the Jonesville area once again.
Yep. Thank you so much, meteorologist Andy Hill. Look at this, guys. Once again, easily overlooked, and that's why we're so lucky to have Andy on the team pointing out these things before warnings are even issued. That right there is probably one of the more convincing velocity signatures I've seen today, and we haven't seen a lot, so that's not saying much, but still, I would batten down the hatches in Walters and Lavaco in Louisiana, and maybe even Jonesville. Okay, it looks like things are starting to interact with that low-level jet a little bit more here as time goes on. And look at that. Look at this. Very clearly, new area of rotation, or a new hook is forming on the backside of this storm. The original tornadic part of the storm is going over Hinston right now. I believe that tornado has lifted in Louisiana. A new one is likely forming right here, though, that could come up between Hinston and Lewiston. So very, very interesting looking radar signature there. All right, let's go back to Mississippi. Okay, I'm going back and forth between Mississippi and Louisiana now because we've got a lot of stuff going on. This storm, the one that's approaching Hazelhurst, is probably the strongest storm that we have right now. Okay, this is going to cause damaging winds and hail and all kinds of problems between Fayette and Hazelhurst over the next hour or so. But specifically, right here and right here, we have rotation, and it looks like these are going to try to enhance. They're going to try to get stronger as time goes on. In fact, that last little update there shows that the inflow is really trying to pick up. So I wouldn't be surprised if this one ends up producing a big tornado on its approach to Hazelhurst. So you're under a tornado warning there. Get to shelter. I know that Interstate 55 between Brookhaven and Hazelhurst is probably full of truckers right now. The road that connects Jackson and New Orleans. A lot of truckers watch this show. Just know that, like, within the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes, a very strong storm that's most likely tornadic will be crossing Interstate 55 around Hazelhurst, Mississippi. Back to the south and west, to the south and west of Alexandria. The velocities are a mess. Okay, like this is what not a mess looks like. This is what, oh yeah, that's a tornado. That's what that looks like. This is what probably not a tornado looks like. But there's all kinds of potentially soon to be tornado kind of signatures going on. Okay, you've got rotation here. You've got rotation here. The most convincing thing, or the most concerning thing right now, is the reflectivity. You can see what's happening. You can see what's trying to happen in the storm. Another little tornado might try to form here. So we've got an update from meteorologist Andy Hill. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Yeah, Brian, that storm north of Jackson, I've been trying to analyze it. The velocity presentation's a bit weird, but if we go off of just reflectivity and correlation coefficient, I do think that bookend part of the storm actually produced a tornado there with a drop or a debris signature just to the northeast of Flora in Mississippi. The velocity is garbled quite a bit, but I think with lowered differential reflectivity, lowered CC, and also reflectivity in decent values, that is a legit tornado that may have occurred there briefly and probably chopped up some trees, and that's why we're seeing it on radar.
Yeah. I see that. What Andy's referring to as the book end here is this, and it's a similar situation to what we're seeing in the storm that's to the south and west of Alexandria. It does look like there was a brief tornado there. If you look at velocity, you can see that there's still a decent little couplet there, or at least what looks like it is trying to be. But the most convincing thing is if we go to correlation coefficient, you see this little blip right here, which could have definitely been some debris that was picked up between Flora and Anderson here during a brief touchdown. Hopefully that's lifted. If not, though, Virilia, Scotland, and Davis in Mississippi need to be watching out. That's heading in your general direction. Velocities continue to look impressive, but not quite there yet on our storm that's approaching Hazelhurst. Big hail with that, though. And then I keep getting drawn back to this one, south and west of Alexandria. This one had the opportunity to be a pretty a bad tornado. It still does, but right now, thankfully, it's not doing the thing that I was talking about. It doesn't have that supercell, embedded supercell look to it. All right, we've got a new tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been
for
issued.
Madison, Rankin, and Scott County, Mississippi. And that is for the storm to the north of Jackson. So this is the one that we've been looking at for a while. This is the one that we think already produced the tornado before the warning was issued. Now we know that this storm has the capability and history of doing so. So this part of the storm may try to do that as well. So we've got a tornado warning for Canton and Farm Haven, Sharon, Raytown, Havendale, and Revive in Mississippi.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Brad.
Hey, I know you're busy. I want you to check on something for me that I found interesting. Go to the SPC Meso analysis page and look at the low pressure on there. I think that this storm, this supercell that's west of Hazelhurst, has created its own environment. It may be over a meso low, and in my experience in the past, weird things happen and big things happen when that happens. So I just want to make sure that you're seeing that too.
Pulling up the mesoscale, the SPC mesoscale analysis. Brad says he believes that this storm that is approaching Hazelhurst may be producing its own area of low pressure, a little bit of a meso low here. So we're taking a look at that. While I look at that, Riley's got something to say. Sorry.
Hey Ryan, just other weird things I'm noticing with this system. I was taking a look at the surface observations near our cells near Alexandria. The winds are moving northeast in front of those cells, which is not a good thing for these storms. Like there's not going to be inflow for them. But the surface winds closer to our cells in central Mississippi are moving into the cells. So there's just a lot of weird things going on with the dynamics of the system as a whole.
Yeah, very weird indeed. But that's November. That's November. That's fall tornado season for you. Okay, it's rarely predictable. It's rarely what you would expect. We're still seeing several areas of potential rotation here around Hinston, but everything's really let up. We don't have like a confirmed tornado, I don't believe, anymore with that. Our little spots of rotation that were popping up near Kaluha Lake and Jonesville are also letting up a little bit, but that's probably going to change here soon. The most interesting stuff, at least to me, is currently happening in Mississippi, north and south of Jackson. This storm here is a powerhouse. Okay, this is a dangerous supercell storm with or without a tornado, and it looks like it's trying really hard to tornado. So if I'm in Hazelhurst, I'm getting ready for a powerful storm. So get ready for that. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Crystal Springs, you guys too. And then this one up here near Canton is continuing to try to tighten up with the rotation on the southern side here. It sounds like some people who are listening to the scanners in and around the Hinston area are hearing some reports of what might have been a tornado near Hinston. So that, I mean, obviously that sounds right. We saw that on radar. But I don't think we're hearing anything in the way of significant damage just yet. Indian Creek Lake has 3 feet of water gone from the drought. All right, so just waiting on a new radar scan update, I think. Okay, the tornado warning to the south and west of Alexandria was allowed to expire. I've got a feeling we're probably going to end up hearing about this one soon. Maybe not soon, but at some point that one's going to try to do something as it goes off to the north and east. All of these storms, I don't hate y'all back here in southwestern Louisiana and East Texas. You guys have got storms too, but they're not really much of anything. They're not doing much. They're below severe limits, so we're trying to focus all of our resources on the tornadic storms. Same thing for you guys up to the north. There's some decently, loud storms and heavy rain, I guess, going through Memphis, northern Mississippi. I believe even Nashville will get
Hey
in on
Ryan, I don't
that.
know if you've got my stream or not. We're north on the interstate. You're heading towards Hazelhurst, and you can just look at the non-stop lightning on this storm. It's definitely got the look, so we're blasting north, trying to get in front of it to give it a little bit of a view.
That was Chris, also talking about the Hazelhurst storm. But yeah, you definitely can see up here in West Tennessee, West Kentucky, there's going to be some storms tonight up here as well, but nothing crazy. Nothing as dangerous as what could happen a little bit farther to the south here. Got a big old curved topograph in Jackson, Mississippi, which means that there's wind shear. Okay, we've got winds turning, changing direction with height, and that's the environment that this storm's trying to get into. The Hazelhurst storm is looking like it's trying to be that storm. You know what I'm saying? It's trying to be that storm. Is it that storm? I don't know yet. Rich Junior 88, thanks for becoming a member. Crisano, member for 23 months. Thanks for being a high risker. Vicksburg, I believe the worst is past Vicksburg. You're dealing with a pretty strong storm right now. It's going to rain heavily for a while, but that's it. Yeah, we're just watching the Hazelhurst storm pretty close now. All of this green and blue is inflow coming into the storm. All this red stuff is kind of like a rear flank, like it's the downdraft. It's the rain-cooled air trying to cycle back around out on the backside of the storm. If that can meet up with the inflow, that's where we get enough rotation to produce a tornado. So what you're looking for is, notice if I go back a couple of frames, the red and the intense blues and greens are pretty far away from each other, but as we go farther in time, they get a little bit closer. If they kiss, all right? If they kiss, then that's when we have a problem. Right now, we don't have much of a problem outside of the large hail and damaging winds that are definitely on their way to Hazelhurst. Also, flash flooding. I think that's going to be a problem out here, too. Trying, and just look at Brad Arnold's feed there. It's electric. There's a lot of lightning in this. all these storms back here to the south and west have lost a lot of what made them look interesting. They're still dangerous. Alexandria, you're under another severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornadic element is fleeting in Louisiana. It's all kind of focused. All that energy is kind of focused on the area between Jackson and Hazelhurst and like Canton, Mississippi right now. Yeah, so one of the things that I'm monitoring in the background is, I believe it's an Arkansas repeater system. So yeah, you hear ham radio. And yeah, I am a ham radio operator. I already lost your chat, but somebody asked.
At 212 and a half Smith Street has elected to cancel. You can put us available and cancel Acadian on this call.
Dispatch copy.
105 in the station.
Dispatch copy.
Well, they're kissing. A little bit. This is going to be another interesting moment where, I mean, it's the same thing that's happened to every other storm today. Like, it looks perfect, and then right at the moment where it would need to do the thing, it doesn't do the thing. And hopefully this is a repeat of that. Hopefully this is a repeat of that, because this is just a super powerful storm. You don't want to see something like this produce a tornado, because this is the kind of storm that could produce a long track tornado. So we don't want to see that. We hope that all of this junk right here just takes over everything, and we don't have that clean and free inflow area. Rotation up here near Canton, Mississippi is picking up. This is, we do have a tornado warning for this, so Sharon, Ludlow, y'all stay in your safe spots. Oh, is it time to stand up? About an hour ago, probably. All right. I'll see you guys up there. How about Louisville, Kentucky? Nothing to worry about up there. Some strong winds tonight, potentially. Okay. The Hazelhurst storm continues to look confusing. Not very confusing. If I lived there, I'd definitely be sheltered. But it's hard to say what it's going to do next. it's a loaded gun situation. It could, could be really bad. It could be, we could dodge a bullet. Regardless, Hazelhurst, Crystal Springs, get to shelter. Sandy, been a member for 31 months. Hello from Arizona. I have a daughter and grandkids in Cunningham, Tennessee. Well, thank you for being a member for so long.
793 Golf Foxtrot Charlie. 793 GFC on a Honda Odyssey van.
Tennessee, Cookeville, you're fine.
G2, region 3. I-49 northbound at the 185. Louisiana, disabled vet. Delta Victor 36188. DV 361.
Yeah, all of our storm chasers, well, not all of them. Chris, Zach, and Brad, I believe, are all in front of the Hazelhurst storm. So we're in a perfect position to figure out what's happening with this if something decides to happen. Still got a severe thunderstorm warning for Alexandria. That storm no longer has much of a tornado look to it. The only two that are tornadic right now, or even potentially tornadic, are the two that have the warnings on them: Canton and Hazelhurst. Both of these places need to be sheltered, and there's really not much else I can say right now other than that. And we're just waiting to see if there's any new information as these radar scans come in, and as our storm chasers get a better view of them.
Was that 50 miles south of Mena? 15-1-5.
This is from Zach. Non-stop strobe lightning on the supercell just southwest of Hazelhurst, Mississippi. And you can see that on the live feeds as well. Carol, thank you so much. Carol says, I feel terrible saying this, but I really missed these evenings with Ryan and Andy. I know what you're saying. We've missed doing it. Thankful for the break and the lack of severe weather. But it feels nice all being together again, especially in this area. I mean, this is where all the severe weather happens, so we're all very familiar with each other down here. What do we got going on with this storm? Another attempt at an inflow notch. Look at the gradient. Green, red. That looks pretty ominous. What's it going to look like in the next frame? Don't know yet. This looks like the beginning stages of a supercell that produces a big tornado and goes on for a while. But, many storms have looked like that and then didn't do that. So We're going to hope that it doesn't, but I really hope that everybody in Hazelhurst, Mississippi is in their safe spot, because if it happens, it's going to start happening right there. Ryan, what do you think of the volcanic activity in Iceland? Super interesting. I've been following it. Can you make it snow, please? I've been trying. I'm literally, we have a snow machine here, and we've yet to successfully like make it work. We've made about an inch of ice. Okay, we got another update, and I'm okay. All right, this is something. Hazelhurst probably should, like, I know we've been saying this, and hopefully you've already listened, but Hazelhurst should probably take shelter. I mean, the more clear this part of the storm gets, especially if it starts clearing out way down in here.
Ryan, I'm just going to go and tell you, the way that radar scan
Chris
looks,
sees it too.
if that's not a tornado, or at least a tornado developing, I don't know what is.
Chris sees it too. I mean, this is it right here. This is what you expect to see on a 10% hatched tornado risk night in Mississippi. Now, hopefully the next frame is complete garbage and it goes away, like we've seen so many times tonight. But if not, this is something we have to take seriously. This part of the storm here is trying to rotate. It's trying its best to wrap up, and the inflow notch is really trying to carve itself out. Okay, if it can make a home for itself here and it doesn't get overtaken, we might be looking at something really unfortunate here. Right now, doesn't look like a worst case scenario, but it's definitely something that we should be watching in Hazelhurst. Okay, so, and of course we should be in our safe spot, and Glancy and Galman. Yeah, if you're watching right now and you've already shared and all that good stuff, another way you can help us get in front of people who may not know that this is coming is just by liking and subscribing here on YouTube. It'll tell the YouTube algorithm to put us in front of more people, because apparently we're worth doing that for. But YouTube doesn't know unless you do those things. So please just hit the like button. And Andy, got something for us? Go ahead.
Yeah, Ryan, a couple of areas I'm watching before they are warned or called out, or rewarned rather. One is in Rapides Parish once again near Alexandria to the south and west. There's a little bit of that bookend action going on again there. So a little bit of rotation that's pretty tight. We'll see if it continues to wrap up more or produce a brief tornado that may be warned. So if you get a warning in that parish, that is the reason why south and west of Alexandria headed towards Willow.
Hey,
Glen.
Ryan, we're in Hazelhurst right now. We have a debris ball southwest. Velocity is wonky. I'm not sure what's up with it. Debris ball southwest of Hazelhurst.
Okay.
And let me follow that up, okay? So Brad is talking about that. That is not a debris ball at the moment. What he's seeing on reflectivity there is actually probably some hail or very heavy rain, like a microburst that's been wrapped up by the rear flank into that circulation there. But like we don't have an evident debris signature or any indication of an ongoing tornado with that cell yet. I don't want to see it happen, but right now that can't be confirmed via radar no matter what. So the other thing I was going to say is up to the north, the Canton, Mississippi cell, north and east of Jackson now, has had an incredible rear flank downdraft surge forward, and now we have some accelerated velocities there east of the town. So I'm concerned that might have a brief tornado associated with it. I don't think it'll last all that long, but that cell is still currently warned there in the eastern part of Madison County. And yeah, in fact, there's the debris that just kicked up there east of Canton on the newest scan on correlation coefficient. So when you see that, you can, or when you get that frame, you can show it.
Yep. Yeah, we've likely we've got some debris over here south of Sharon. This is the Canton storm we've been referring to. This is continuing to move up towards Camden, between Ludlow and Camden in Mississippi. Take shelter up there. Also, the Hazelhurst storm is going nuts. It does look very intense on radar. Our storm chasers are obviously seeing, just an incredibly energetic and electric storm. And it looks like, something is bound to happen here as a result of this. As of right now, we don't have an official confirmation on a tornado being down, but that could happen anytime. Okay, it could happen anytime. And if we're in Hazelhurst, we might as well assume, whether we know for sure or not, we might as well assume that there is a tornado down, because in the time that it's going to take for the storm to get there, which is not much at this point, it could happen. All right, so get underground in Hazelhurst, protect your head, bring a helmet with you if you can. Get into the most interior room of your home if you don't have a basement, and hunker down, brace for potential impact, and we'll go from there. Riley's got an update for us. Go ahead.
Hey Ryan, just an update from the SPC. There is a mesoscale discussion out now that specifically
New
highlights
information.
the areas
This
around
tornado
this cell
warning
near
has been
Hazelhurst.
upgraded.
So, and there's a confirmed tornado warning. So I'll let you go take a look at that right now.
Okay, thank you, Riley. That confirmed tornado warning is radar confirmed for Madison, Mississippi, Rankin, and Scott counties in Mississippi. That's for the storm up near Canton. Okay, that's the velocity couplet and the debris signature that we saw while we were talking to Andy. All right, so we do have a tornado on the ground up here, moving in the general direction of, actually, let me use radar Omega here, in the general direction of Shaco, Farmhaven, and Raytown in Mississippi. Take shelter now if you're up here, guys. This is definitely on the ground. It's definitely causing damage. It's going to ride Highway 16 right up between those towns, okay? And the mesoscale discussion that Riley was talking about, I'm going to pull it up right now for you. The tornado risk appears greatest over south central Mississippi. Okay, so basically the area in front of this massive storm that's approaching Hazelhurst, that's going to be our main focus area for the next little bit, okay? And that's the Storm Prediction Center is noticing that as well. But right now, the tornado that's on the ground is north of that a little bit, and it's just to the east of Canton. So take shelter if you're over there in Madison, Rankin, or Scott County in Mississippi. Back down to the Hazelhurst storm. The velocity is quite wonky. If all we had was reflectivity, if this is, we didn't have anything else, velocity didn't exist, correlation coefficient didn't exist, you would have to assume that this was a big tornado, okay? But nothing tells us for sure that that's happening right now. But if it is, you're going to want to be sheltered in Hazelhurst and Gelatin and Shady Grove, okay? And Brad is in the direct path of it. So that rotating part of the storm is going to pass directly over Brad, and he's going to be able to tell us and let us see firsthand exactly what's going on there. But here's another. This is the best attempt a storm has attempted since we've started tracking them today. But it looks like that inflow notch is getting overtaken again. So if it doesn't produce a tornado over Hazelhurst here, we might get another opportunity for this storm to completely go linear and hopefully that happens. But Hazelhurst, definitely get ready. It could get rough there. And of course, we still have the storm south of Sharon, the tornado was on the ground there. I'm not sure if it still is. But definitely take shelter all the way up to Farm Haven, okay? Wow. You rarely see such a perfect looking storm get so ugly that fast. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, the storm that is west of Willow Glen, south of Alexandria and Rapides Parish, did produce a tornado unwarned. Very brief. I believe it's already done. Lasted only a couple minutes, but there is a nice debris signature there with high reflectivity off to the west of Highway 165, I believe, north of Woodworth. So that one hopefully should be done. I don't see a way for that circulation to sustain itself. After that, it was just a quick drop, touchdown, chopped up a few trees again. And then to talk about, so if there is a warning for that, if they do issue a warning for that, that would be the reason why. I hope it doesn't continue, but please take shelter accordingly if you do get that warning. And then to talk about the Hazelhurst cell more, this is the most concerned I've been with it so far because I believe
we lost you for a second there, Andy, but I believe we've got you back now.
Yeah, I think your stream paused, but you're good now.
Okay, all right. So yeah, the Hazelhurst storm is still looking pretty concerning. We do have a lot of a lot more color here to work with and understand what's going on with the at the base of the storm. But it's also the inflow, like all of the structure of the supercell that is allowing this rotation to happen is getting overtaken like by a lot of convection. So if there is something that happens, it might just happen right around Hazelhurst and then not be able to persist very long. So we'll continue to watch that. The storm up to the north and east of Canton is also continuing to have a little bit of rotation with it, but the tornado that caused the debris signature has lifted with that as well. So we're going to continuously check back in on areas near Alexandria, Jonesville, Vidalia. Of course, our main focus has to be between these two tornado warnings over here, a little bit farther into Mississippi. It's currently 7:12 p.m. on the East Coast, 6:12 Central. Our tornado watch goes until 11. So we're going to be here with you at least for the next, 3 to 4 hours, maybe 5. So we're not done. We're not done yet. Even if our Hazelhurst storm here doesn't end up doing the thing, which it very well might. Look at this. Talk about kissing. It's broad, but there's a lot of rotation here. There's a big surge of inflow as well. So we'll see what happens. Hazelhurst, the storm is there now. Hopefully everybody in that town is in their safe spot. Brad. There's 300 of you watching Brad. Everybody was saying to pull up Brad's camera. What did I miss? It's pretty choppy right now. I don't see much of anything going on. But okay, there it is. He is he is looking south towards where that rotation is. So I don't know what you guys saw, but I'm sure he's confirming to us that we've got a very strong storm. Oh, power flashes, yeah. Salmon, thank you so much. We got a new warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Rapides Parish, Louisiana now has a confirmed tornado warning. For the same storm that caused the tornado that happened earlier that was unwarned, we think it might happen again here to the south and east of Alexandria. So if we are in Inglewood, Center Point, Reynolds, or North Point, anywhere south and east of Alexandria, Louisiana, take shelter. And Riley's got an update for us. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just spoke to Brad and he confirmed that he had stated on his stream that there was some sort of circulation. He does not know if there's proper ground contact, but there was at least strong rotation very, very close to the ground. So if something is not already happening, which it very well could be, there may be something soon.
Okay. Well, I'm sure whatever's going on where Brad is right now is intense. He's right in the middle of one of the stronger storms I've seen on radar in a while. There is 250 of y'all watching with me in the Radar Omega app. Once again, if you feel left out because you don't have the Radar Omega app and you can't track these storms on your own, and you don't have it's the same tool that I'm using to run this whole stream pretty much. If you want that, there's a link in the description, top of the description. iOS, Android. Thousands of y'all have already got it, but thousands of you already haven't as well. Just reminding you, it's out there, and I recommend it. It's good.
Highway 165 North at Delwood Drive. Charlie 059. Send off a text. Charlie 059468.
So Brad is pulling over periodically to check the radar and make sure, before you take an exit, you want to make sure that you're doing the right thing there, and you've got situational awareness. He's doing that now, especially at night. He just took an exit. I believe what he's going to do is he's going to get on Highway 28 and go this way, which would make sense. So you can still see the overall supercellular shape of this storm here. This is going to try to do it again right in here. It's going to have, in my opinion, a little bit of a harder time, but it could definitely happen. So everybody, even out in front of Hazelhurst now, needs to continue to be hyper weather aware and in their safe spot. Hopewell and Georgetown, you guys are probably next. As far as like who's getting a warning next.
Tonight.
I can send you that link, Riley.
Hey Ryan, tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground east of Hazelhurst.
Okay, so that was Brad. It says tornado on the ground east of Hazelhurst. That lines up with what we're seeing on radar too. Oh yeah, look at here. This is a live look from Brad, and we've also got an update from Riley. Is that right, Riley? Do you have something?
I was just putting the link onto my stream deck and it triggered it while I was clicking it to copy it over.
Okay. All right. So this is a live look really close to Hazelhurst, Mississippi. This is the storm that we've been tracking for a while. Brad has saw a tornado here, and you can see that he's right on the edge of like the rear flank downdraft of the storm. Really strong winds here. I'm guessing he saw it in front of him in a power flash or a lightning strike or something. More than likely, those winds, everything that you see here would be blowing towards the tornado in this particular situation. So it's likely in front of him here. That means that if this continues,
Ryan, you won't be able to see it, but it's right in front of us right now. Big power flashes, multi-vortex tornado right in front of us. The lights just went out.
Okay, so we're going to leave Brad's feed up here as well on Radar Omega so we can keep up with that. But basically where Brad is right in the middle of downtown Hazelhurst. Okay, so if this thing continues to produce a tornado, it's going to do so up through Shady Grove and eventually Ruby and Hopewell. So we want everybody in Hazelhurst in their safe spot. We want everybody along Highway 51 and 28 to be in their safe spot, and it's going to move off to the north and east. Okay, so here's where the tornado is now. Okay, or probably right in here, and it's going to continue to go in this general direction, riding Highway 28. Wow, that's an intense storm there. Power's out. The red lights aren't working, so obviously it's a dangerous situation. We got to let Brad focus on driving, but we will get another update from him soon. I'm going to go and zoom in here. Grove. Riley, did you have something? Or
I was just going to forward what Chandra was saying, that the power went off and apparently there's no alarms. So I believe they're talking about tornado sirens are not working in Hazelhurst.
All right. All right, give me just a... Yeah, so what you're seeing here, we're getting ready to get an update from the National Weather Service.
Ryan, we've got debris on the road now. We've got a tree that's thrown across the road. We're trying to get around it.
Okay. This has been
a new tornado warning.
Has been issued for Copiah and Simpson County, Mississippi. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but Brad pretty much got stopped by that tree there. Okay. So a new tornado warning for Copiah and Simpson County, Mississippi. I want to give you a little bit of an update on where exactly we think this tornado is right now, so that you can, have more than just the county name and the town name and all that stuff. Where Brad is right now is he's on Highway 28, okay, near the Family Fish House. That tornado crossed the road there and is likely still ongoing somewhere between Rutledge Farms and the asphalt plant that is over there to the east of Hazelhurst. Okay, so if you know where the asphalt plant is, if you know where the Redbone Cemetery is, that's around where we think the tornado might be. Okay, definitely. We're seeing the damage. There's something going on out here. If you can get to your safe spot, please do so, and as fast as possible. If you're anywhere downstream here, even as far down as Mendenhall, Mississippi, now under a tornado warning, as the National Weather Service is pretty confident that we're going to be dealing with this one for a while. Southern side of that storm's also looking pretty nasty. Beauregard and Wesson needs to be watching out. Could be a new circulation trying to form up there. We've got another storm down here that looks interesting. So we could be getting a little bit of a second wind here as these storms start to impact portions of southern and south central Mississippi. Wow. Nasty storm. Brad Arnold just went through some pretty significant damaging winds. If a tornado is still associated with this storm, once again, it's near the Redbone Cemetery right now, moving up towards maybe even Brushy Creek, okay? Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I was just going to confirm because there was obviously a lot of people concerned in chat. Brad is okay. They just barely bumped into a tree.
Oh yeah. Brad's fine. Yeah, he didn't slam into the tree. He just kind of happened upon it, and he's still moving. So Brad's still on Highway 28. And we're going to hear from him soon, but he got slowed down by the tree, so he's trying to catch up with the storm. And now we've got to start focusing on this part of the storm down here. We got to watch this. I see another little inflow notch trying to form here. This looks messy. I don't know how much this is going to be a problem, but this is something that we do have to watch. If that warm, moist air is allowed to get in there and funnel together with all this rain-cooled air, we might see something try to happen here as this storm goes towards Sandhill and Strong Hope in Mississippi. And then you can just see the profile of the atmosphere out in front of this. All of these storms are curved, right? All of these beans are curved. We got nadir beans out here. That's indicative of the wind shear that's in place. So that's concerning. Back towards Louisiana, we've got a tornado warning back here too. The rotation it's not looking very impressive to me, but we still need to take this seriously. In Center Point, North Point, and Moncla in Louisiana. Andy, if you don't care, I'm gonna get myself a water. If you've got anything to say as I'm away for like 2 minutes, okay?
Gotcha, Ryan. Yep, guys, I'm watching how quickly this storm to the south of the current tornado warning near Hazelhurst, Mississippi, has wrapped up. In fact, where it came from is that initial supercell that we've been watching for a while that's approached Hazelhurst and is now past it, headed up towards Hopewell. It's actually kind of dragged along this supercell to the south with its movement. Like, it's actually accelerated it all the way to where now this southern supercell is probably going to take over and be the one we watch mainly over the next 15-20 minutes or so. It's also going to be one that interacts with all the storms out in front of it. There's a bunch of small showers, some with some downpours with them, so pretty heavy showers that are all going to kind of get wrapped up into these storms that have a significant pull on them. So I expect a lot of energy to be supplied into these two supercells as they go off to the east basically due east here. So down the line, we're thinking about everyone along Highway 49, Collins up through Mount Olive up to Mendenhall. With these two supercells approaching, I would not be surprised if we trend toward a tornado warning for the northern half of Lawrence County and Jefferson Davis counties in southern Mississippi. So be ready for that ahead of time. It's a good idea to be thinking about these storms as they approach. And yes, these storms will exist for quite some time. They will even make it into or across the state line to Alabama eventually. By that point, they should have much less instability. So the nighttime temperatures should have cooled off enough to where the severe threat should decrease a little bit with them, but there is still that slight risk in place for southern Alabama that extends into tomorrow. That's primarily for the morning hours as they pass towards the Florida Panhandle. But right now, we have to watch what they do in the near term, which is when they're the most dangerous. I think over the next 3 hours or so is when these storms will be the most dangerous as they trek through southern Mississippi. So that's what I'm expecting. In terms of these two storms, I think our one off to the north that's embedded in all this rain near Carthage in Mississippi will have some difficulty maintaining its strength as it exits that instability. I don't expect it to continue too long. So yeah, our main show right now is looking like these two storms in south central Mississippi. All eyes will be on that for a while.
Units 216 Car 6, respond to a public service. What's at this? 3276 Highway 80 West, 3276 Highway 80 West, crosses J. Turner and Purdy Road. On what's at this?
The time is 6:30 p.m.
Accident, hit and run, no injuries, no suspect vehicle information. They continue heading east.
Hey, Ryan, you're muted.
Okay. Okay, let me try that again. Thank you, Andy. Back to the weather. Well, he was talking about the weather too, but anyways, we've got the really strong storm that Brad just went through. Still causing problems, still potentially producing a tornado somewhere between Crystal Springs and Hopewell. So make sure you're in your safe spot in Gatesville and Harrisville. I do think that's going to get eaten up by all the rain and convection that's out in front of it. So our focus, our attention is pretty much shifting to the south to this storm near Wesson. Okay, so we'll see what happens with that. Zach Hall and Chris Hall are both out in front of that storm, so we have eyes on it. Okay, I'm gonna get back in touch with Brad here. Oh yeah, I think I do want that, Carly, if that's still an option. Well, Brad must not have service because I can't get through to him right now. But Zach and Chris are out in front of this other storm, so let's see what they've got to say. Zach, we're watching you approach the inflow zone of this storm that's forming here south and east of Hazelhurst. Just looking for an update whenever you get a chance. What are you seeing out there? Chris, this storm looks similar to the Hazelhurst one in its beginning stages, so we'll see what happens with it. Just wanted to hear what you think about it and what your plan is. What's your plan of attack for this one?
Ryan, we're headed south out of Georgetown, trying to get to around Montecito.
Well,
Monticello, Mississippi, to get a view of this storm. It's dark. Can't really see a whole lot down here, but we're trying to get into the inflow notch, maybe get a view of this storm.
To find somewhere with no trees. Absolutely no plan of attack currently. Just drive and try to find somewhere with no trees. Just being completely honest.
That makes sense. That makes sense. And you know what else makes sense? This storm up here southeast of Crystal Springs is, of course, doing that thing where it looks really concerning again. Andy, what do you think? You got anything?
Yeah, it does look concerning, but what's more concerning is that we have a tornado unwarned east of Wesson, Mississippi. That southern cell has that really tight or really small velocity couplet right in the hook, and there is an area of lowered correlation coefficient that is consistent with its location. So that's on the latest scan. I would expect a warning to come with that soon from the National Weather Service.
Okay. All right. So there we go. This is that's the one that's moving towards Chris and Zach. The one that Brad just went through is also, looking more intense than it's looked in a while. And also we've got a really interesting area of rotation trying to come together over here between Georgetown and Shivers. Look at this. That might become a whole new problem itself. And on top of that, there's even more going on back here. I think that we will be watching this cluster of storms approaching Meadville, Mississippi for a while as well. So once again, the night is young. Things are still happening.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
And, if we've had a lull in activity for the majority of the beginning part of this storm system, let that not speak for how this will end, because it looks like things are trying to ramp up right now. Tornado warning for New Hebron. Okay. That's going to be for, was that Simpson, Lincoln, Lawrence, and Jefferson counties in Mississippi. That's an observed tornado that's going to be radar confirmed. Okay, so Andy saw it several minutes ago, and now we have our official warning that includes Sand Hill, Strong Hope, Cowanville, Oma, Tyrus, New Hebron, Gwenville, Boggin, and Shivers. Take shelter now. Look at this. This is the most impressive radar signature we've seen all day. We've got this supercell up here. We've got this one, the one on the southern side.
Brian, we're going south out of Georgetown. There is people standing outside, just standing there. And I think this storm just went confirmed as well.
Yeah, don't be doing that. If you're going outside, don't. All right. Andy, what do you got for us?
Yeah, Ryan, in addition to that, can confirm that confirmed warning is definitely valid. We got another frame of that debris signature there. Take a look just east of that with these showers that are getting ingested into the supercells as they head to the east. Now there's some pretty intense rotation near Shivers, or northwest of Shivers, Mississippi here. So these showers with a ton of spin in them are being ingested into the supercells as they approach. So this is not a pretty situation. A very strange and rapidly evolving one, I would say. So it requires very close attention and minute-to-minute updates.
All right. Okay, so we got another warning coming in here.
A new tornado
Lake
warning
County
has been issued.
Neshoba County, Mississippi, another confirmed tornado warning. We'll see that polygon pop up here in just a minute, I'm sure. I do want to talk about our two main areas of concern right now. A tornado is on the ground here between Sand Hill and Tyrus. It's going to continue to move towards Cowanville and New Hebron. Take shelter now. We continue to watch this area of rotation up here as well. So if you are in Pearl, Gamma, or Rexford, you are also potentially in the path of a tornado. And we've got this area of rotation out in front of everything else in a really weird spot, like Andy was talking about, near Union, moving towards Panola, Westville, and Mendenhall. Wouldn't even be surprised to see a new warning issued specifically for that if they decide to do that later on. And then that newest warning that just came out is up here to the north for Carthage, Mississippi, okay? Doesn't quite make it to Philadelphia, Mississippi, but you can see what's going on here. We've got some rotation near Wiggins and Pilgrim Rest, and that's going to continue to go off to the east towards Williston, Ebenezer, and Edinburgh, Mississippi. Okay, take shelter now if you're in any of those places. But man, this one right here looks like something you don't want to see as it continues to look impressive, I guess, on radar. I can't think of a better way to describe it. It looks concerning and impressive. There's your potential debris there, or Definitely, that's what that is. So we're going to see if that continues to expand and stay with us as it approaches Oma. We've got Chris and Zach both right in front of this thing. So if we do have a tornado, they're going to see it here soon. Because this is actually, I think you could actually see this if with the right lightning strike or power flash. This doesn't look like it would be completely rain wrapped. So we'll see what happens there. Russell says, "What's the outlook for Atlanta?" It's rain showers, maybe some gusty winds. There's definitely a very small chance that we have some sort of severe weather in Atlanta tomorrow, but nothing crazy.
WRKF 394 repeater.
If you're just now tuning in, we have tornado warnings for Copiah County and Mississippi. This is radar confirmed. Jefferson Davis County, Mississippi, Lawrence County, Mississippi, Lincoln County, Mississippi, and Simpson County in Mississippi. Leake County, Mississippi, Neshoba County, Mississippi, and Simpson County, Mississippi. A lot of counties in Mississippi currently under a tornado warning, and we know for sure that this one is on the ground doing damage right now, south of Rockport, moving towards Oma. It's going to cross the road in between where Chris and Zach are. I'll pull up the mesoscale here just to see if there's anything else in this general vicinity that I can use to explain the situation. Thankfully, there's really not a lot. But right now, at this very moment, it looks like the tornado is around the Good Old Days Museum. All right, it's going to go past Poplar Springs Baptist Church. It's going to cross the Highway 27 somewhere around Oma, likely around Rockport, south of Rockport and around Oma. Then, as it approaches, potentially, as if it goes this far, if it makes it this far, New Hebron, it'll have to go by the North Pleasant Hill Church and the North Pleasant Hill Cemetery, and eventually Deer Camp and Rockport New Hebron Road. So, if any of those places sound familiar, that's the path that this tornado looks like it's going to try to take.
Grambling State University tag 2784. It's on a gray Nissan car.
Velocity is just all over the place. But you can see the main areas that we're watching here. Okay, so we're going to look at Zach's stream through the web player because it's not wanting to work on our system. But what we're looking at right now is a view from Zach Hall, who is near Wanilla, looking up towards Oma and where the tornadic part of the storm is going to cross that road. And I believe that's Chris pulled up right next to him there. I've seen you've been live all day. How big of an outbreak has this been so far?
Hey, Ron, if this tornado is still on the ground, it is about to cross the road in front of us, and people are driving right into it.
Yeah, I've noticed that there's been multiple instances of people driving directly into the tornado here. I'm assuming not all of those are willingly doing so. So once again, hopefully we've got a lot of people watching, and we're all doing our best to share this information so people know. I'm telling you right now, there's a lot of people, probably the majority of the people in the path of this tornado probably don't even know about it. So we need to make sure that we do everything we can to circumvent that, because tornado, you can beat them. You can win. Okay, like you just got to take shelter. You got to know what to do, and you just got to know that it's coming. So hopefully we can make people aware of the situation here in Shivers and New Hebron as this tornado is approaching. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, one of those showers I was talking about, especially the area near Shivers, has been going to the north and now has produced a tornado just to the northwest of Panola in Simpson County there. So that's in one of the tornado warnings already, but it's a different confirmed tornado all the way to the east side of the warning. And since that has a different trajectory going more to the north than these cells going due east, we might get a warning that goes in a different direction. We have to clarify which direction which storm is headed. So think about Braxton and the area between Mendenhall and Braxton for this tornado. Hopefully it doesn't last very long. It does look very small, and it might have just been squeezed out there by the storms kind of colliding together here. So another tornado ongoing right there at this time.
All right, there it is. Just to the north of Panola.
New information.
So the
this
Copiah
tornado
County,
warning
Mississippi
has been
and
upgraded.
Simpson County, Mississippi tornado warning has been upgraded to confirmed. So now, we knew this was the case, but there's a tornado down for sure. And if that's what it takes to get you to take shelter, please do so now. Sorry, guys, I'm talking to some people behind the scenes just to make sure everything is working. And all right, so if you're just now tuning in, I do want to show you what we're looking at, because I know we're getting people that are filtering in here because of the news of tornadoes being on the ground. We've got a tornado that's approaching the area between Rockport and Oma, Mississippi. So please take shelter if you're downwind near Shivers and New Hebron. We've also got look at this. The little shower that's kind of thrown itself up into the our big storm here has condensed into a little area of rotation that's actually produced a tornado that has produced damage. Okay, and this kind of thing is going to happen probably several times tonight as these little bitty storms like this kind of throw themselves up into the larger, multicellular systems. So keep that in mind. Anytime you're under a tornado warning or a large severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag, it's not always the big nasty hook echo that we've got to watch out for. Those little things can happen too. The storm that Brad Arnold went through is really starting to let up now. So that's good news. Our main focus now, once again, is the storm between Rockport and Oma, which is what Zach Hall is giving us a live view of right now. Weather chasers should have the authority to close local roads for imminent threats of severe weather. I agree with the sentiment. But probably not. I feel like somebody like a Brad Arnold, somebody like a yeah. I get what you're saying. That would be nice. Jackson, what does the membership do? It's just another way to support the channel. Just waiting on our next radar scan. This, looked really impressive until that one. We'll see if anything changes on the next scan. Pretty decent rotation getting ready to come into Carthage, so hopefully everybody in Carthage, Mississippi is in their safe spot. Bad idea because most self-proclaimed storm chasers are not knowledgeable enough to make those kinds of decisions. I think that's where the problem lies. Like, anybody can be a storm chaser. That you just need a car and a cell phone and a light bar. Like, literally, like, that's all, anybody can do this. So who is a storm chaser? Like, and like, can anybody with those things shut down a road, That could be dangerous.
Hey Ron, it's Chris. Just letting you know that we are heading back north now. We're going to see if there was any damage. If that tornado was down, we're going to see if there was any damage or if anybody's hurt or anything. We're going to head back north, and then we're probably going to go over to Hazelhurst. Not sure if there was any damage there or not, and not sure what else. We may head south for the nocturnal mode, but we'll let you know shortly.
All right, so that's Chris. He's going to go up and see if there's any evidence of a tornado crossing the road here between Rockport and Oma, which I'm very glad he's doing that because I'm extremely curious. But there's another shot. It looks like it's going to try to have another little wrap up here. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully we're still in our safe spots in Shivers and New Hebron. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, for that warning that came through earlier for Carthage, Mississippi, anybody up there looking for information, that warning was corrected to radar indicated. I believe they misissued it as a confirmed warning when they meant to do a radar indicated preventative warning to tell you to take shelter. So I don't think there was a confirmed tornado with this at any point, given the radar presentation. So hopefully that that helps anybody up there looking for information. Please continue taking shelter there in Leake County into western Neshoba County.
So, thank you, Andy. So yeah, Chris is going to go also back towards Hazelhurst and see what's going on back there. Lots of damage reports, metal roofs blown off buildings, tree downed. There's a lot of, those kinds of reports coming in from Hazelhurst. So we're going to see some of that. And then also, we had somebody from Hazelhurst leave a comment. My Fun Life said, thanks for telling us about this storm. My house was affected by the Hazelhurst storm, and I would have never in a million years went to my basement if I didn't know, if I didn't know about your storm.
Ron, you got a copy on this?
Yes, go ahead.
Hey, we're rolling north, slow rolling north on 27, just north of Monticello, Mississippi. Pretty substantial hook just to our north. I didn't know if you had any reports, but we're rolling just up to the south of it right now.
No reports or any confirmation or anything right now. So we're actually really interested in what you find on your way up there. So just keep us updated.
We've got a large lowering just to my northeast, and it's very apparent. It's just so hard to see.
So Zach is.
Hey Ryan, we haven't found anything yet, but I just seen a flat spot. There is a very, very large lowering just to our east of my location right now. A little bit to the northeast, east-northeast of my location right now.
So Chris and Zach are pretty much in the same spot, so they're talking about the same thing. They both see it. Go ahead, Riley.
Edgar has damage on his stream.
Okay. All right, I'm going to pull up his web thing because I'm not even going to try it on our thing. This is...
Yeah, we're embedding the web browsers into vMix now, so vMix should work again.
Okay, all right, thank you. Edgar is... Where is Edgar? Do we know... Well, let me get a... Well, this is damage near New Hebron or near Oma, in that general vicinity. And this, you can see that we're probably going to see a lot of stuff like this as Caleb and Zach also head into a similar area.
WRKF 394 repeater.
All right, going back into our storm, another really concerning look here on our latest reflectivity scan. Big punch out, big RFD surge, big inflow notch. What happens next? I don't know. But we're watching and we're waiting. The thing is like you're already under a tornado warning, so there's not much else you can do other than take shelter, right? But we, we're trying to figure out, is this the real deal? Is this going to be one that we have to deal with for a while? And is it going to cause significant damage? Or is this just hopefully something that we're going to take shelter for and then it passes and it's all right? Nevertheless, please make sure you're getting to your safe spot if you're under a tornado warning right now. It looks like Edgar is single-handedly going to move this tree himself with no tools in ball shorts and Crocs. I love it. That's the dedication from these guys is like something you've never seen. I like Edgar's style. Get some motivation in chat for Edgar.
Sentinel units, Med 1, car 902, respond to an EMS call. 400 Parkwood Drive, 400 Parkwood Drive, Oak Drive is repulsed on a sick person.
Yeah, pretty menacing look there. Still got some rotation up there near Carthage. Not as bad as what we've seen. And something's trying to happen with the storm south and west of Meadville too, so that one's probably going to end up being a problem. Right now, though, really all eyes are on this storm here. I just want everybody to know I'm not leaving you out. I'm not trying to ignore any area. I see all the comments of like, what about this place? What about this place? If I'm not like talking about your place right now, it's probably not bad. Like whatever's happening there is, if it's a thunderstorm, it's below severe limits for the most part. So that's good news if I'm not talking about you. But Just to give you an idea, there is a severe thunderstorm warning down here in Louisiana. This is the last sweep for Louisiana. I think that at least for everybody except for in the boot down here near New Orleans, it's going to be over soon as far as severe weather goes. Anywhere to the west of Jackson is fine. All these storms, especially the farther north you go, are below severe limits. Things are about to get pretty rainy and windy in places like Hopkinsville and Nashville and Louisville, Kentucky, Evansville, all the way up into Indianapolis, but none of that is of any real significance compared to what we are dealing with down here. All right, so we've got an update from the Storm Prediction Center. Latest information from the Storm Prediction Center is we still have a 10% hatched risk of tornadoes for that tiny little sliver of Louisiana and Mississippi tonight. And the 5% is going well into Alabama. Yeah, well, I'm updating all these locations as much as possible. Shivers in New Hebron needs to be in their safe spot, okay? Okay, now Edgar is pulling out some equipment. This should help. Amy, thank you for the 10 gifted. Oh my gosh.
Hey Ryan, just an update. I don't know if you can hear me or not because service absolutely sucks on this road. There is no damage. There's a couple of leaves down, small branches as of now. We're probably about 7 or 8 miles south of Georgetown. As of now, there is no damage. Power's still on. So.
All right, so good news from Chris. He just went through the stretch of road that we thought that a tornado might have went through earlier, and he's seen no significant damage. So that's good news. I'm worried about Edgar's vehicle here, man. We're going to see the bumper fly off here in a second. Go ahead, Andy. What do you got?
Yeah, Ryan, not too super concerning here, but one more thing that I'm watching is another cell that is to the south and west of where we're looking at right now, southwest Mississippi, east of Crosby, and west of Macomb, a good clip. That one's got some rotation on it, and per mesoanalysis is in the bullseye of 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity. So at minimum, it's got access to some good dynamics to get it cranking there. So if there is a tornado warning for that, because it is relatively further away from a radar site, we may see a preventative warning from the National Weather Service if it continues to tick up as it looks like it's doing here. That is the reason why. So that would be for Franklin County into Lincoln County once again in Mississippi.
All right. Thank you very much, Andy. This storm right here is one to watch, that's for sure. And we're going to keep our eye on that one. We're going to keep an eye on the one coming through Vidalia as well. We obviously have to keep watching our storm that's moving now into Shivers and New Hebron. And also the storm up north between Carthage and Philadelphia. Those are our most, interesting or potentially dangerous ones right now. We've also got a little bit of rotation trying to come together on the storm near Mount Olive, that one of these little rain showers that have popped up out in front of the main convection. We'll see what happens with that. Go ahead, Andy.
Yep, and one more thing, checking back in on Louisiana and Avoyelles Parish. There is a TDS over there just east of Marksville. So one more very quick drop of a tornado there. So it is unwarned at the moment. And the velocity signatures really are not all that telltale. So the National Weather Service offices have struggled a little bit with warning all of these as they occur, or maybe warning them a bit late. But there is another one unwarned now that's just gone through east of Marksville in Avoyelle Parish.
All right. Thank you, Andy. And that just tells us that this whole line now, outside of the potentially severe wind and whatever else comes with it, has another potential threat that we have to think of, and that's very quick spin-up tornadoes. So, even though the tornado threat is going down significantly in portions of
a new tornado
Louisiana,
warning has been issued.
It's something that we still need to think about and be wary of as this line moves off to the east. Lots of spin in the atmosphere, and even when you've got lines of storms and not supercells per se, that can lead to tornadoes. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And of course, the National Weather Service has their warning out now for that storm that Andy was just talking about. That is for Avoyelles, I don't know, Parish, Louisiana. Avoyelles.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Yeah, go ahead, Caleb.
Just a quick update from y'all Force One. You guys haven't
New
seen it,
information.
but we are
This
currently
tornado
recovering the
warning
first
has been
probe, so you guys
upgraded.
are going to see that go offline here, and then we'll go and recover probe 2 here shortly.
All right. Thank you, Caleb. So our cameras that we taped to trees, Caleb is out in the downpouring rain collecting those for us so that we can use them again later. So huge shout out to Caleb. That's actually a big job, and that was just something that we wanted to test today. We're probably going to do that a lot more in the future in different locations and stuff. So, and he built all of them and everything. So super, super awesome job, Caleb. Glad to have him on the team in Hall Force 1 out there. And then, of course, the newest update there, our tornado warning. I'm sorry. We do have a tornado warning for Simpson County, Mississippi. And then the radar confirmed tornado warning south and east of Alexandria in Louisiana. So that has been upgraded to observed. So things right now, I think we actually have more tornado warnings than we've had all day, or at least we're tied with our record. So that just shows you that, even though sometimes it seems like things are calming down, that things can ramp up very quickly. So we don't want anybody out in front of these storms to let their guard down. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on our Alexandria, or I should say Marksville storm, just to get a better idea of what's going on there. Spring Bayou Landing just went by there, and now it's going to go off to the north and east. Thankfully, there's not a lot of stuff out here, but if it continues, it might make it up towards Antonish. Let's figure out. Okay, yeah. So there's Caleb packing the probe in. You see him in the distance over there? And this is a live view of that happening. Of course, this is the best the cameras have worked all day. Why does that look like snow? Anyways, we do have a confirmed tornado just to the east of Spring Bayou Landing. So please take shelter over here. And Andy's got some updates for us. Go ahead, Andy.
Yeah, Ryan, just another quick check-in on that storm I mentioned about 5 minutes ago in southwest Mississippi that's currently unwarned. Definitely is looking like it deserves a warning now, so I would say y'all watch out ahead of the warning here for parts of Franklin counties, Franklin and Lincoln counties here approaching I-55.
Okay, thank you, Andy. That's going to be Dick, Little Springs, and Mount Olive. All these places in Mississippi are in the path of that storm, which will definitely, hopefully soon get a tornado warning. That is, even though we're far away from the radar, that's a pretty telltale sign of some pretty intense rotation there. I think we're not done with our complex of storms a little bit farther to the east.
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. I cannot see in front of my face currently. This is probably the heaviest rain that I've drove through in a very long time. Wouldn't be shocked to see some flash flood warnings go up pretty soon for this area.
Yeah, and so this whole area right here between Hazelhurst and Mendenhall, just getting absolutely wrecked by heavy rain. So flash flooding is going to be a big problem there, and probably even for places farther east as well, all the way over towards Meridian and Quitman. Get ready. This is just going to get juicier and more linear as time goes on, and there's going to be a lot of training, heavy rain going over you. So still seeing some curved beans out in front of this thing, telling me that this supercell right here, this is a supercell, has the ability to wrap up and try to produce a big tornado again. So we're watching near Shivers to see if that happens. McGee, Mount Olive, and Mize in Mississippi needs to be watching out for that. What the heck we got going on right here? What? You see that? So that's the thing that we're watching too. Canton, another storm on the way. It looks like it might be trying to rotate a little bit, so keep an eye on that. You guys were under a tornado warning not too long ago. I hear food. There's a tree down blocking US 28 9 miles east of Georgetown, Mississippi. Have we got any word from Brad Arnold yet? Riley, have we heard from him since? Oh, well, he's live. He's heading up towards Jackson, so Brad's fine. I don't hear food, but I see an alarming amount of beans. Yeah, lots of curved beans out here. A huge shout out to that dude. I will make sure I tell Edgar he did a good job. Cap, thank you. Colligan, thanks for being a member for 20 months. 20 months. I've seen a couple 30 plus months on here today too. All right, I think we're about to get a new warning. Here it comes. There it is.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Franklin and Lincoln counties in Mississippi. We're going to see that polygon pop up here shortly. I have to very quickly run to grab something. I'll be right back. Andy, if you've got something, you can talk, but I'll be quick.
Okay. Yeah, Ryan, that's and all of y'all, that newest warning is the Franklin and Lincoln counties storm that I was mentioning that wasn't yet warned. So that is going to include Brookhaven once again, up along Highway 84 here through these two counties. So that's southeastern Franklin County through much of Lincoln County. Now in that warning, Brookhaven, if you're joining us now or opening your ears again, essentially, that is a different warning, is a reason to take shelter again from another storm. Should pass to your south, whereas previously a lot of the storms passed to the north. I can't remember if Lincoln County had a tornado warning earlier or not, but if they did not, then this is your first one. If they did, this is a new warning. So we've got that one going. Please be taking shelter in the interior most room of your house, basement if you have it. I know not a lot of places out here do have basements, so all you need for your safe spot is just a pillow, something to cover your neck with, your shoes, the interior most room of your house, like a closet or a bathroom, and take us with you. It's nice to practice your tornado safety precautions, essentially, just so you're ready to do it at any point, even for the second season in fall and through the winter months here in the southern and southeastern states. Good to see you all again. Yeah. Thanks for all the kind messages in chat too. I see you guys. Appreciate it. It's been a while, but we're still here, ready to go at any severe weather a day such as today. So I'd say we've covered this one so far pretty well, and I think we have a few more hours of our, of peak severe weather as these move through primarily south central Mississippi into southeastern Mississippi. I think the conditions will still be supportive of possible tornadic storms through that point. So we've still got some time, and this is important live coverage, of course, because these are nocturnal naders. Nocturnal naders. In which you're not going to see what's coming. A lot of people start tuning out and are not, they're just not visually with it, especially if they start going to sleep in the next couple of hours. We could lose a lot of recognition of these storms occurring and these warnings going out. So that's why it's really important, not for how many viewers we have at any given point, but rather the cascading effect of you guys relaying the information we give to you to the people that might need to hear it. So it's an exponential thing, the service that we provide. So always feel like you're a part of it, and that you're doing good as being a part of it. So that's what matters the most, I think, for the services that we provide on the Hull Y'all team. Wouldn't you say so, Ryan?
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. Andy, thanks. It took me longer than what I thought it would because I'm in desperate search of some water. Everything I've drank today so far has been carbonated, and it's starting to affect me. But the weather house is dry right now. I don't know where all of our water is. So it's going to be all right because we've got food here as well. As soon as I get a second, I'm going to try to tackle that. And then we're going to get back to what we were doing. And I think we're going to go, I think, first of all, we have a lot of tornado warnings. We have 5, which is one of the higher numbers that we've seen this evening. But even if things start to calm down here in the next little bit, we're definitely going to go at least until at 10 Eastern at the very least, maybe even beyond that. So we're going to get into some things and talk to Caleb and talk to Andy more, even if the weather isn't completely wild at that time, although it may be. So let's go through all the tornado warnings one by one, and then I'm going to be semi-silent for a little bit as I try to eat. We've been live now for I don't know how long, but it seems like a little bit. All right, the one up here near Philadelphia, Mississippi, is probably not going to be reissued. So this one's probably about over. The storm as a whole is pretty much below severe limits as well. So we'll see what happens. They might issue another warning, but as of right now, that doesn't look to be too much of a problem, and it's going to miss Philadelphia to the northwest. Our other 2 warnings down here, the one that includes Mendenhall, that rotation is completely lit up, but that's still a strong storm. The one that I would be most concerned about, I guess, would be the storm that's heading towards Boggin. But even that, the rotation there has lit up significantly, okay? More concerning looking, as at least on radar right now, is the storm that is between Bude and Auburn, Mississippi. That's got a lot of rotation there. The sail looks like a supercell that could produce a tornado. So if I'm in Brookhaven, downstream here, I would definitely be getting into my safe spot. And last but not least, we've got a tornado warning still going on down here in southeastern Louisiana. The rotation has gotten really broad on that one, so I would not expect that one to last much longer either. But this is overall a very strong storm too, with this whole line producing probably up to 60 mile per hour winds. All right, I'm going to show y'all the goods. There's no logos or anything on this. I want to know if anybody knows what this is or where it comes from. So guess in the chat. As we just wait for radar updates here. Also, if you have any questions about tomorrow's forecast or a specific area, we might not be able to get to it right away, but we'll have Frank and some other people screenshot some really good ones, and we will tackle a bunch of questions at least before the stream ends. Okay. Seeing a lot of Olive Gardens, KFC, Wendy's, Taco Bell. I've yet to see it. I've yet to see the actual answer. Yeah, the most active chat's been all day. Oh, man. Oh, somebody did get it. Timber Doodle Dan got it. Slim Chickens. Honestly, that's really impressive that you got that just by looking at this, because this looks like this looks like just about a million different things at a blurry distance. You know what I mean? Not sponsored, no. But I'm open to it. Ryan, what do you think of the quiet tropical storm season? Kind of surprised, I guess. Everything was there for a not quiet season, and for the most part, it wasn't like really quiet overall. We just had a lot of, storms that nobody cared about. But I am genuinely surprised that we didn't see more than what we saw. Slim Chickens, I don't know how big it is. I don't know if it's like a nationwide chain or what, but I know that there's one in my town, so there's got to be more than one. It's very rare that somebody puts a business in my town and nowhere else. That doesn't work usually. I continuing to watch these radar scans come in, not seeing anything too terribly concerning. This is definitely the most concerning one down here in southwest Mississippi, but hopefully the trend continues and we get a little bit of a break here. Does it taste good? Yeah, it does. Mm-hmm. We don't have a Raising Cane's here, but it's kind of like that. Kind of. Not really. I mean, they both have chicken. You're eating junk, Ryan. I know. It's tradition, though. Always look forward to the nights where we stream all night.
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second?
Because we always eat junk. It's a good time. Go ahead, Caleb.
Just letting you know, probe 1 is about to go offline.
All right. Where are you located? I am broadcasting to you live from the middle of nowhere in Appalachia. East Kentucky. And Caleb, he drove all the way, which all of these storm chasers drove a long distance. But Caleb drove all the way to Louisiana from here yesterday for this. Caleb, for those of you who keep up with the Weather House shenanigans, Caleb actually works here on like a day-to-day basis. Like he comes in, he edits videos and builds tornado. He builds different kinds of probes, and he's built a lot of our storm chasing vehicle stuff, and he's kind of like he's good at a little bit of everything. You know what I mean? And he's from Canada, so he's like super nice, cool guy. I'm guessing that these southern storms will probably hit another stride at some point where there's a similar period of whatever we just went through around the Jackson area and south and west of there. I don't know if it'll be as intense, but I do expect that things are going to probably pick up again before we end the stream. I don't think the rest of the broadcast will be like this, but what do I know? What radar are you using? This is Radar Omega. You can get it. Link in the description. This is we had a meeting or a demo or something. I don't know what you call it. But a big fancy radar company that does like your local weatherman, your local TV weatherman, he uses this, right? And we were looking into it because like we're trying to be fancy, okay? Like that's what you do. We're constantly trying to think of like how to enhance and make the stream better. So like why not get the real thing, right? So we talk about it, and it costs $100,000, and it's not even as good as Radar Omega. So we said no, and then we said, Andy, go ahead.
And then I said, Ryan, that there's a new tornado debris signature that's very small, but thanks to the analyst team in this case for catching this one near Cottonport, Louisiana. It's south of the Avoyelles tornado warning that's there at the moment. at the moment in that parish. So there could be another tornado warning issued for Avoyelles Parish that will go towards Simsport. So if there is a new warning for this, I do believe this is a legitimate signature. I'm backing it up. It's next to a very small velocity couplet, and it's consistent on the next scan. Yeah, I would expect a new tornado warning there, and there it is. Or it's about to be.
Okay. All right, yeah, so it's just now come through now. We've got a new tornado warning for this.
A new tornado
that
warning
Andy just
has
brought
been
to our
issued.
attention. So once again, we just talked about how it was probably these storms that would be the new area that we would watch. It does include Simsport, Redfish, and Big Bend. So please take shelter if you're in any of these places. It does look like a tornado could be down here. It's going to cross Highway 1 and Highway 451 before it makes it to Big Bend. I did see something else before we came all the way down here, though, on this storm, the one we've been watching for a while, north and west of Auburn. It looks like it's intensifying quite a bit. So, you know, if there wasn't a tornado here, you know, a couple minutes ago, there's a much better chance of that actually being the case now as this storm in Mississippi approaches Lucene, West Lincoln, Williams, Cobbs, and Zetas. This will eventually move up towards Brookhaven as well. So once again, things are, like I said, things are going to go through ups and downs. It looks like we're on the verge of an up here. So we're going to get serious, and we're going to talk to Riley. Go ahead.
Hey, Ryan, I just wanted to mention that we do have Edgar O'Neill getting closer to Brookhaven. He is targeting that storm that's probably going to produce a tornado here pretty soon.
All right. Thank you. Carly, let's try something. Let's completely close out of all the other feeds except for Edgar. And let's see here. Edgar and Nick. And let's see if that solves our problem. I believe Brad's done for the night. But I would just love to have a working feed for a moment. Yeah, this one looks pretty concerning here as it approaches Brookhaven. I would definitely take shelter there. Also, we have to watch for spin-ups along this. Anytime you have really strong inflow and strong line of storms coming through like that, it's a very real possibility that you see spin-ups.
Hey Ryan, this is Brad. We are back on the road. Had to stop by and get a windshield wiper. The other one went kaput when we hit that little branch that had fallen down. So we're headed down to that tornado warning near Brookhaven. So we're going to intercept it in Monticello, Mississippi, here in probably about 30 minutes or so.
Hey Ryan, do you copy?
Okay, so
Hey Ryan, it's Chris. We're in Hazelhurst, and there is no power absolutely whatsoever. Emergency crews are driving around town. Not seeing any damage yet, though, but it's dark, so.
By the way, I sincerely hope that it was as crazy on stream as it was in our car when we intercepted that tornado that crossed in front of us in Hazelhurst.
It was. Carly, actually, let's try this. Since we do have multiple people still streaming, close out of all the sources, right? Close them out. But only do the top 3. Let's do 3. And it's up to you who gets that, because I don't know who's working and who's not and who's online and whatever. So Brad is heading back south towards Hazelhurst. Eventually, we'll probably intercept the Brookhaven storm. Here is a look at current power outages in Mississippi. It looks like 12,000 people are without power. Most of them are from right here around Hazelhurst. So that makes sense. Not tightening up. That's a good sign. If the rotation remains pretty broad like this, it might not be that much of a problem. But still, Brookhaven needs to be in their safe spot. I'm going to go back to Louisiana momentarily to take another look at this. Same thing here. Pretty broad rotation is on the velocity, but we've seen that several times today. Something that doesn't look very interesting, I guess, on velocities that turns into something that still produces a debris signature. So certainly don't need to judge these storms by their look on velocity. Somebody said, did Edgar win or the tree? Edgar won. He got it out of the way.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Concordia Parish, Louisiana, and Adams County, Mississippi, under a tornado warning now. So that's just a continuation of the warning that includes Simsport, I believe. Or no, actually, it's for this whole other area of rotation right here. So Loch Levin, you're under a tornado warning. That's such a weird shape. I'm sure we'll probably get another one here. Oh, and look at these. Now, there's not a lot of wind shear down here, but man, if there was, these would be the storms that would really be the ones to watch tonight. We'll still have to watch them, but you know. Go ahead, Andy.
Hey, Ryan, I think you're right on the money. Less so with a spin-up tornado, but actually more so with a surge forward or a connection of the inflow to the supercellular structure here in south central Mississippi near Mendenhall and McGee. I think that's how you pronounce that. So that's going in East Simpson County into Smith County next. I think that is connecting rather quickly, rather rapidly. You can begin to see the hook on reflectivity on the last scan there. So I think we're going to see that continue to come together and probably incur another tornado warning for those areas. So heads up, Mize and Raleigh out ahead of this thing as it passes over Highway 49 there.
Absolutely. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill, for drawing our attention back towards Weathersby and McGee. Notice how, what was it, 5-10 minutes ago, we had this. We talked about how there could be spin-ups. It turns out this is a huge area of convergence that's going to try to flip over on itself here and really potentially produce either a brief or maybe even a moderately persistent tornado here south of Weathersby. It's going to try to. I don't know for sure if that's happening just yet, but you can definitely see the hook, and you can definitely see that happening on velocity. So no tornado warning currently for this storm. That's going to change very soon. I'm sure that'll come through from the National Weather Service momentarily. There it comes right now, actually. and that's going to include McGee and Raleigh. So
A
please
new tornado warning has
take
been issued.
shelter now in Simpson and Smith County in Mississippi. That one definitely looks pretty concerning. This one does too. Brookhaven, still think that you guys should definitely be in your safe spots. If we're trying to decide what 3 chasers we need, definitely one of them needs to be Edgar. Definitely. And I don't think it's going to work unless you completely delete and get rid of all of the sources other than the 3 that we need. Like they shouldn't even be in that bottom browser. Maybe leave the ones for the probes. And I'm sorry for everybody who has no idea what I'm talking about.
Hey Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just letting you know, I'm about 10 minutes out from the Brookhaven self, having a visual on it. I don't know if you have, yeah, 84 West. I don't know if you have any visual of my live feed or not. I know you guys have been having issues with it.
So Nick is also out there getting close to that same storm. So Nick is approaching from the east. Edgar is approaching from the north. So Nick and Edgar probably we should have on there. Yeah, I would not be surprised at all if we've got a tornado ongoing right here. Just to the south and west of Sanatorium and to the west of McGee. Also, wouldn't be surprised if we've got one going on here, south and west of Brookhaven. So, as soon as we get a confirmation from the National Weather Service or one of our storm chasers, we will dive into the mesoscale and start being more specific about the locations that we call out. But for now, I just want to be generally, everybody in the whole polygon should be generally concerned about the fact that this looks like it's the real deal. Unfortunately, McGee, if this is on the ground or if this, decides to become, an actual tornado in the near future, if it's not already, then it's going to come right through town, or at least go between Sanatorium and McGee in a pretty densely, not populated area, but it looks like a commercial area on Sanatorium Road. So keep that in mind. We don't have any storm chasers on that storm.
Attention all stations, truck 3, car 3, response to an EMS call. It's going to be 114 David Circle, 114 David Circle. Jennifer Avenue is your cross on a sick person, abnormal breathing.
Yeah, all of these are really impressive. The Simsport storm, the Loch Levin storm. It's not confirmed. It's not. You can't confirm it via radar. But all of these look like a lot meaner, I guess you could say, than some of the earlier ones we were tracking.
Ryan, when you got a second?
Yeah, go ahead. That's Edgar.
I just want to let you know I am in Brookhaven. There are no tornado sirens going on.
Okay, no tornado sirens in Brookhaven. That's definitely not a good idea if that's a conscious choice being made. I don't know. I think that's automated, so it could be something that can't be helped. However, I do think that there's a chance that this storm coming up towards Brookhaven has a tornado with it, or will by the time it gets there. So take shelter. This is what it looks like from Edgar's point of view. For some reason, it's still not working on our system. Okay, here we go.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Avoyelles Parish in Louisiana. That tornado warning has been upgraded to confirmed. So yeah, that's the one up here to the north of Simsport. So let's go into the mesoscale a little bit and talk about some landmarks, because this is a tornado on the ground now. And it looks like it's on the ground in a pretty rural area, thankfully, once again, up here near Sutton Lake. If it continues on the path that it's on right now, if it stays on the ground, it's going to go by Grassy Lake. And then eventually it will cross the Louisiana and Mississippi state line across the river there near Three Rivers Wildlife Management Area. So this is honestly a bunch of nothing. There's not a lot of things here in the path of this one, thankfully. There's probably some campsites, some campgrounds, but nothing densely seeable, I guess, on the map. So once this goes a little bit farther, though, towards, say, Fort Adams, there's a little bit more that it could hit. So hopefully it weakens before it gets there. But in the meantime, we let it rip. Okay. Hopefully the storm gets really strong and wears itself out before it gets to, anything more substantial. All right, we got another warning coming out.
A new tornado warning has been
This
issued.
is for Wilkinson County, Mississippi. I don't know what that is. I'm gonna guess it's this. I'm gonna guess they're just filling in the gap here. That, yeah, there it is. So, Doloroso. Hopefully, I'm saying that right. And Wilkinson along Highway 61. You guys are now under a tornado warning.
New information. This tornado warning has been upgraded.
The tornado warning for Simpson and Smith counties in Mississippi, that has been upgraded to observed. So now we have two tornadoes on the ground. Okay, one of them's in Mississippi, one of them's back a little bit closer to the Louisiana Mississippi line. But this one approaching McGee is very dangerous looking. Trying to find out what exactly. So right there is the last time that we talked about it. Since then, we've had one big update. And yeah, there's something going on here. I'm guessing this is the debris signature. It doesn't really matter though, because I think that this whole section right here, there's going to be a lot of strong winds, similar to what we saw in Brad Arnold's stream earlier when he was going through the Hazelhurst storm. So this is probably going to knock out power and cause significant damage, potentially all the way through, up towards between McGee and Mize. And there even could be a tornado in here somewhere between Sanatorium and McGee. That's going to go off to the north and east towards Raleigh. So take shelter now. I think this is also extremely rural, other than McGee, of course, which is, it's pretty rural. But once you get past that, there's not a lot of stuff out there, thankfully, once again. Let me just double check everything here. Mize, Raleigh. Yeah, so, there is some residential stuff. So if this thing stays on the ground for about as long as some of these other ones have, the best chance, some of the places that are almost certainly going to have to deal with the tornado here is going to be the Gregory Cemetery area. And if you guys know where Affordable Foam Insulation and Roofing has their offices, it's on Cooper Road. If you guys know about where that is, That's around where the tornado is now. It'll likely lift before it gets to Dry Creek. However, if it doesn't, it's going to go right on up to Raleigh, which is, along Highway. Wow, that road isn't even named. But it's on the road that Salem Baptist Church and Black Bear Jerky. It's on that road there. So everything in between, definitely, we've got to get to shelter if we're listening to this broadcast. Beyond that, still get to shelter, but hopefully the tornado lifts before it gets there. This one, like this signature right here, is by far the most impressive. So it'll be interesting to see from Edgar and Nick what's going on there. And by the way, here's a live look at Edgar's feed. Unfortunately, we have to do it this way. I don't have any other way to show you right now. So hopefully Riley or somebody's watching in the background, Nick and Edgar's feed, and just holler at me if I need to throw it full. Yeah, McGee is not terribly small. It's the area between McGee and that next town, Raleigh, that's pretty sparsely populated. Certainly not nothing. This is Nick Gorman's feed. So we're from this vantage point, we are looking at the Brookhaven storm. Okay, we're looking west. So Nick's on Highway 84 near Fair Oak Springs. He's looking west towards Cobbs and West Lincoln. And somewhere in there, man, we've got a strong storm going on, a lot of rotation. I would not be surprised at all if there's a tornado about to happen. So we're going to watch that very closely. And Edgar is in a very similar location, a little bit farther to the west, though. So he's actually in the storm, but not quite in the tornadic part of it just yet. He is south of Brookhaven. So the tornado that happened near McGee is probably lifted. If it's not, it's somewhere to the north and east of town, and it's about to. But still stay in your safe spot all the way up through Raleigh, okay? And McGee, I'd say that the strongest winds are happening right now. And if the power doesn't go off in the next 10 minutes, you might be okay. You might not lose power from this one. Got another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
Now. Simpson County, Mississippi, and Smith County, Mississippi. So we'll see that polygon line up here. Hello, Sean. Thank you. Okay, so that newest tornado warning is for, oh, wow. It's for this. Look at that. Tiny little couplet, probably producing a tornado right now south of Cohea and north of Upton, west of Traxler, moving towards Heater. If you're in Shangelo, Burns, Pikeville, Klein, or Clear Springs in Mississippi, take shelter now. The Brookhaven storm looks absolutely crazy on both velocity and reflectivity. Not as impressive as the Hazelhurst storm maybe on reflectivity, but definitely these guys that are getting ready to intercept this storm are about to see something wild. Even if there is no tornado in there, we're definitely going to see some hail and some very, very strong winds. So hopefully they're going to be careful. MWC, thank you very much for the extremely generous super chat. This thing wants to do it, man. A lot of them have wanted to, but this one especially. So here, you see this little dot right here? That's Edgar's location south and west of Brookhaven. This is Nick Gorman. Now let's go look at their feeds. This is Nick's. So Nick's a little bit farther to the west, but you can see the lightning in the distance. Edgar is just a little bit farther to the south. So actually, if we look out, if we were to be in the vehicle with Edgar right now, and we were to look out the passenger side window, we would be looking right into the inflow notch, right into where the tornado would likely be. So he's actually in a pretty unsafe spot. He's about to be overtaken by some really strong winds in the RFD. And certainly, it looks like he's in the middle of the woods. So, like, I don't think you're seeing anything. But yeah, this this kind of paints the picture of what it's like out there before one of these storms. It goes from nothing, winds pick up a little bit, and then boom, a terrible storm, potentially even with a tornado in there in a matter of moments. So we're going to keep Edgar's feed and Nick's feed available to us while we also monitor the radar. The McGee storm is looking less impressive. More impressive, I would say, in just severe weather terms. Strong winds definitely getting ready to move through Raleigh, Cohay, and Mize. The tornado threat, I think, at least temporarily, is subdued a little bit. Let's go back to Nick's feed here. You can see the rain is starting to pick up where he is. Nick is out at the intersection just to the south of Brookhaven that can take you down to Bogue Chitto, I think. And he's also about to get overtaken by that rain. Edgar, my goodness. I mean, unless his location just isn't updating correctly on radar, he is probably a couple, maybe a football field or two away from the RFD. All right. We're going to come back to the radar here. This is the big bad area of rotation, so lots of the wind is coming in this way. Okay, so there we go.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, I got you.
Right now, our game plan is to race east and then turn around to see if we can get a good visual on anything.
Okay, so Nick has turned around east, which is probably smart. It looks like Edgar's. Oh my goodness, he's definitely in a strong part of the storm, but the rotation is to his north. The part that we'd want to inspect is a little bit to his north. So it looks like he's turning around. Let's talk to him. Yeah, go ahead, Edgar.
I'm sitting here just south of the inflow notch. Very, very high winds. Lightning activity has picked up. Wind has picked up. I'm hoping this thing's going to cross the street right in front of me to the north.
All right. Sounds good. Edgar, keep us updated.
Hey, Ryan. Dropping south right now towards Monticello, east of Brookhaven. There's a donut hole vortex southwest of the city of Brookhaven. Very, very, very dangerous storm. That's probably one of the better velocity signatures that I've seen all day. So it's going to be completely rain wrapped. So if anybody's in the path of it, do not try to go out and look for it. But we're going to try to go and see if we can kind of get in front of it here in about 15 minutes or so.
Okay, so the voice you just heard was Brad Arnold. He's still pretty far away from the Brookhaven storm. He's south of Georgetown right now, heading south towards Monticello. He is talking about the storm that Nick and Edgar are on, though. So Nick, this is Nick's feed right here. He just turned around. Now we're facing back into the storm, and we're facing the part of the storm that has that huge, nasty rotation signature to it. I mean, definitely this thing is spinning like a top. It's a huge rotating mesocyclone in there. Is it tight enough? Is it not outflow dominant? Like what's, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered to confirm whether or not there's a tornado in there. And Nick and Edgar are about to figure that out for us, because here's Nick. Oh, sorry. Here's Nick. And here is Edgar. Edgar's going this way. Nick's going this way. So one of them are going to see a tornado or see damage from a tornado or something.
Hey Ryan, this is Chris. We're coming in from the north side of town. Crazy lightning activity, a lot of traffic still on the interstate. We're going to pull off here just a second because we're just to the north of it if it is down. So.
All right. So if you're just now tuning in, we've got a tornado warning for Brookhaven, Mississippi, and we're watching a live feed of Nick Gorman, who is just to the south of Brookhaven, giving us a view of the part of the storm that would have the tornado in it. Okay, so we're this is live. This is happening right now. We're going to see that unfold in front of us. Edgar is also giving us a live view on the southern side of the storm. So I believe that if there was a tornado in this, it's already passed the road in front of him, and it would be closer to where Nick is. So we're gonna monitor this for a moment. Lots of lightning activity, as you can see, and unfortunately, a lot of people who don't know any better driving right into what could be a rain-wrapped tornado. Once again, another reminder to please share the stream. Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, Snapchat, TikTok, I don't care. Put it anywhere. And just let people know that we're here, and we're just going to be here until we don't need to be here. And if they want to know about the storms, they can come here. Yeah, lots of lightning for sure. Looks like Edgar's on the move. If he decides to go north, he's going to go up towards Brookhaven. So, it'd be interesting to see if there's any damage on that road. Okay, so we had the tornado near McGee. I think that's since lifted. We've got a new area of convergence, though, here between Mize and Taylorsville. Looks outflow dominant right now, but we've seen what can happen. We'll see if that starts to twist and turn a little bit as it approaches, once again, Taylorsville and potentially Bay Springs. And then just to the north of Mize, west of Raleigh, we've got another little area of twisting and turning that we're watching as well. All of these places are already under tornado warnings, so hopefully everybody there is in their safe spot. Interesting development here on our Brookhaven storm. Maybe another area of rotation. What a weird storm, man. So the initial thing that we were looking at is obviously this. Okay. That is getting ready to make itself known right in front of Nick Gorman here. But look at this, another area of rotation just to the west of Edgar. So that's a dangerous situation for Edgar. We will let him know about that.
WRKX 394 repeater.
204 copy.
Could also be some contamination involved there too. So, all right, I'm gonna go check on our Louisiana storms. Honestly, These are in the radar hole pretty hardcore right now, so we're not going to be able to get a good look at them at all. But there's still some rotation here coming over towards Doloroso and Wilkinson. We also have a little bit of rotation left with that storm near Simsport. But the tornado warning has been allowed to expire for Simsport. Main focus continues to have to be on the Brookhaven storm. Looks like Nick and Edgar both are having a hard time keeping connection, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, so according to radar, Nick is in it. Nick is right where the rotation would be. And I don't see a tornado, which is a good sign. So Edgar is at that intersection again, just to the south.
Hey
of
Ryan,
Brookhaven.
it's Chris. Flash flood warning is needed badly here in Brookhaven. A lot of area roads has very high water on them.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
So as you can see, it's raining pretty hard there in Brookhaven. Flash flood warning probably is warranted because it's not going to stop anytime soon. That new tornado warning is going to be for that's the Brookhaven storm, okay, and it's going to go all the way out to Woolworth, Monticello, Silver Creek, New Hebron, and Prentice. Okay, Brad Arnold is in the path to intercept that one. See his feed here. We'll see the lightning start to increase on his feed shortly.
Well,
795 people without power in Lincoln County, Brookhaven, Mississippi.
check a base station, sync. Thanks, y'all. Well, stop it. Okay.
Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just spoke to Edgar and he went through where the tornado was expected to have gone. And he said he did not see any damage, so hopefully it was a very weak tornado and just kicked up a few leaves.
Thank you, Riley. That it does seem like that's the case. With the kind of rotation signature that we've seen from this storm and everything else, if there was a tornado, you know what we've seen. So I think that we're kind of far away from the radar here. Not terrible, but we've seen a lot of artifacts and contamination, and so I don't think that we're seeing like the true. I don't think we were seeing what we thought we were seeing, if you know what I mean. But hey, like it was still worth putting out a warning for. And I still think that there's a chance that this is going to get, you know, it's still worth watching all the way towards Monticello and Prentice. I have noticed today that a lot of our actual tornadoes have come from very tiny little couplets and things that don't normally attract your attention when you're looking for tornadoes in situations like this. You always look at the base of the supercell. You look for the big giant couplets, and there's been a lot of those today, but any tornado that we've actually had has been associated with smaller updrafts, smaller storms. So interesting to say the least, and it shows you that in a situation like this, all storms should be treated equally, even though it's hard to do that sometimes when one storm is like 50 times bigger than another one. Is it in Arkansas? No, Arkansas is in the clear now for the most part. There's some scattered stuff out there, but nothing bad. A little bit of a similar situation to what we saw near McGee earlier happening again between Taylorsville and Mize. We talked about this. When you see this, you've got, two air masses about to fight, and something normally happens, and it looks like right now there's a little bit of a curl up happening on the northern side of this, so we might see a tornado try to pop up south and west of Silvarina and Bay Springs. Okay, we'll watch the reflectivity to see if we get a little bit more of a pop out here or an inflow notch. And these places, once again, are still under a tornado warning anyways, so regardless, you should be taking shelter. Looks like, speaking of McGee, there's a tree down on a natural gas line. An exposed natural gas line, I guess. So definitely some damage in and around McGee. There's also an official, well, the report is the tornado debris signature, but I thought that was like a ground report. Edgar is right here. Okay, and this is what it looks like where he is. Torrential downpour. Nick is in okay. I was getting ready to say that's not live. This is a live look, but it looks like this camera is a little bit displaced. But you can see that that's a very strong storm there. I don't see much hail though where Edgar is, so that's good, I guess, for anybody that's on the road that didn't know that it was coming. Cynthia, thank you very much for the generous super chat. Sean, thank you. Buford, thank you. I appreciate y'all. That is the definition of a blinding downpour. Normally, through a camera viewfinder, it's easier to see the road than with your actual naked eye. And I can't see much there.
Hey Ryan, do you copy it?
Loud and clear, what you got?
Looks like that storm that we're on is trying to cycle. We got some really strong inflow going into it. We're still racing east to get ahead of it.
All right, so this is what Nick is talking about, the Brookhaven storm. Nick is out in front of it. Lots of inflow. Okay, so the storm is trying to cycle. It's going to try to do it again. It's tried a lot and failed, thankfully, for the most part. So hopefully that continues. I think this is something like our fourth 10% hatched risk day that has not performed, in the way that you would think a 10% hatched risk day would go. So that's interesting. It's always interesting to see how that works out. And the thing is you could probably, we could talk to Andy about this in a minute, and probably any other meteorologist out there would agree that a 10% hatched, that was definitely the right call today from the National Weather Service, and also every other day. But sometimes it just doesn't work out. So, and this isn't over, by the way. Andy, yeah, what you got?
Yeah, Ryan, I'm watching the Silverina Bay Springs storm. That it looks like it's going to produce a tornado right there. Very tight rotation that's moving to the northeast, right towards Silverina. This area is also particularly a bit exposed. Just to the east is where we had an EF3 tornado earlier this year between Bay Springs and Lewin. So this is an area we don't want to see hit at all, let alone again. So this could be there could be some vulnerable, weak houses or something if people decide to stay there after some damage. So especially important we get the word out to them maybe ahead of time if they haven't gotten the warning yet in Jasper County, Mississippi.
All right. Thank you, meteorologist Andy Hill. This is the area of rotation that we're talking about, the area of concern moving up towards Silvernia, potentially even the stretch of road and a highway between Bay Springs and Lowen and Montrose. So definitely don't want to see that, but it is happening. We'll probably see a new warning issued for that in a little bit. We're also seeing the inflow increase significantly ahead of this storm that just moved out of Brookhaven. We'll probably see a new mesocyclone try to form on this as well as it approaches Wanilla and Monticello. Going back to the southwest a little bit, our storms along the Mississippi River in Louisiana and Mississippi are still strong, but they're having even more trouble rotating properly than our storms that are a little bit farther to the north. So they're strong. We've got a tornado warning still in effect for Wilkinson and Darrington and Perrytown in Mississippi, but so far no confirmation of a tornado. Chloe says, great job keeping everyone safe. I'm in Dallas and I am in the clear, but enjoy watching the stream. Thank you, Chloe. Yeah, there's the rain with these storms has been the most impressive thing I've seen today. There's a lot of videos that some of the storm chasers are taking, and it's crazy. American truck driver, thank you. So Brad Arnold has once again positioned himself perfectly to be right in front of the most interesting and I guess concerning storm of the hour. So we're going to be keeping up with Brad and Nick and Edgar and Chris Hall here, who have all kind of hung around this area. Okay, we got a new warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be for Jasper County and Smith County, Mississippi. So that's what we were just talking about with Andy there. So Lowen, Montrose, penalty, and Rose Hill and Fellowship need to be taken shelter. And this storm is pointing in the general direction of Meridian. So get ready up there. It's probably going to go to the south of town, but we'll see. What about Tennessee? Really not much to say about Tennessee. There's going to rain a little bit tonight. Unfortunately, there's just not much to say about anywhere else other than Mississippi and Louisiana right now. Maybe Alabama a little bit later, but yeah, just some rain in northern Mississippi into western and central or middle portions of Tennessee. Louisville's getting ready to start raining up there. Probably going to see some pretty good wind gusts up farther north, though, maybe near Chicago. But absolutely nothing, nothing of great concern. Mississippi update. We got 14,000 people without power in Mississippi right now. 4,500 in Louisiana.
Hey, Ryan, it's Chris. You got a copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
We're going to go ahead and call the chase for the night. We're going to head back north. We're going to head to Gatlinburg and see if we can get there by morning. Hurricane force winds are predicted in Gatlinburg with the extreme fire warnings. They'll do so.
Higher elevations could see some stronger winds tomorrow, so that's not a bad idea. So Chris is out. No, Chris has done a good job today. I think Caleb Beecham, he's pretty far behind the storms, but he might also be calling it a chase for the night as well. Really, Brad, we're going to watch this storm hit Brad here soon, and we'll see what happens from there. And then from there, I don't know. I think we're probably on a little bit of a down trend as far as like, the way that the storms are going. However, the tornado threat will carry well into the night and the early morning hours tomorrow, and it'll continue into tomorrow as well. Not as much or as bad, I guess, as today was expected to be. Here's what the latest HRRR model looks like for the whole nation. So here we are about 5 a.m. Most of the storms are going to be down here between extreme southern Mississippi, Alabama, panhandle of Florida. All this stuff right here is just regular thunder boomers, okay? And then all of this up here, just real windy rain. It is going to cause some problems tomorrow, especially if you're traveling over here on the East Coast. Strong winds, heavy rain, all up and down the Appalachian Mountains, Mid-Atlantic, up into the Northeast. Maybe some stronger storms down here, but nothing terribly impressive. Very strong winds probably on Wednesday in places like Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, New York City. As something as that looks like a squall line might try to move through right at the last minute. Surface wind gusts. Yeah, in the mountains of West Virginia and Tennessee, Yeah. Yeah, that there's going to be some strong winds as this storm goes through. That low-level jet is cranking. Going to be running into the mountains there. Which definitely could cause some problems with wildfires, but you got to remember this is going to come along with a lot of rain as well. Has today been a bust in your opinion? I don't really know what that means, what the criteria for a bust is. But no, I think that the forecast was valid. Obviously today more than most days there was a much higher chance of tornadoes. That's why we saw so many bad storms and tornadoes. Not every single elevated severe weather event is going to bring about destruction. Thankfully, right? Like that is a good thing. Cardi, thank you for the 10 gifted Ryan Hall y'all memberships. Everybody say thank you to Cardi. Not a bust. We got to use the probes. Yeah, exactly. Learned a lot. The next stream is definitely going to be a lot better because we're actually going to be finished with the things that we're working on. And also we learned some stuff that to even just stop working on in this stream because it's not worth it. Yeah, rotation has let up quite a bit on all of these storms, so I'll be interested to see if the warnings are continued or expanded.
Region 3 tonight.
It's currently 9:26 p.m. Eastern, 8:26 Central. We are going to keep on going. Just going to keep on going. In fact, it might be good practice as well just to keep going and talking, even if we run out of severe weather to talk about, which we won't. Because very soon, we're eventually going to have a snowstorm somewhere, and we're going to be doing our snow streams, and a lot of talking involved in those, so. If we've got the energy, we might try to talk to Caleb a little bit. Andy, maybe. Riley, some. Are you broadcasting live from Kentucky? Yes, I am.
Hey, Ryan, do you copy?
Yeah, go ahead, Nick.
Our game plan right now is to stick with the storm to see if it decides to recycle last minute. And if not, we're probably just going to call it a night and hopefully find an open McDonald's to get some McRibs for the drive home.
Awesome. That sounds good to me. Yeah, I would give this storm one more chance if nothing happens with it before it gets to Prentice. If I was out there chasing, I'd probably call it a night too. These storms will eventually do something again, but it could be as far east as Hattiesburg or into extreme southern Alabama near Mobile. And I don't know if it's worth the drive for the probability of that actually happening. Time to stand up and hydrate. Show us those legs, unless, of course, you're saving them for 2 million subs. That's right. You know me. Got a
Hey, Ryan, when you got a second.
leg reveal every 1 million subscribers. Go ahead, Caleb.
Hey, I heard you mention maybe me being done for the night, but I wanted to update you on my plan. Right now, I'm actually rolling through Jackson, Mississippi. I have a pretty good feeling looking at the storm motion of that cell south of Forest heading towards Meridian, that as long as it stays tornado warned, I should be able to intercept it as it reaches I-20 with the next 45 minutes or so.
Okay, so Caleb is going to keep going. He's picked up the probes, and the farther east he goes tonight, the better, because he's Kentucky bound. Do you know what direction the storm is moving? So all of these storms are moving generally west to east, with a little bit of a northern spin on that, I guess. So east-northeast. Somebody said, why is the McRib what we're talking about? It's something that got brought up. And also, it's important to remember, like, as of right now, everything that you've heard me say about the tornado warned storms is what there is to say for the most part. We know that we've got a warning in Monticello and Cedar Creek and New Hebron. You should be in your safe spot. We know that there's a warning up here in Bay Springs and Paulding. You should be in your safe spot. The velocity signatures, everything about the storm as far as what we can read on the radar is not telling us anything more than that. Okay, so we're just waiting on what's next.
Copy 207.
Netters says, do you think there could be another rolling fork storm set up around the same time, late December? Big storm modes aren't uncommon. People, I think what you're asking is, could there be a big tornado in December? And the answer is yes. Is it going to happen in rolling fork or be a similar kind of system? I don't know. Maybe not, but the answer to your question is absolutely yes. There could be another big storm system in December that causes a tornado, and that's something that we talk about a lot on the channel because it's always a surprise. Even with this setup, everybody, people, especially people who aren't like constantly keeping up with the weather and stuff, everybody's like, "What? November? You're going live for tornadoes? It's November? Wait, what?" Like, people forget every year that this is a pretty common thing. Yeah, we are down to 2 tornado warnings. One's for Jasper and Smith County in Mississippi. One's for Jefferson Davis, Lawrence, and Lincoln County in Mississippi. Neither of those have, I guess, enough rotation to, I guess, spark a new one. But it could still come through. We're just going to wait on the National Weather Service. And yeah, the next people in line for these storms, even if there is no tornado, is going to be places like Mount Olive and Collins, and then Stonewall and Quitman and Meridian. Like, this will come through that area, but without the tornado, it's not even hitting severe limits. The only other severe storm that we have is way down here to the south and west of Baton Rouge and Lafayette. Kaplan and Abbeville in Louisiana are under a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And yeah, at some point tonight, I will end the stream. Once again, I don't plan on doing that now or anything. But when I do, and you want to continue to track these storms, let's say you live in western Alabama, make sure you have something to track it with. You can use the same program that I'm using here called Radar Omega. Link in the description. You can get it on your phone, iOS or Android. Talk about what's happening in Alabama. Nothing. It's raining a little bit in the western portion, and that's going to continue to be the case. Now, there is a chance for some severe weather in places like near Tuscaloosa, down towards Utah, Demopolis, Mobile, extreme western and southwestern Alabama, but it's not. It's a slight risk. It's going to be typical storminess, you know. There is a chance for some elevated, like, tornadic activity, especially the farther south you go. But it's just one of those things. If you are under a tornado watch, make sure you have a way of getting warnings tonight. Yeah, I wouldn't say that the event underperformed per se. I'd say it performed in a way that was underwhelming to a lot of people. But like, this is, you know, you don't not every storm system produces as many rotating supercells as we saw today. And that's why we had the elevated risks. Is because it was different. It had a you know, there was a higher likelihood of that happening. And we're just lucky, honestly, that the tornadoes didn't hit towns, the ones that did happen. And, you know, none of those really robust updrafts became, you know, long track damaging tornadoes. Why don't you talk about Alaska and Hawaii in your videos? That's a good question. It's not that I don't have anything against it. YouTube is honestly a bad platform to try to do what I'm doing, because as much as I would want to do that, and then I'm sure that there's people in Alaska who would enjoy that and like hearing about their weather, the people from Alaska would never find it, because YouTube would never promote it. Because the moment I start talking about Alaska weather in my video, 90% of the audience is going to click off, and the almighty YouTube algorithm will say that the video is trash and not promote it to anybody. The unfortunate reality of that. we will eventually find our way around it and talk about Alaska and Hawaii and maybe many other places. But right now, we just got to keep doing what we're doing. Eminent says, you could do a podcast for cinnamon cake or milk sandwiches, and I'd listen. I think that there is a small group of people who would listen, even if they're not from Alaska. They'd listen to the Alaska portion of the forecast, but it's not enough. We will prevail. We'll figure out a way. Hey, Michelle, thank you. Things might be getting interesting near Brad. This storm is definitely, out of all of them, the one that would be the one to watch, but I still don't see anything imminently interesting outside of the potential. There's some damaging winds maybe in there. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, so I was just gonna add a little bit more to the conversation about did today bust. So first of all, I don't like the term bust because that's saying that it's bad that no tornadoes happened, and obviously it's good if tornadoes don't happen. That being said, the SPC outlooks are created in a way that there should be one tornado within every 25 miles of a given area. So you can actually take these numbers and use a bunch of complicated math to figure out how many tornadoes each day should have. And after doing that math, the total amount of tornadoes that were expected to occur in this area was 5.5. Obviously, you can't get a half a tornado, but that just means like somewhere in that 5 to 6 range. And I would be shocked if when we finish surveys, we don't have at least 5 or 6 confirmed tornado touchdowns. So by no means did today bust. And we're probably going to be at least at or exceeding that benchmark of 5.5 tornadoes.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think that I don't know what I think what I said earlier about this, the system didn't underperform. The way it performed was underwhelming to the people who say that it busts. I guess I don't know. We definitely had some busts. Like I don't like using the term busts either, but like there's definitely been busts. Like there's been forecasts for, all this stuff to happen and then it doesn't. Today was not that. Today was not that at all. We just got lucky. We're thankfully we're not raising money to go pick up the pieces of a small town right now, which is what we normally are doing at the end of these streams. So, good. Were people really expecting a super outbreak or something? I think so. And I think that's I don't know, that's an interesting problem to try to navigate. Ryan, do you think Gatlinburg will get fires again? There's definitely a chance that at some point there's an increased fire weather situation. Probably from about right now until this time tomorrow. I don't think that it'll be like what we saw a few years ago at all, if that's what you're asking. Are these the last tornadoes of the day, Ryan? Maybe not. These 2 tornado warnings are... I don't think that they'll be the last ones. In fact, now, you know, and just in the past couple of frames, we see a little bit of something trying to happen here just to the west of Silver Creek. So even if that doesn't, I don't know, turn into something much bigger than what we're seeing there, that will at least probably spark another tornado warning. And then once these storms move a little bit farther to the east, they'll also probably cause some problems between Hattiesburg and Bogalusa. And then even farther east, like, we're going to see problems. So this is not over. I think the peak of the event, the most activity is over. I think we have definitely crossed over the hill. I'm not in the mindset of thinking that it's a bust when something like that does happen, but I think it's how chasers think. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, yeah, that's where the term bust comes from, I think, is from the chaser realm, because that makes sense if those guys are driving and to see a tornado. So if there is no tornado to see, then that is a bust for them. But most people are not storm chasers, you know? Ugh. Yeah, and there's the guy who said, stop scaring people. I think you're trolling, but honestly, if you are scared by the Ryan Hall y'all messaging, then you got much bigger problems. I think we always do, and even with this one, we did a really good job of communicating the potential risks without overdoing it. And I don't think there's anything scary about saying there's a chance of tornadoes today. Well, don't get me wrong, that is definitely scary, but I don't think that it's unwarranted. It's not about fear, it's about awareness. You should keep a check on the power outages in the states. Yeah, we've been keeping track. We'll get an update on that soon. Ryan, we have a wildfire going on here in Tennessee. Yeah, we've got them around here in Kentucky too, but I think that the winds they're going to be a problem tonight and into tomorrow, but I don't think that it'll be that big of a deal. Hopefully because of the rain that will accompany the winds. Don't be scared, be prepared. That's right. Yeah, I even if you go look at, we did a video not too long ago of Like, here's how much snow you're going to see this year. And even in that video, there's a couple people that would comment like, "Stop scaring me." I don't know what's scary about, average snowfall, but it's a thing, man. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I just talked to Edgar O'Neill. He is out on the tornado warning near Monticello and Silver Creek. Actually, he's right in the inflow notch, and he said it's very, very still, almost no wind. So that is probably a pretty good signal that this storm is done for at least the time being. Because if there's no inflow, obviously there's not going to be a tornado.
That's right. So this is a live view from Edgar and his location right out in front of the big Monticello storm there. When do you think we're going to get a big snow across the U.S.? I don't know. Hopefully soon. That is one. You'll hear me use the word bust. I root for the snow. I do like the snow. But that's my favorite kind of weather to forecast. It's my favorite time of year. My favorite kind of live streams to do. But in the near future, I don't see any big snowstorms, unfortunately. Ryan, it's helpful to people. What do they want us to do? Sit there with no info? I think so, yeah. Like sometimes we'll do a video on, hey, there's a slight risk of severe weather tomorrow in Ohio, for example. And like it'll be in April. And like we're just talking about like here's what that means and here's what could happen. There's a kid storm, And there are comments that's like, okay, it's spring, bruh. Like, okay, well, what do you want? Do you want us to just not mention it at all unless it is a world-ending storm? Like, you don't need to know about it unless it is the end of the world. Because I think that's how some people act. If I am taking the time out of my day to talk about it, it must be the end of the world. Like, there's a chance of storms tomorrow. Ugh, it's called spring, dude. I know, but did you not want to know? That Oh. Yeah, we might see another warning with this storm that's going through Silver Creek. I definitely don't think we're going to see another warning with the storm south and west of Meridian. Not to say that that's not going to be a good storm along I-59 there near Enterprise, but the tornadic part of these storms is dying off in a big way, I think. I think some folks are surprised when they walk out the door in the morning. Yeah, some people are just surprised by everything. Got 14,000 without power in Mississippi and 5,100 in Louisiana. I missed that shed that was ruined in the hurricane. Me too. We tried to reach out to whoever, you need to reach out to rebuild the shed, but I think that I just don't think they needed us. So nobody got back with us. Rip shed. A lot of people remember the shed. Ryan, what is the biggest donation you've received from a supporter of your channel? I don't know. I don't know about the like as far as super chats and stuff goes, but there's a lot of people, very generous people and businesses that have donated anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 at a time to our nonprofit, the Y'all Squad. Are you looking for extra storm chasers in the southeast area? The short answer to that is no. We've got plenty of storm chasers to choose from. In fact, probably too many. But if you are somebody who would just love to storm chase, I cannot discourage you. It's dangerous, but I'm guessing you know that. Kyle says, get some coffee for that production crew. We'll get right on that. Well, probably not right now, because it's getting late. Ryan, you should do the weather daily on Theo Vaughn's podcast. I agree. If you know him, let him know he can hire me. I'll be his weatherman. I do, speaking of hold on. Oops. Teaser. I was going to say, speaking of the the nonprofit, I've got something cool to show you. I don't know how many of you guys remember Nader Beans Coffee. We started that a long time ago to raise money for the nonprofit. Now that we do the nonprofit through the website and we've got supporters and stuff, we don't have to do Nader Beans that way anymore, and we got rid of it. We stopped making it, but we're bringing it back. So you guys get you guys will get a preview of that here in a moment if you wanted to see that. We worked really hard on the packaging and stuff. I'm waiting on the next thing that happens with these 2 tornado warnings before I go too deep into going over tomorrow's forecast or talking about what we've been working on here at the Weather House or anything like that, because I don't know. I don't want to be in the middle of something like that and a new warning pop up, which it's bound to happen. It always does. But I do want to give these warnings time to play out and just see what's going to happen with stuff like this. So we're just waiting.
Balboa 174 Bravo Romeo X-ray 174 BRX. This will be a red Toyota car.
Theo Vaughn came to my town the other day. I went and watched him. It's pretty good. The Theo Vaughn is incredibly funny, like in a podcast setting. I didn't think it would work in like a scripted joke punchline setting, but it did. It did. My friends in Illinois are saying that it's starting to develop some storms. Yeah, you'll see something similar to a storm or two in Illinois tonight. Some heavy rain. There might be a rumble of thunder here and there, but certainly some rain and some wind. Nothing too crazy though. Ryan, do you think Southeast Alabama gets snow this year due to El Nino? I don't want to say due to El Nino. And I also don't want to say Southeast Alabama is going to get snow this year. But I would not say it, you know? Ryan, can you check on Cincinnati? Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot going on in Cincinnati. It will rain a lot tomorrow, though.
The time is 9 p.m. W5RHS repeater.
What about the 2 warnings in Louisiana? There's only one severe thunderstorm warning in Louisiana right now for Abbeville. 60-mile-an-hour winds are on the way. There is a camera down here, which is nice. It faces west, I'm pretty sure. So if you have the Radar Omega app, you can pull that up and watch that storm come in. Not a lot to say about it other than some strong winds are going to be possible from Abbeville to Erath to New Iberia. Oh, wow. We were talking about this area not too long ago. Well, I guess it was actually quite a while ago, but we were down there.
Region 3 to F45.
Okay. So the tornado warning for Monticello and Prentice was allowed to expire. This one is, I mean, the one a little bit farther to the east is probably next, and then we will have no tornado warnings. In fact, we will have only one severe thunderstorm warning, which is quite the opposite of what we were dealing with not too long ago.
Eastbound 122 with a Silver 4F-150, 4385 Echo 46, 438 5E46.
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Do you copy?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Hey, I was going to let you know I'm watching the storm that's west of Collins. Kind of fell apart and kind of cycled back up again. Now it showed some really good rotation and started to hook on that south side of it. So we're going to sit west of Collins. We're on US Highway 84 looking west, and we're seeing a big uptick in lightning. So just going to see about this. It should travel right on the highway, but just want to let you know starting to see a big uptick in the storm to our west.
Okay, so Brad is right here. He's talking about this storm, the one where the tornado warning was just allowed to expire. What he's seeing is this, and that is definitely a large uptick in a rotation from what we have seen, but it's not necessarily large enough yet to provoke the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. So we'll see if that changes. So just know that even though you're not under any warning at all in places like Collins and Mount Olive, there's a professional storm chaser in your neighborhood and monitoring that storm because it could do something. So just keep that in mind and be smart about it. Be weather aware tonight.
in Operation 3 today.
Do you think we need to worry in Chattanooga, Tennessee? No. Unless you're like not in the town and you're way up in like the highest elevations of the Smokies, you don't have anything really to worry about. Why don't they at least issue a severe thunderstorm warning? Well, because it's probably not a severe thunderstorm. A storm like this can have frequent cloud to ground lightning, flooding rains, a rotating mesocyclone, but only have 40-mile-per-hour winds on the surface and no hail or very, very small hail, and it's not a severe thunderstorm. Yeah, this one might try to give us another round here. Anything going on in Ohio tomorrow? Just a bunch of rain. A bunch of rain. Which is good for the most part. A lot of these places really need the rain. Probably not as fast as what some of them are getting it. It's funny, sometimes I look at the chat and like somebody just said, way to go, Edgar. Like they're a couple hours behind, you know? I don't know how that happens, but it happens every stream. So right here where this little area of increased rotation is coming together, we have Brad Arnold, Edgar, and Nick. So if anything happens here, I'm sure we will be the first to know. This is the view from Nick. Ryan, have you ever thought about working for the National Hurricane Center? Nope. I'm overqualified. I think we'll know what's going to happen with this storm probably in the next frame, so I'm just zoomed in on it, waiting for it to come in. Ryan, how are you doing? You've been live for 6 hours. I'm fine. This is a short stream for us. This is even if we go, like if this tornado warning, if we don't get a new one here and we go a couple hours, or like we go 30 minutes, or to an hour just talking about whatever, this is going to be one of the shortest streams I've ever done. Hey, we did get another severe thunderstorm warning for Liberty and Hustler in southwestern Mississippi. Our storm that produced our tornado warning over here in eastern Mississippi is completely gone. Like it's completely out of the tornado warning, but the polygon is still there. I don't know when that'll remove itself, but I'm going to say that we, at this point, probably don't have any tornado warnings, but Just don't be surprised if they pull the trigger for this one. How many tornado warnings did we get today? I don't know how many total, but I know at one point we had 7 at the same time, which is actually a lot. Any confirmation on tornadoes tonight? We won't know for sure from the National Weather Service until a couple days from now, but according to radar, it definitely looked like there was some tornadoes.
That's 7, Region 3.
F7.
US 165 by Taylor Lane. White Chevy Silverado. Zulu 516 507. Z 516 507. Region 3, I'm tonight.
How's that storm southwest of Laurel, Mississippi?
Hey Ryan, it's Brad. Just wanted to hop in and say one of the main reasons I'm also very concerned about this storm is because the cloud top is now up to 45,000 feet up in the atmosphere, which is, to my knowledge, the highest that I have seen today. And we're getting a lot of positive CGs around us right now. So it may not be producing a tornado just yet, but it could down the road.
All right, that was Brad Arnold giving us the lowdown on what's happening with this storm. And I agree with him wholeheartedly. I think that this, you know, you could watch this all night and it's going to slowly cycle up and probably produce several different instances of rotation. We're going to, you know, try to make it through the next one, if there is going to be a next one, just in case. Where is this? We're currently looking in Mississippi. Brandon says, hey man, it feels like you only just hit 1 million subscribers. How does it feel to be over halfway to 2 million? It feels great. It feels awesome. It's surprising because so much of the year outside of spring has been so quiet. For a long time, we thought that we had the unfortunate problem of only being able to grow the channel during bad weather events, which is not a good way to like try to, you know, operate. You never want to be in a situation where you stand to only progress whenever bad things happen. You know what I mean? So we've actually found that the channel grows even more when the weather is quiet and we do our winter outlooks and stuff like that. So it's cool. The reason we do those things and the reason we even care about how many subscribers we have is because the more subscribers we have, the more likely it is people will watch these severe weather live streams, which have been proven time and time again. We've visited the towns. We've been to Mayfield. We've been to Rolling Fork. We've been to all these places that have been hit by tornadoes while we've been live. We are helping a lot of people in a way that nobody else is doing it. Like for the same niche group of people and in the same way, we're filling a huge gap. So it's very important to me that we get in front of as many people as possible. So we're just playing the we're playing the YouTube game to get there, and also I think doing some really cool stuff with education and preparedness and fun. Like, I don't know. I think that the winter outlooks and stuff like that are some of our best videos. What's the longest you've ever live streamed? I don't know, probably like 11 hours straight. There's been a lot of times where we've streamed for 11 hours and then slept for 6 hours and then streamed for 11 more hours. So and there it goes. We now have no tornado warnings on the board. All tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. We have currently 3 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 storm that could potentially produce a tornado warning in the near future, but doesn't look like it's going to happen very soon. Son, how's your little boy doing? He's doing great. He's doing awesome. And we're going to have another one in about a little over a month. Latest mesoscale discussion, just for anybody who's interested. A risk for a couple tornadoes or damaging gusts continues over southern Mississippi and may spread into southwest Alabama overnight. Oh yeah, so this is the video I wanted to show you. You guys get an early sneak peek. This is not released yet. But I don't know how many of you guys were here last time we did Nader Beans. It was great. Everybody loved it. Awesome coffee. It's made locally here in Kentucky at a roastery, and it's good. And we're bringing it back for a limited time in these really cool cans. I'm not much of a coffee person, but I love these cans, and I think that a lot of people are too. Look at this.
All personnel report to the nearest tornado shelter.
I think that people are going to get those just to have the cans because the Alley, our graphic designer, did such a good job just making the perfect can. Perfect can for a coffee weather enthusiast, you know. That'll be coming out. You'll see that in a video soon. For like when we actually release it.
Hey Ryan, new copy.
Yeah. Oh, was I not supposed to show that? Why does it matter? Yeah, go ahead.
Just letting you know, we're wrapping up the chase here and starting this 9-hour drive back home.
All right, everybody say good job, Nick. Thank you, Nick, for helping us out. Big shout out to all of the storm chasers today. Nick, Brad, Edgar, Zach, Caleb, Chris Hall. Them all. Like every one of them did an incredible job today helping us tell the story of today's storms, which is always so hard to do in the Deep South. Ninja says, don't forget Reed Timmer. Reed Timmer is a storm chaser, yes. And
Have the chat do a poll if we should get Taco Bell or McDonald's for dinner.
oh, I'm not going to start a poll, but you guys go ahead. I will eyeball it. Should they get Taco Bell or McDonald's, and I'll relay it to them. Reed Timmer is probably my favorite storm chaser, outside of maybe Brad Arnold. Maybe. And Edgar is rising in the ranks. Okay, I think the clear winner here is Taco Bell, so I'll let him know. Looks like you're having Taco Bell. Was I really not supposed to show the video? Is that bad? Like, it's a teaser. We're all friends here. Every you know, most people have left the stream. When are you ending the stream? I don't know. I'm just seeing how long people will stick around for. We do have I mean, like, nothing going on really. We've got some leftover storms. I am also waiting for just that random instance where it seems like every time we end the stream, 20 minutes later, there's a tornado warning. So I'm trying to trick the weather into not doing that, I guess. But also, I'm having a great time just reading chat. It's 10:30 p.m. What's the highest view count you've ever had on a stream? I don't remember. It's like 100 and I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure it was March 31st of this year. It was 100 and something. 100 and it was 100 and something thousand, like 120,000, I think. I do have a question. Why does it seem that storms pop off when it gets dark? Even though the heat from the sunlight helps storms, does it take so long to develop that they really do well at night? So your mind is working in the right way there. Right when the sun first starts to go down, that's actually when there is the most heat energy on the surface, because it's kind of been building up all day, especially if it's been sunny all day. Right as the sun starts to go down, you got a lot of heat been compiling for a while. All right. But then also, right as the sun goes down, even though you've got all this heat at the surface, you also get a very, very fast cooling. Like a temperature goes down very quickly. And that actually causes the lower level jet stream winds to start cranking. Okay, so it's a combination of that and what you were talking about with the time that it takes for the heat to resonate, I guess. So when the lower level jet winds start getting stronger, you get more lift. It lifts all of that warm, moist air that's been building up near the surface more efficiently. And sometimes you get more storms right around the time that the sun starts to go down. That's been a very common theme with pretty much all of the storms that we have tracked on this channel for the most part. Like I would say 80% of the storm systems that we've covered have been a evening based, lower level jet stream enhanced system. And like they're not all like that. Like there are definitely other kinds of systems or storms that don't necessarily rely on that. And we just haven't seen a lot of those. Oh, okay. Our most concurrent viewership, the highest number we've had is 160,000, which is crazy.
Sprint 4 on scene, Katie on scene. Copy.
Will you be live streaming tomorrow? Probably not. Just to reiterate the criteria for a severe weather live stream here, because in order to do it in a way that is the same for you as it was for the people out in the South Central U.S. today, we've got to have storm chasers. We've got to pay for hotels and gas and all this stuff for Caleb and potentially, send the Y'all squad down there. We've got to have all this stuff in place. Right now, at the way that, with the resources we have, that's not impossible to do every day. So we have to pick storms to cover. And the criteria that we've chosen is an SPC 10% hatched risk of tornadoes. As long as that's in place, we're going to go live. So tomorrow, I don't think that we're going to see that. So we probably won't cover it live. But we'll likely have an extra video in the morning to go over the latest data. Blake, thank you so much for that. This turned into a Q&A pretty quick. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. I'm not in a... Like, this is a short stream. Like, I have enough energy to go 4 more hours. We're not going to. But I'm trying not to just say bye. It's been so long. Yeah, and who knows how long it's going to be before we go live again. You guys are just going to go back to...
it's Chris. Do you got a copy?
You guys are just going to go back to seeing me once a week, like, welcome back, y'all. Ryan Hall here, blah, 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 talking about, whatever cool air mass is coming in next. So we're hanging out. Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
Well, thought I was done for the night. I'm coming up the interstate, and I'm just looking at the radar. Check out the storm over Louisville, Mississippi. I'm not going to say anything else.
What? Where's Louisville, Mississippi? Am I missing something? Oh! I see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've got a little something going on right here, south and east of Louisville, Mississippi. This is why we stayed on the air, just in case. We'll see if the next frame shows something similar. If so, I would say that we will see, we might see a warning for that. That's interesting. It's way up here. We did not expect to see that. But speaking of the low-level jet winds, they are really strong the farther north you go. So, this little accidents like that can happen. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, I was just going to say I'd place almost everything I own on that being side lobe contamination because it's so far from the radar, and there's just a lot of other artifacts going on around that as well.
I agree. I think if we don't see interest from the National Weather Service on this one after the next frame, we definitely do have to consider that. We also might just have a broadly rotating mesocyclone higher up, a little bit elevated, which is still something to keep an eye on. So we'll at least watch it. We'll at least look at it, We won't go too crazy about it until we get confirmation from our friends over at the NWS, but Cindy says, Ryan, my 80-year-old mom was watching your stream when the tornado hit Wynne, Arkansas. She was streaming you in her bathroom until the power went out. Lots of people, I think, found I think lots of people are here from that stream. I think that was the introductory moment to the Ryan. Oh, yeah, if that was rotation, it's mostly gone now. I think the March 31st tornado outbreak was the way a lot of people figured out about the channel. Which, once again, would not be possible if we didn't already have like a huge group of people who knew about us from the regular videos that we do. So it's all necessary. Oh, it's Louisville? Okay, my bad. I'm from Kentucky, so I say it the right way. Just wanted to say I appreciate everyone who's working with Ryan and those watching. I hope everyone has a good Thanksgiving. Oh yeah, if we don't talk again before Thanksgiving, I hope you guys have a good Thanksgiving, and hopefully you don't have to drive through too much rain. If you're on the East Coast, you probably will. If you're driving to go somewhere to see family, the next pretty much all the way up until Thanksgiving, it's going to be raining on most of the East Coast.
Hey, Ryan, when you have a second.
Oh, that's Caleb Beecham in Hall Force 1. Go ahead.
Hey, I know that most of the severe threat currently has kind of subsided a little bit, but I did have a note for everyone.
He had a note for everyone.
Just because of the amount of residual water that's hanging out.
We lost him there for a second, but I do believe that he's talking about flooding, which makes a lot of sense up here. Lots of ponding on the roadways. And that's probably going to continue to be the case all along his whole drive home for the most part, between Meridian and Birmingham even. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ron, I was just going to say, well, things are slow here for a couple of seconds. We should talk about the S word that everyone loves hearing about up in the Northeast as the system makes its way further east across the country. There is a decent amount of chance of a good amount of snow in the Northwest and Pacific, or not Northwest, the Northeast regions of the United States. My bad.
All right. Let's look at it. I haven't. So I don't know. I've been focused on this storm system, and then today I spent the entire day working out most of the bugs. So this will be my first time looking at the Euro. We'll look at the GFS too. So one of the things that this will be helpful. I was just talking about how like everybody on the East Coast is going to be impacted by the storm. Between now and Thanksgiving, you can see how that's going to happen. We've got our storms right now. That's going to just turn into a big wall of wind and rain as it goes to the east. Tuesday, 7 p.m., we've got rain through a lot of the mid-Atlantic down into the southeast. Snow is starting to break out on the front side, back into Canada. Maybe, just maybe, some significant snow in places like Vermont and New Hampshire. And Maine looks like, according to the latest, the 12Z Euro, it looks like most of the coastal cities up in the Northeast are warm. But we'll see. And nah, man, I mean, it's November, man. Normally, if you go past 200 hours, there's always an upcoming blizzard, but not this time. Let's go to the GFS. We'll check again. We'll try again. GFS and its take on the storm in the Northeast, a little bit snowier, a little bit farther south. So even like the western part of Massachusetts, some of the Adirondacks could get in on the snow according to the GFS, but still places like Boston, New York City, these places are all rain in this. Still just sloppy, nasty weather. Actual Thanksgiving Day, though, looks very nice for the majority of the country. Some snow in the Northwest. But for the most part, very nice. But it's just the travel. If you're driving for a whole day, or if you're flying the day before or something like that, it might cause some problems, this storm system. Let's see if the GFS has any fantasy snowstorms for us in the future. No, not even. There is a huge, cold blast. What should we call that? A lobe of the polar vortex or something. But that's it. There's not even any earth-shattering blizzards, unfortunately. I mean, normally this time of year, you see that stuff past 200 hours on every single run. So but like, here's the thing. Normally, that's always not the case, right? Normally, the weather models are so abysmally wrong, people laugh at those blizzards after 200 hours, right? So maybe the fact that we're not seeing them means that the opposite's going to happen, and they actually are going to start showing up once we get closer. I don't know, man. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Ryan, just gonna drag our attention back to severe weather here. It looks like there may be a couplet starting to form near Brookhaven. I know we've talked about this area a lot, but there just still continues to be something going on down there.
I see it right there. McCall Creek. A little area of rotation here. It'll be interesting to see, once again, if that lasts one more frame. If it does, I'm sure we'll see a warning, and if it doesn't, we might not. So, two little areas of rotation, actually, south of McCall Creek. Not a severe thunderstorm, though. So, it's either going to be a tornado warning or nothing for Brookhaven here. And so the next frame does look less impressive. So that's good news. Is Southeast Louisiana out of the woods for tornadoes tonight? Is the worst of the storm passed already? So Southeast Louisiana is not completely out of the woods. The worst is not out of the way just yet. However, it's not it's not that bad. It doesn't look like it's going to be, you know, a tornado outbreak or anything tonight. But this line will pass through. There will be some tornado warnings. There will be some severe thunderstorm warnings. It may take all night for that to progress, though. So just make sure you have a way of getting warnings. The weather goes on even when I end the stream. Keep that in mind. Might even see something come out of our storm here to the south and east of McGee and south and west of Taylorsville. It's a little bit of a mess, though, so nothing too organized. Zach, thanks for being a member for 13 months. CM says, I wish we had parishes and not counties. Parishes sound cooler. I agree. Yeah, so we're watching a couple areas of rotation here, but for the most part, things are pretty quiet out there. That's why we're not, you know, locked in, tracking these storms as closely as what we might usually do whenever we think tornadoes are imminent. Just going over the forecast a little bit. Hopefully the graphics that I just showed you are helpful. Sorry, guys, I'm just reading the chat. It's not very often that I get a chance to just see an unfiltered view of like what you guys are saying, and I'm fascinated. Ryan, Hattiesburg seems like it's out of the woods. Not quite yet. The storms are still coming to Hattiesburg, but they're definitely going to be less intense than what they were, or probably even what they are right now. So you should be fine in Hattiesburg.
South 7th off Orange Street.
King says, Ryan, I met you in Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Do you remember the big green tractor that helped pull that concrete slab out of the roadway when you guys was passing out food and supplies? I don't think I specifically remember that, but I do. Actually, you know what? I might. I think I do remember that. That was a big help. What's the most memorable storm you've ever covered? Probably Mayfield or Rolling Fork. Everybody always talks about March 31st, and that was a big deal. But there was not a Mayfield or a Rolling Fork that came out of that, you know. Thankfully. But there was just a lot of tornadoes that day. Overnight predictions for the New Orleans area. These storms are going to continue to move east. They're not going to stop, so they will storm tonight in New Orleans and the surrounding areas. There is a small chance of some tornadic activity, but not like what we've seen earlier today. Ryan, can we call the drone the y'all copter? Yes. Yeah, and we have before. I don't know if I called it that today, but we have. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, it looks like our storm near Mount Olive might be trying to do the silly again. It has, in the last couple of scans, generated quite the impressive hook echo. Velocity's a little jumbled, but there's probably something going on there.
Yeah, we've been kind of checking in on this one periodically, and that's definitely the most convincing look I've seen it have in a little while. So, I mean, yeah, we're just we're watching this one now. The crazy thing is these are definitely strong storms, but most of these don't even have severe thunderstorm warnings to go along with them. So we don't even have that to announce. There's nothing really to say here other than Taylorsville, Hot Coffee, all these places. There's a storm that's trying to spin, so let's just see what happens here. There's no warning yet, so Dylan says, I think even if the stream ends, people should have a weather radio or way of tuning into a way to get weather warnings. Absolutely, I agree. NOAA weather radios, I highly recommend them. I think everybody should have one. Just like everybody should have a smoke detector in their home, everybody should have a tornado detector as well. And that's essentially what a weather radio is. Oh my gosh. Look at this. The fires tonight in Tennessee and North Carolina it's definitely a thing. And the winds are only going to make it worse. And the winds are going to gradually increase until that rain starts. And when the rain starts, it's not going to be extremely heavy, especially not over here. There will be a period of heavy rain that will help the fire situation quite a bit. But there will be a lot of wind before that happens. So that is definitely something that we've got to pay attention to. Thankfully, right now, where I live, there's no fires close to me. There was a few weeks ago. But yeah. Wildfires here in the Appalachian Mountains are nuts. Like, there is so much to burn, right? There's so much dead vegetation. There's a lot of leaves on the ground, a lot of tree limbs, and all kinds of stuff like that. And then all of the mountains are rounded, so everything, it's almost as if the fire is spreading on flat ground. There's not like a rock cliff where the fire is going to end. It just goes and goes and goes. And at night, it looks crazy because it's almost like Christmas lights are draped across the mountains, but for miles and miles around you. So it's a scary, but also kind of like a beautiful or like cool sight to see. It almost reminds you of like a volcano or something. Charlie says, do you think I should get the Alpha subscription for Radar Omega? If you can, yeah. I have never used Radar Omega without the Alpha subscription. When I first got the app, way long before anybody was willing to sponsor me on YouTube, I got the Alpha subscription because I liked all the features, and it was it's been awesome. You don't need it though; it's not necessary. You can still radar it up without any of the subscriptions. You don't need any subscription to use Radar Omega. What inspired you to study weather? I was born with the interest. I don't know how else to explain it. I always remember wanting to spend like all of my free time consuming weather content and learning about weather and talking about weather. Still no warning from our storm over here, just west of Laurel, so that's a good news. We're going to keep our eye on it, though. And I'm probably going to go for, if as long as there's no new warning, I'm probably going to go for another 15 minutes or so. I'm just going to keep reading chat. If you guys have a question or anything you'd like me to go over, let me know. And Riley, if you can think of anything that we need to mention, or anybody else on the other side here, it could be an open discussion. If I know everybody's tired, though. You have to have a paid subscription to use it on a computer. Yeah, I think. Yeah. But most people are using it on their phones. So I guess, if you want to use it on a computer, a subscription is necessary. But I think 90% of people are just using it on their phone. So the only reason I use it on a computer is to do this. It's to do live broadcasts and stuff. Otherwise, I always use it on my phone because I use it not only as a broadcast tool and a way to like do this YouTube channel, but I also use it as like somebody who just wants to see what that rain shower looks like on radar over there. And like 100% of the times I'm using it for that reason, which is a very common reason. I'm using it on my phone. Can you give us your background on how you got started? I was born with a passion for weather. I honestly believe that because nobody introduced me to it. Nobody, it was just always there. I went to school. My kindergarten and first grade teachers knew about it. Like I just wanted. I was gonna be the weatherman. Like that was always the case. That was always the story. I don't know why. Went through high school. I started a website in high school called East Kentucky Weather, where I created a forecast product called the not the Storm Prediction Center, but the School Closure Probability Model. And just for my area in Eastern Kentucky, I would do a daily forecast indicating how likely it was that school would be closed the next day due to snow. So if there was going to be snow in this area and I knew that the road crews would have a hard time clearing the roads because of the temperatures or because of the elevation or whatever, you'd have X amount of % chance of having school being closed or on a 2-hour delay. And it was cool. It blew up. It was really big in my little area. And I think that's what solidified it. Like that's what I was like, okay, I got to be the weatherman. This is fun. I like this. And so I went to Big Sandy Community and Technical College here in Eastern Kentucky because I couldn't afford to go directly to a bigger school, and I couldn't take I didn't get like scholarships, and I also didn't get like any sort of financial aid, so I was paying for it myself. Did that, got a job at my local TV station as the cameraman. Eventually worked my way into the weather center. They talked me into taking meteorology courses online through Mississippi State University while I worked there. I did that for a while and accepted a job one weekend to be the weekend meteorologist at that TV station. And like very shortly, like right after accepting that, I left because I realized I didn't like it. I did not like the TV world. I did not like wearing a suit and putting on makeup and all that stuff. So I left it behind, and I also didn't finish those courses at Mississippi State University. So here I am. Hopefully that's what you were looking for. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Ryan, I was just gonna give like an entire update on this event as a whole as we're sort of wrapping things up here. Our tornado watch expires in 67 minutes, 66 now, and there has been no indication by the SPC that they're going to issue a new tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. But nevertheless, that tornado threat is going to continue over the next few hours, but it's going to be drastically less than what we've seen it for the rest of the day. But tomorrow, there is a 5% risk of tornadoes for parts of Georgia. And that's not going to be anything like today. I just looked over the last few model runs, and I'm honestly surprised that there's still a 5% chance of tornadoes because it really doesn't look that considerable. But I'd say for the rest of this system through tonight and tomorrow, just overall, it seems like there might be a couple spin up tornadoes here and there, but nothing too significant.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Riley. And also, thank you, Amy Davis, for the gifted memberships. Amy is the true OG. I think Amy was Amy was there for the first ever live stream on this channel and has been at every single one since. So Amy's awesome. Thank you, Amy. Michelle, thanks for being a member. Ted says, I've been waiting all night to hear you talk about your education and upbringing. Awesome, man. Yeah, so I, totally was on track and on board to, having the bachelor's degree and the certificate in meteorology and all this stuff. But I thought I wouldn't need it. I thought it was unnecessary whenever I realized that the TV meteorology thing was not for me, right? But I started this YouTube channel and it became a big thing. And now, even though I've got great mentors, I had great mentors at the TV station. Chief meteorologist Shane Smith taught me everything he knows, and I learned a lot from him, and it was great. And meteorologist Andy Hill here on this team has taught me a lot, and I've spent most of my life just looking at weather models and the radar and stuff. So even though I do have a pretty good amount of confidence in like what I do here and my forecasting ability and nowcasting ability and all that stuff, I would still like to learn more. So I really do think that within the next 10 years or so, I will finish that. I will finally finish the degree and have all that stuff. It's tough right now because, this is a business. I have multiple employees and I don't need the degree. I don't need to do it. It's not required of me. And I also I'm getting ready to have 2 kids. I'm married. We're doing the nonprofit. So I'm pretty busy. But I would love to learn more. I don't think that there's ever a moment where I will not want to. The only thing that could happen from that is I would get better, which is a good thing, right? Liam, really enjoyed the stream. Very professional. I appreciate that you took the time to look at all the storms and warnings. Thank you for providing the service. I found it very interesting. Thank you, Liam. Savannah says, I love watching these streams, especially on the June 15th in Wisconsin. I don't remember that one. What's a good job for a student in college or recently graduated college student if they want to do what you do and even do storm chasing? I don't know. There's not a lot of good like jobs in storm chasing. Storm chasing, even as like your own, like if you try to make your own business out of it, is mostly a losing game. What's your favorite weather station you've owned? The Tempest. The Weather Flow Tempest. Sorry, I'm reading all of the comments. You don't always need a degree to be smart. I don't think I don't think that has any sort of I know some people with degrees that are not smart at all. And I know some people who don't have degrees who are way smarter than me, and the other way around. I know some people who have degrees that are way smarter than me, and I don't think that has anything to do with it. Any advice for me for somebody that's going to school for something completely different than meteorology but has a passion for weather? I would love to work at the National Weather Service, but opportunity seems scarce. Yeah, it's very competitive to get into the National Weather Service, and that is something, if you want to work at like the government weather service, like you definitely do have to have a college degree in meteorology for that, and you probably have to be one of the better ones in your class. You know what I mean? That's a very competitive position. And I imagine as time goes on, there will be less positions. I think that if there's cuts in the government or whatever, as AI is more implemented into the day-to-day workings of the government and things like that, I think weather forecasters will be some of the first to go. So it's going to be very competitive in the near future. AI is pretty sus. I don't like it. I mean, me either. It's not. It's somewhat useful in some cases. It's certainly not useful in weather forecasting completely right now. But in 10 years, it'll probably be pretty good. In any position that requires you to just be really smart, or any position that requires you to have a great memory or understanding of a lot of different complicated concepts, like a lawyer, for example, or a general practicing doctor, not a surgeon or anything like that. Those jobs will be very easily replaced with AI, because if your job is just to remember a lot of things and be able to recall them, like a computer is always going to be better than a human at that. And like once it becomes more nuanced and stuff, like there's no way. And I'm talking about like a lawyer that writes contracts. Like there are always going to be lawyers that are at like defending people and stuff in front of juries or whatever. Matthew says, I'm a meteorology student in North Carolina, finishing my bachelor's degree. I've been streaming all day on TikTok, covering the warnings too. I appreciate you so much, Ryan. You've been a huge inspiration to me. That's awesome, Matthew. Congratulations on hopefully soon finishing your bachelor's degree in meteorology. And that's cool that you're on TikTok. There's a lot of meteorology students on TikTok. I've seen you guys pop up on mine a lot. And that's exactly what you should be doing. Very likely that if you're in school for meteorology right now, let's say you're a freshman and you want to get into meteorology, it's going to be very hard for you to get into the National Weather Service because the positions are going to be dwindling and it's competitive. And TV stations are very slowly going to be like they're going out of business. You know what I mean? Like there's not very many TV stations left. And that's also, or they're not going to be, you know, in the very near future. And that's also a very competitive field. And in today's world, it is very possible for you to do this from TikTok and make a living from it and all that stuff. So and I'm not saying that should be your first, that's not what you should be trying to do, but like you might as well take a stab at it while you're in school. You know what I mean? That can do nothing but help you out. Tyler says, thank you so much for the Tempest Weather Station. Tyler won our giveaway. I absolutely love it. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you for entering the stream and thanks for being around. I've seen you around. I know you've been here a while. Ryan's, when is your next winter forecast going to be? I think it's going to be Wednesday. I don't think we're going to have anything else to talk about, so I'm going to do another winter forecast. It is necessary, though, because the last one that I did was like in August, so we've got some updates. Like the last complete total winter forecast was in August, so we've got new things to talk about.
Truck on route 304304 Warwick Drive, Williamsburg is your call on the phone.
Ryan says, you're still streaming. I bet you are tired. Nope. 565 from WRQH 715. Guys, I've had a 2-month break. I've been going for, I don't know. How long is it? Like 6, 7, 8 hours? That's like a normal shift for like a normal work day at the normal office or whatever, you know? Now, sometimes when you stream for 8 hours straight and it's constant tornado warnings and people are dying and like it's, you know, this high adrenaline, like stressful environment. Yeah, that's extremely taxing. But today, this has been fun. This has been great. Feels more like a snow stream. It does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? My wife, Stephanie, has been a member for 33 months. Says, will it snow here in Kentucky before Christmas? Yes. My answer is yes. I look tired. I probably do look tired. I mean, I am kind of... My day started at 8 a.m. So technically, I've been here working on getting the stream up and streaming for 8, 9, 10, 11 for 15 hours. But like that start time is on every stream. So if there's a stream where we go 11 hours, there's 5 to 6 hours on top of that for prep anyway. So that's a 17-hour, 16-hour ordeal usually. And I'm telling you, this hasn't been very draining. So. How much is your streaming setup worth? I have no idea. Riley probably has a better idea than me. But I don't know. Yeah, go ahead, Riley.
I mean, if we want to talk about your streaming setup, we'll just talk about the computer. His computer is the best computer, at least after we fix all the issues with it. It's actually the 293rd fastest computer in the world. I know that because I personally built it and benchmarked it because that's the priorities of building a computer like that. But it has a Ryzen 5000 or 5995WX. That is a Threadripper. It is 62 cores, 124 threads. You're never going to need anything bigger than that. They don't make anything bigger than that. He's got 256 gigabytes of RAM, way more than anyone would ever need, but somehow he does manage to use almost all of that occasionally. And then he has a 4090. Like, this man has the computer of everyone's dreams, but I think altogether his computer was, what was it? I think it was more than $15,000. But when you're running as many things as Ryan's running, I mean, he had so many dang devices plugged into his computer. His old one, which was already like the best gaming computer you could get, it wouldn't work.
It literally blew up.
So
It exploded.
Yeah, it literally blew
Yeah.
up. Yeah, he blew up a computer with how many different capture cards and things he had plugged into it. Kevin, I just saw you say only one 4090. Yeah, the original plan was to do two 4090s, but that would have like required its own power circuit like completely. So we had to scratch that plan. It was a little sad, I'll be honest. But yeah, this man's PC is like the PC of everyone's dreams, and I don't know if we have any pictures of it, but it is the prettiest dang computer I've ever seen. It's got like the most RGB fans you can see on RGB fans, and we all love RGB. It literally looks like a holograph, but no, that's his computer.
Yeah, and the I didn't think that all that was necessary. But like we really did. We had a normal computer before. It wasn't normal. It was like the high end of what like a typical gaming computer would be, and it literally exploded, guys. Smoke and everything. So, I told Riley, I was like, well, what do we need to do to not have our computer explode? And he said, you got to spend $15,000. And I was like, well, crap. But we did it, and it hasn't exploded yet, so that's great. And all the graphics and stuff, even though they weren't working today, that's not the fault of this computer. Everything that happens on this stream happens through capture cards, and we've got several computers all tied into one, and it's this computer at any given time is processing like 8 different incoming 4K video feeds and splitting it up across multiple scenes and all that stuff. So it has to be pretty intense to do what we do. Go ahead, Riley.
I did find a picture of it. I just dropped it in stream text, but I think it's important that people just bask in the glory of this computer because it's insane.
Yeah, this is it. This is on the desk here at the weather house.
Also, there is a Mac inside of that computer, and you can see that in the bottom right. But there's literally 2 computers in that computer case.
Yeah, we got the Mac Studio down here, which is the editing machine.
Yeah, 52 Route 3 on 10
Good boy.
Yeah, hang on. I'm going to go through this construction zone. I might need both hands, but I'll be back in 35 seconds. I was about to sign with you because I'm just about to the house anyway, so...
How did you recruit and develop the team that works with you? They just kind of showed up and wouldn't leave. So no, I mean that is kind of how it happened. A lot of these guys are they've met in the Discord server or storm chasers, or were helping us out during a Y'all Squad deployment or something, and stuff like that. Did you overclock the PC? Yeah, I think we did. Yeah, we did. Go ahead, Riley.
We actually overclocked the graphics card, but underclocked the CPU because the Threadripper CPUs use so much power, they get so hot so quickly, and then they thermal throttle. So I believe, and only the absolute computer nerds are going to understand what I'm saying, but I believe there is a 0.15 millivolt offset on the power curve on the CPU, and then the graphics card is on a 120% power limit increase with both a RAM and a core overclock.
John says, yo, Ryan, where did you go to college? I got an associate's degree in science from Big Sandy Community and Technical College, and then I did what meteorology stuff I did at Mississippi State University.
The vehicle's going to be parked and locked at 616 South 6th Street, 616 South 6th Street, Lieutenant.
How did you gain credibility as a meteorologist on social media? I'm in nearly an identical situation as yours when you started out. I think it's just, I think it's just like we're like just being there and doing the right thing. There's a lot of people who do the same thing as me, and you know, some of those people do a really good job. Some of them don't. The public is gonna know. If you're talking about like how do you gain credibility, especially if you're in a similar situation to me, you can't fake it until you make it. You have to know at least a little bit about what you're talking about, or you're gonna mislead people and you know drive people away from you. But otherwise, it's just showing up, consistency. You go back and look at the beginning of this channel. For a whole year, I posted a video, you know, almost every day, and the channel didn't grow really. It didn't do very well. I mean, it did fine. I can't complain, but it certainly is nowhere near the world of where we are now. And I think a lot of people, because of the amount of time that I had to dedicate to it, would have given up or not pushed forward. You know, it's and not have been there during that next big tornado outbreak or whatever that was the one that made people, you know about you or whatever. So you just got to show up. You got to be there, and you got to make sure that you're doing things that are right and that are better than the alternatives. Like there's so many different ways to get weather. The guy on the TV, you know, that's a thing, and that's been a thing for such a long time because it works. It's nice. It's convenient. So I don't know, but like that, hopefully that's kind of answers your question.
That 28 is showing valid on the tag, but computers showing it.
Any tips for a young storm chaser? Just follow traffic laws and don't have high expectations. Just do it for fun.
Golf Charlie Papa 26859 Alpha 154178. Should come back on an Accord.
How do I get on the Y'all Squad for deployments? I'm a volunteer firefighter. We're working on that. We're going to have a big announcement for a thing where you can sign up to be a volunteer soon. We're just not ready.
responding to Golden Corral. We've made contact. You can cancel the response.
603 split. Oh, yeah, clear.
All right. I'm seeing a lot of repeat questions in chat, so that might be my cue.
51 reason 3. If I didn't take it, that's going to be out of Texas also.
10-4.
Any good classes for a 13-year-old meteorology lover? Probably not classes, but just there's a ton of stuff on YouTube.
Reason 3 51.
All right. Okay. So I think that's it. What do you guys think? Anybody else? Riley, you got anything else you want to say before we end it?
I guess the one comment I just made in chat, and I know there's a lot of people here who want to learn more about the weather. On YouTube, search up Convective Chronicles. He's got a lot of really, really great videos that go more in depth than any class or college professor or anything ever will. And I know when I'm doing my videos, I use him for like to get a better understanding of exactly what's going on, so I can include some more of those like super scientific details in there.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Well, super huge shout out to Riley, Andy, all the chasers, Frank, Kinsey, Allie, Carly, everybody that's involved in the live streams. And super huge shout out to anybody that subscribed to the channel, liked the video, sent a super chat, or joined as a member today. At the end of every stream, we always like to remind you of the y'allsquad.org. If you want to go over there, make a tax-deductible donation to our nonprofit organization. It would be helpful. Next time there's a tornado in a situation like this, we're going to send our guys out there to use those funds to bring food and internet and different things to people who have lost everything. So that's something that we've been working on a lot too. Once again, that's the y'allsquad.org. Also, big supporter of today's stream, Radar Omega. If you still haven't got Radar Omega and you've heard me talk about it before, this is your sign. This is it. You got to get it right now. You might need it in the future. So I highly recommend it. It does cost money, but I promise you it's better than that free one on your phone right now. I promise. Let's see. Yeah, that's it. I'm going to have a new video up Wednesday. And the next time we do a stream like this, I'm really hoping it's a snow stream. So if you haven't got a Yolometer yet, make sure you go get one of those as well over on shopryanhall.com. A couple thousand of you did in the last time we mentioned it, and we're still shipping those out. So it might be a couple days, but hey, no big snowstorms are currently in the direct horizon for most of us. So we've got time. All right. That's it. I thank you guys so much for watching. We will see you in the next one. Goodbye.